Hey guys. You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see second part, what if Deku has the ability of Kyber crystal power. Here is short summary. Izuku Midoriya, diagnosed as quirkless, endures hardship until one evening he discovers he's force sensitive. This revelation introduces him to force ghosts from the Jedi Order who guide him. As Izuku learns about his new abilities, he embarks on a journey of growth and training, marking the start of a new chapter in his life as the Force awakens within him. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible, share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. So, yeah. Izuku's lightsaber color is blue. Now, you might immediately think of green when you think of Izuku. If I was just a typical person, trust me, his lightsaber would have been green. But I like to do things my own way, and I love being unpredictable. That said, it doesn't mean Izuku lacks qualities that would align with a green crystal. Let me start by explaining why I didn't choose each of the colors you mentioned in your reviews, except for white and purple, as I've already discussed those earlier. Yellow. Many of you suggested yellow as a good choice for Izuku, especially considering that it's the color of the Jedi Temple Guards. The qualities I associate with this crystal include a strong desire to protect and safeguard, and a deep connection to the Jedi Order, as implied by Rei's decision to re-establish the Jedi Order at the end of Episode 9. While Izuku certainly embodies some of these traits, they are outweighed by others that correspond to different colors. Orange. If this FIC had been written before the Ahsoka series, orange might have been on the table. But as we've seen, the only two known users of this color in the current canon are dark side users or renegade Jedi carving out their own paths, something that doesn't align with Izuku's character. Green. The decision between green and blue was particularly tough. To me, a Jedi with a green lightsaber has a strong connection to the Force, a desire to learn from it, and a preference for relying on the Force over physical abilities. Izuku definitely meets two out of these three qualities. But it's the last one that ultimately led me to choose blue. Why blue? First, let's talk about the characteristics of blue lightsaber users. The most significant trait is their tendency to defend what they believe in or the people they love with their physical abilities. This ties directly into the second key quality, protection. Consider this: Izuku spent much of his life alone, and now that he has people around him, his desire to protect his friends and those he cares about has blossomed. He also seeks to protect the ideals of his mentors. Izuku's dream is to be a hero who saves everyone with a smile, at its core, a desire to protect. Another essential quality of the blue crystal is peace and calm. During his fight with his dark counterpart, Izuku remained calm, even when he was at a disadvantage. When he had the chance to attack that suppressed darkness, he chose to accept it calmly, finding peace with himself. Some of you might wonder, if Izuku acknowledged his darkness, why didn't his crystal take on a purple hue? The answer lies in the fact that, unlike Windu, Izuku doesn't use his negative emotions in combat. He has accepted these emotions rather than merely recognizing or repressing them. Windu, after all, repressed his emotions until the moment of battle. Finally, there's determination, a trait that's practically synonymous with Izuku. In the canon, he was willing to break his arms to save Uraraka after knowing her for just 2 hours. Another example is his fight with Muscular. Despite knowing that his arms were only 100% smashes away from being completely destroyed, Izuku kept fighting until he was sure Kota was safe. If that's not determination, I don't know what is. And of course, there's the unpredictability factor, but that played a minor role compared to everything else I've mentioned. Izuku quietly opened the front door of his home, careful not to make a sound. The underlying sense of accomplishment and inner peace that hadn't been there before clung to him. Every step he took was deliberate, almost reverent, as if acknowledging that the teen who had left this house just days ago was not the same person who had returned. He gently set his bag on the floor, feeling the reassuring weight of the newly constructed lightsaber still tucked inside. It was more than a weapon. It was a symbol of the journey he had undertaken and the trials he had overcome. Before he could take another step, a familiar voice called out from the kitchen, tinged with worry and love. "Izuku, is that you?" Inko appeared in the doorway, her eyes wide with concern and relief. The moment she saw him standing there, whole and unharmed, she rushed forward, wrapping her arms around him in a tight embrace. "I was so worried about you. You didn't call, and I didn't know where you were or if you were safe. All I knew was that you were going to find your crystal," but, her voice trembled as she pulled back slightly, holding him at arm's length to inspect him. She searched his face, as if looking for signs of harm or distress. "Are you okay? You look different." Izuku smiled gently, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "I'm fine, Mom. Really, I am. I went through something that changed me. But it's a good change." His mother's eyes softened as she studied him. There was a new calmness in his demeanor, a quiet confidence that had not been there before. It was as if the uncertainty that once clouded his heart had been replaced with clarity and purpose. Her gaze then shifted to the bag at his side, curiosity piqued. "What's in there?" Izuku hesitated for a moment, knowing that what he was about to reveal would mean more to her than any words could convey. Slowly, he reached into the bag and pulled out the lightsaber. The soft blue glow filled the room as he ignited it, the hum of the blade resonating with a sense of quiet power. The light reflected in Inko's eyes, a mixture of awe and understanding washing over her. "Oh my goodness, Izuku," she breathed, her hands flying to her mouth, but not out of fear, out of overwhelming emotion. Tears welled up in her eyes as she looked at the blade, the culmination of her son's journey, and then back at him. "You did it. You really did it." The Padawan nodded, his heart swelling with pride and gratitude. "I built it, Mom. It's called a lightsaber. It's a symbol of what I've become, of the path I'm on now." He paused, searching for the right words to explain the depth of what he had experienced. It's more than just a weapon. It represents everything I've learned, everything I've had to face. And it's also a reminder that I'm never truly alone, that the light will always guide me." Inko's tears spilled over as she took in the sight of her son, standing tall and resolute, the lightsaber casting a serene glow over his face. She reached out to touch his cheek, her hand trembling slightly. "I'm so proud of you, Izuku. You've grown so much, you've become so strong." The green-haired teen's own eyes grew misty at her words. He deactivated the lightsaber, the blade disappearing with a soft hiss, and set it gently on the table. "Mom, there's something I need to tell you." Inko's expression grew serious, sensing the gravity of what he was about to say. She guided him to the couch, where they sat down together. Izuku took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts. "When I was out there, facing all those trials, I thought a lot about what drives me, about what gives me strength. And a lot of that comes from you, Mom. You've always believed in me, even when things were tough, even when others didn't." His mother's eyes widened slightly, and she swallowed hard, the weight of his words settling in her heart. "Izuku, I have something to tell you too. Something I should have told you a long time ago." Izuku looked at her, his heart pounding in his chest. "What is it, Mom?" Inko took a deep breath, her hands trembling as she clasped them in her lap. "When you were younger, when we found out that you were quirkless, I was devastated. Not because I didn't believe in you, but because I felt like I had failed you. I cried so much that night, Izuku. I cried and I begged for forgiveness, not from you, but from myself. I blamed myself for everything, for all the dreams that I thought would never come true for you." Izuku's breath caught in his throat. He had never known the depth of his mother's pain, the guilt she had carried all these years. "Mom, you don't have to apologize for that. You've done nothing but support me, even when things were hard." Inko shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "But I didn't just cry because I felt guilty, Izuku. I cried because I was scared. I was scared that the world wouldn't see you the way I did. I was scared that you wouldn't get the chance to show everyone just how amazing you are. But I never, ever stopped believing in you. I want you to know that." The Padawan's heart swelled with emotion as he listened to his mother's words. He reached out and took her hands in his, squeezing them gently. "I know you did, Mom. I've always known that, and that's what's kept me going, what's given me the strength to keep pushing forward. You believed in me when no one else did, and that means everything to me." Inko let out a shaky breath, a mixture of relief and lingering guilt evident in her eyes. "You've always been my hero, Izuku. Even when you were just a little boy, you were my hero. And now you've become something even greater." He smiled softly, his heart full of love for the woman who had always stood by his side. "I couldn't have done any of this without you, Mom. You're my hero too." They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of their shared memories and experiences hanging in the air between them. The bond between them had always been strong, but in this moment, it felt unbreakable. Inko glanced at the lightsaber on the table, its presence a reminder of the journey her son had undertaken. "You've become so much more than I ever imagined, Izuku. And I know that you're going to keep doing amazing things. You've chosen a path that's not easy, but I believe in you. I always have, and I always will." Izuku's smile widened, and he leaned over to hug his mother tightly. They held each other for a long time, the warmth of their embrace a comforting reminder of the love and support that had always been there, even in the darkest of times. When they finally pulled away, Izuku could see the pride shining in his mother's eyes, and he knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, he wouldn't face them alone. As the evening wore on, they talked more about his journey, about the trials he had faced and the lessons he had learned. Inko listened intently, her heart swelling with pride at the young man her son had become. And as the night drew to a close, she knew with certainty that no matter what the future held, her belief in Izuku would never waver. Izuku glanced at the lightsaber one last time before heading to bed, the soft blue light a symbol of the balance and peace he had found within himself. The Force Awakens. The morning sun filtered gently through the curtains, casting a warm, golden glow over Izuku's room. The emotional exhaustion from the previous night had given way to a quiet, invigorating anticipation. Today was a significant milestone. His mentors, those who had guided him through the trials of the Force, would witness the culmination of his journey. He had crafted his own lightsaber, a tangible symbol of his growth and achievement. Izuku moved with a sense of purpose, preparing for the day. The room seemed to hum with the energy of the Force as the spectral figures of his mentors began to materialize one by one. The first to appear was Anakin Skywalker. His face held a mixture of curiosity and pride, his presence exuding a confidence that matched his reputation. Obi-Wan Kenobi followed, his demeanor calm yet attentive, embodying the wisdom and serenity that had guided Izuku through his trials. Next, Yoda appeared, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and a knowing smile. Luke Skywalker and Leia Organa completed the assembly, their expressions a blend of seriousness and encouragement, reflecting the gravity of the moment. The green-haired Padawan stood before them, holding the lit lightsaber in both hands. The hilt was adorned with intricate designs that reflected his personal journey, a testament to the trials he had faced and the lessons he had learned. As he approached his mentors, he felt a mixture of nervous excitement and profound reverence. Anakin's eyes widened as he beheld the lightsaber in Izuku's hands. The sight of it brought a rare, genuine admiration to his voice. "You've done it, Sparky," he said, a hint of fatherly pride seeping into his tone. "This isn't just impressive, it's a testament to your journey. The craftsmanship isn't merely skillful, it's deeply personal. It's a powerful symbol of your commitment and the path you've walked." Izuku's heart swelled with gratitude. "Thank you, Master Anakin. This journey has been challenging, but every step has taught me so much. Your guidance has been like a beacon, helping me find my way." Obi-Wan stepped closer, his gaze thoughtful as he studied the lightsaber. The weapon, imbued with Izuku's essence, seemed to tell a story of trials and triumphs. "This weapon, Izuku, carries the essence of your struggles and victories. It's not merely a tool, it embodies your growth and the balance you've achieved. Your craftsmanship speaks to the depth of your experiences." The Padawan nodded, recalling the intense moments of his training. The nights of doubt and the internal battles he had faced with Obi-Wan's wisdom guiding him. "I remember those trials, the moments when I struggled, the darkness I had to confront. Your teachings were my anchor. Without your support, masters, I might have faltered." Yoda, observing with his characteristic calm, added his voice, rich with ancient wisdom. "Strong with the Force, you have become. This lightsaber reflects your struggle and triumph. A symbol of your inner strength, it is. Yet, remember, the Force guides you always. Luke's contemplative gaze lingered on the lightsaber, his expression a blend of pride and introspection. You've faced many trials, Izuku, and each one has shaped you into who you are today. This lightsaber is more than a mark of your achievements, it's a testament to the balance you've found within yourself. It reflects your journey and the harmony you've achieved. Leia's presence exuded calm reassurance. Her voice was steady and warm. You've grown not just in your skills but in your understanding of what it means to be a Jedi. This lightsaber symbolizes that growth and the wisdom you've gained along the way. Izuku felt a profound sense of pride as he absorbed their affirmations. The support and guidance you have all provided have been crucial. Each of you has helped me navigate the path I walked, and I've found strength in your teachings. Anakin's expression softened, his pride evident. The path of the Jedi is never easy, Sparky, he said, his tone reminiscent of a father offering advice. But you've embraced the challenges and emerged stronger. This lightsaber is a reflection of that journey. And I must admit, I have a certain fondness for the blue hue. It's a color I'm quite partial to. Yoda's voice carried a gentle firmness. The path ahead, uncertain it may be, but strong with the Force, you are. Trust in yourself and listen always to the guidance of the Force. Face the future with both courage and wisdom. The Padawan's heart was full as he listened to their words. He felt a deep connection to the Force and to the guidance of his mentors. Their encouragement infused him with renewed purpose. Anakin smiled warmly, his pride evident. You've made us all proud. As you continue on your path, remember that rest is also part of the journey. You've pushed yourself hard, and it's important to take time to recover and reflect. Obi-Wan nodded in agreement. Indeed, after such intense trials, a period of rest will help you regain your strength and perspective. Use this time wisely to reflect on your experiences and prepare for the challenges ahead. Yoda's voice was gentle but firm. Rest you must, young Jedi. The path ahead is long and uncertain. Strengthened, you will be, by taking time to heal and reflect. Luke's expression conveyed understanding. The journey of a Jedi is ongoing, and even the most steadfast warriors need time to recover, little brother. Use this time to rest and center yourself. It will serve you well as you continue to face the trials that lie ahead. Leia's gaze was steady and reassuring. We have faith in your ability to balance action with reflection. This period of rest will allow you to come back even stronger. Remember, we are here to support you every step of the way. Izuku felt a renewed sense of purpose and clarity. With a final nod of gratitude to his mentors, the Padawan turned his attention to the path that lay ahead. The coming days of rest and reflection, as advised by his mentors, would prepare him for the new challenges awaiting him. The Force Awakens. The afternoon sun bathed Izuku's living room in a warm, golden glow as it streamed through the windows. The light created a serene and inviting atmosphere, a stark contrast to the intensity of the day's events. After the significant moments earlier that day, Izuku was ready to share his achievement with his friends, Mei and Hitoshi, who had been eagerly awaiting this moment. The pink-haired inventor was already in the living room, her boundless curiosity on full display. She was surrounded by an assortment of gadgets and tools she had brought with her, her excitement palpable as she explored every corner of the room. Hitoshi, on the other hand, was lounging in an armchair with an air of relaxed intrigue. Although he was accustomed to Mei's exuberance, his genuine interest in what Izuku had to show was evident. As the door opened, Izuku stepped into the room with a mix of pride and anticipation. Cradled in his hands was the lightsaber, a stunning embodiment of his journey and personal growth. As he approached his friends, his excitement was barely contained. "Hey, Mei, Shinso," Izuku greeted, trying to sound casual despite the eagerness in his voice. "I've got something really special to show you." The inventor's eyes widened as she caught sight of the object in Izuku's hands. Her gaze was fixed with a mixture of fascination and surprise. "Wow, what is that? It looks incredible." She sprang from the couch, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Is it some kind of new tech or weapon? It's so intricate." The Padawan's cheeks flushed slightly at Mei's enthusiastic reaction. Hitoshi leaned forward, his interest evident. "Yeah, it's definitely something new to me. What does it do?" Izuku took a deep breath, his pride mixing with a hint of nervousness. "It's a lightsaber," It's not just a weapon, it represents a lot of what I've learned and experienced. It's a symbol of my journey and growth. May's eyes sparkled with excitement as she examined the weapon more closely. A lightsaber. That's straight out of a sci-fi movie. The craftsmanship is incredible. Look at the design. It's clear you put a lot of work into this. Izuku's expression softened with warm gratitude. Hitoshi studied the lightsaber thoughtfully, his expression shifting from curiosity to genuine admiration. So, it's a special weapon you crafted. It's clear there's a lot of skill and emotion behind it. The Padawan nodded, his eyes reflecting a sense of accomplishment. Yes, it took a lot of effort. It's not just about the technical aspects, it's about what it means to me. This lightsaber is like my heart. May's curiosity turned into determination. Her eyes twinkled mischievously as she reached out her fingers brushing the lightsaber's hilt. Your heart, huh, that's deep and sappy. I can see why you're proud of it. I'm really impressed. But now I'm itching to take it apart and see how it works. Maybe there's a way to make it more versatile. Izuku's eyes widened in horror. Whoa, May, let's not rush into dismantling it. I'd prefer to keep it intact, at least for now. It's more than just a tool, it's a reminder of everything I've been through. I'd rather not have it disassembled before I even get to use it. Hitoshi, sensing the tension, intervened with a calm but firm tone. Lightly hitting the inventor on the head. Oi, cut it out. We should respect Midoriya's wishes here. It's clear that this weapon has significant meaning for him. Let's not give him a heart attack, okay? The pink-haired teen pouted. Her enthusiasm slightly deflated, but she was still curious. All right, I'll respect that, but you've got to let me study it eventually, okay? I'm just fascinated by the design. The brainwasher groaned exasperatedly, his frustration with May's antics evident. Izuku smiled warmly at his friends. As the afternoon wore on, the three friends reveled in Izuku's achievements and eagerly anticipated the future, their friendship strengthened by their shared experiences and mutual support. A sense of camaraderie settled over the room. The Padawan took a deep breath, his expression thoughtful. You know, I've been thinking a lot about the future. I can't believe we're graduating soon. Next year, I'll be attending Ordera High School. It's the last step before UA. Hi, where All Might went. It's my dream to become a hero like him. May and Hitoshi exchanged a knowing glance, their smiles widening. We're going there too, they said in unison, their voices brimming with excitement and shared ambition. Izuku's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That's amazing. I thought you two were heading in different directions. The brainwasher grinned, a rare spark of enthusiasm breaking through his typically calm demeanor. The world needs more smart heroes and fewer muscle-headed idiots, he declared, his grin widening. And I'm more than ready to step up. The inventor's face lit up with her characteristic enthusiasm. And of course I'll be going to UA too. The support course there is the best, fully equipped and state-of-the-art. It's perfect for someone like me. Her voice brimmed with pride and determination. Izuku felt a surge of happiness at their words. The thought of facing the challenges of the future alongside his friends was incredibly reassuring. Then it's settled, he said, his voice filled with determination. We'll get into UA together and become the best heroes we can be. As the conversation continued, the Force ghosts observed their interactions from the sidelines, their presence unseen and unfelt by the trio. Their approval was palpable, a silent affirmation of the path these young heroes were forging together. Izuku looked at both of his friends, his heart full. Here's to our future, and to all the adventures we'll have. May and Hitoshi raised imaginary glasses, their excitement unmistakable. The future seemed bright and full of promise, and the bonds of friendship that had been forged would carry them through the challenges ahead. The Force Awakens. 2 days later the morning sun cast its warm light over Takoba Municipal Beach. Gentle waves caressed the shore, their soothing rhythm melding with the tranquil sounds of the sea. Izuku stood alongside his mentors, Anakin, Obi-Wan, Yoda, Luke, and Leia, preparing for a training session that promised to be unlike any they had experienced before. The calm of the beach contrasted sharply with the eager anticipation in the air. Today's training would delve into the ancient art of lightsaber combat through a series of Force-enabled visions. The goal was to explore the 7 forms of lightsaber combat, each demonstrated by a distinguished individual from history. With a solemn nod, Yoda raised his hand. The Force responded, causing the serene beach to shimmer and fade into a series of vivid, dynamic scenes from Jedi history. The first vision materialized, thrusting them onto a chaotic battlefield. Jedi Master Sindralig, a figure known for his robust yet straightforward style, stood amidst a sea of battle droids. His lightsaber moved with precise, rhythmic strikes, cutting through the mechanical foes with clear, methodical movements. The Jedi Master was clad in traditional Jedi robes, his expression focused and intense as he demonstrated Shicho, the first and most fundamental lightsaber form. His strikes were straightforward yet effective, emphasizing the basic stances and movements that formed the bedrock of all lightsaber combat. Anakin's voice cut through the scene. Form I. Shicho is the foundation of all lightsaber combat. It's about mastering basic stances and movements. The form is simple, but its principles are crucial for any Jedi. Izuku watched intently, his eyes wide with admiration. The clarity of Master Sindralig's strikes underscored the form's fundamental nature. He absorbed every detail, recognizing how even the most basic techniques could be powerful when executed with precision. The vision shifted to a dimly lit chamber, where Count Dooku, with his aristocratic demeanor and elegant bearing, engaged in a refined duel. Dooku's lightsaber moved with a fluid grace, embodying Makashi, a form designed for one-on-one combat. His movements were characterized by a precise, almost dance-like quality. Dooku, with his distinctive silver hair, in his dark robes and with a calm, calculating expression, demonstrated the form's emphasis on finesse and technique. His strikes and parries were executed with an air of effortless sophistication. Obi-Wan's voice resonated as they observed. Form 2. Makashi is a dueling form, focusing on precision and technique. It's ideal for lightsaber combat against a single opponent. The elegance of Makashi contrasts with the more raw and foundational aspects of Shicho. Izuku observed the sophistication of Dooku's technique with rapt attention, the way he utilized his refined movements to outmaneuver his opponent. However, Master Obi-Wan's next words carried an important caution. Remember, Izuku, Count Dooku was a Sith Lord. His skill in Makashi was formidable, but his use of it was twisted by his dark allegiance. The green-haired Padawan's eyes widened with realization, his respect for the form tempered by the knowledge of its dark practitioner. Despite this, he marveled at the sophistication of Dooku's technique. The form's emphasis on footwork and balance was apparent, demonstrating how a Jedi could use Makashi to gain an advantage in personal combat through skillful maneuvering. Izuku thought deeply about how the form itself wasn't inherently evil, it was the user's intent that mattered. The scene transitioned to a rugged, rocky outcrop where Kanan Jarrus stood resolutely. His lightsaber served as a shield against a relentless barrage of blaster fire. Kanan, with his rugged appearance and determined expression, embodied Sorzu, the third form, known for its defensive nature. Kanan's movements were deliberate and calculated, focusing on enduring and redirecting attacks rather than aggressive counterattacks. His stance was steadfast, creating a nearly impenetrable defense. Yoda's voice guided them through the vision. Form 3. Sorzu, the way of the surface, emphasizes defense and endurance. About outlasting opponents and protecting oneself from harm, it is. Izuku saw how Kanan's calm and measured movements created a robust defense. The form's emphasis on patience and strategic endurance resonated with him, highlighting the importance of defensive skills in prolonged engagements. The scene shifted to a vibrant arena, the ground uneven and scattered with obstacles, where Jedi Master Qui-Gon Jinn engaged in dynamic, acrobatic combat. Qui-Gon, known for his distinctive appearance, had a strong, rugged build, with a beard that added to his wise and experienced demeanor. His dark hair was tied back, and he wore traditional Jedi robes that fluttered with his every movement. Qui-Gon's use of Ataru was a spectacle of speed and aggression. The form, known for its acrobatic nature, was on full display as Qui-Gon leapt high into the air, performing flips and rapid spins with his green lightsaber. His strikes were fast and overwhelming, designed to exploit his opponent's weaknesses through sheer force and agility. Luke's voice provided insight. Form IV. Ataru is the most aggressive form, designed to exploit an opponent's weaknesses through speed and power. It requires both physical and mental agility. Izuku watched in awe, his eyes wide with recognition. He had heard stories of Qui-Gon Jinn, the Jedi who had rescued Master Anakin from Tatooine. Seeing him in action was a revelation that brought him a sense of reverence. The way Qui-Gon used Ataru's speed to control the battlefield was mesmerizing, emphasizing how speed and power could be combined to dominate an opponent. The scene transitioned to a desolate, rocky landscape where Jedi Master Plo Koon engaged in fierce combat. He was a tall and formidable figure and had an appearance that set him apart from other Jedi. His face was orange framed by the distinctive ridges on his head. He wore a traditional Jedi robe with a hood, adding to his imposing presence. What made him particularly recognizable was his respirator mask, which covered his nose and mouth. The mask was essential for his species, the Keldorian, as it helped him breathe in various environments. The mask was sleek, with a slightly metallic sheen, and had a pair of small, circular vents on either side. Plo Koon's combat style exemplified Shin Gemso, characterized by a blend of offense and defense. His powerful strikes were not only decisive but also seamlessly integrated with his defensive maneuvers. As he fought, his lightsaber whirred with precision, deflecting and redirecting attacks with skillful counterattacks that turned his opponent's aggression into opportunities for his own strikes. Leia's voice provided insight. Form V. Shin Gemso is about balancing offense and defense. It's designed to redirect an opponent's attacks and use them against them, making it a highly adaptable form. Izuku was captivated by Plo Koon's commanding presence and adept use of Shin Gemso. The Jedi Master's ability to harmonize defensive moves with powerful counterattacks showcased the form's versatility. The team was particularly struck by how Plo Koon's respirator mask, a crucial element of his alien physiology, did nothing to detract from his effectiveness in combat. Instead, it was a reminder of how a Jedi's unique attributes could be integrated into their combat style, demonstrating the adaptability and resilience required in battle. The vision changed to a serene forest glade where Jedi Master Ki-Adi-Mundi practiced Niemann, also known as the Way of the Rancor. The Serene was a tall, alien Jedi with a distinctive white, cone-shaped head, and large, expressive eyes that gave him an air of calm wisdom. He wore the traditional brown and beige Jedi robes, which flowed elegantly as he moved. Ki-Adi-Mundi's combat style was a graceful dance of balanced movements. Niemann combined elements from all previous forms into a versatile and adaptable style. As he wielded his blue lightsaber, his motions were smooth and fluid, blending offensive and defensive techniques seamlessly. The way he integrated strikes and parries showed a balanced approach that allowed him to adapt to various combat situations. Anakin's voice conveyed the essence of Niemann. Form V. Niemann integrates aspects of all the other forms. It's about balance and versatility, blending techniques to suit different situations. Izuku observed with fascination. The fluid transitions between techniques in Ki-Adi-Mundi's movements highlighted how Niemann's balanced approach could be applied to a range of combat scenarios. The form's adaptability resonated with him, illustrating how blending different techniques could create a well-rounded and effective combat style. The final vision plunged them into a dark and intense duel, where Jedi Master Mace Windu demonstrated Juyo Vapad. Mace Windu was a striking figure, tall and muscular, with dark skin and a deeply focused gaze. His robes were deep purple, complementing the vibrant purple of his lightsaber. Juyo Vapad was the most aggressive and dangerous form, embracing the ferocity of the dark side while maintaining control. Mace Windu's combat was unrelenting, showcasing a form that required mastery over one's emotions. His strikes were fierce and powerful, each movement charged with raw intensity and precision. Yoda's voice carried a weight of caution. Form 7. Juyo, or Vapad, is the most aggressive and dangerous form. It requires mastery over one's emotions and a deep understanding of oneself. Izuku felt a shiver as he watched Mace Windu's combat. The form's potential for darkness and aggression was palpable, highlighting the need for careful control and balance. Windu's use of Juyo Vapad showcased how a Jedi could channel their inner ferocity into a powerful combat style while maintaining the discipline needed to control it. The vision slowly faded, and the tranquil beach of Takoba reappeared. Izuku stood on the sandy shore with a renewed sense of understanding and determination. The insights he had gained from observing the 7 forms of lightsaber combat were profound. He felt a deep connection to the teachings of the Jedi, and his resolve to integrate these lessons into his own training was stronger than ever. "I've learned so much today," he said, gazing at his lightsaber with a mix of awe and resolve. "I feel like I have a clearer understanding of each form and how they can be applied." Anakin Skywalker stepped forward, his expression serious yet encouraging. "Seeing the forms in action is just the beginning. The real challenge is applying them to your own combat style. Each form has its strengths and weaknesses, and your task is to integrate them into your training." Izuku nodded, absorbing Anakin's words. "I'm ready to start training, masters, and make the most of what I've learned." The group moved to a cleared area of the beach, where debris and scrap metal had created a makeshift training ground. The Padawan picked up his lightsaber, igniting the blade with a hum. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm, golden hue over the scene. Izuku's excitement was palpable as he prepared to practice the basic form. Obi-Wan Kenobi approached, his demeanor calm and focused. "Let's begin with Shicho. It's the foundation of lightsaber combat, emphasizing control and precision. Your stance and movements are crucial." Izuku took his stance, his lightsaber held in a basic guard position. His initial attempts were marked by hesitation and clumsiness as he tried to master the basic strikes and parries. The debris scattered around the training area served as targets for him to practice against. Yoda observed from a short distance, nodding with approval as the teen made his first attempts. Patience and persistence, crucial they are. Mastery takes time, and errors, part of the learning process they are. Izuku focused on his movements, adjusting his stance as Obi-Wan demonstrated the correct form. The Jedi Master's fluid motions and precise strikes were a model for Izuku to emulate. He began to find a rhythm, his movements becoming more coordinated as he practiced. Each strike and block improved with repetition, his confidence growing with each successful maneuver. Obi-Wan provided constant feedback, his voice steady and encouraging. "Good. Remember to keep your movements controlled. Shicho is about balance. Don't rush. Let each strike flow naturally." As Izuku practiced, he began to use the debris around him as targets, imagining them as opponents. His strikes were more deliberate now, his control over the lightsaber improving. The makeshift targets, made from scrap metal and broken wood, provided a satisfying challenge as he honed his skills. Yoda's words echoed in his mind, guiding him through the process. "Focus, you must. The Force guides your movements. Trust in it." Hours passed as Izuku continued to train, the sun dipping lower on the horizon, casting long shadows over the beach. The guidance and encouragement from his mentors helped him stay focused and motivated. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of orange and pink, Izuku took a moment to reflect on his progress. He felt more prepared than ever to continue his journey and apply the wisdom he had gained. The Force Awakens. The first days of vacation after Izuku's graduation from junior high brought him to a welcome change to the warehouse. It was March and the area was filled with mechanical remnants and projects, with Izuku's mother, Inko, watching from a nearby chair, her gaze a mix of pride and concern. Mei and Hitoshi were seated at a workbench, the various tools and components forgotten as both watched their friend. Izuku, his lightsaber in training mode, moved purposefully in the center of the warehouse. The droid he and Mei had constructed stood opposite him, its metal frame whirring and clanking as it mimicked combat moves. The hum of the saber cut through the air, its light flashing against the warehouse walls and casting dynamic shadows on the debris-strewn floor. As Izuku executed precise strikes and fluid parries, his focus was intense. He had clearly mastered the basic stances of Form I, Shicho, but a hint of frustration was evident on his face. The droid was no longer a challenge, it was the lack of real-world experience that was hindering his progress. Unseen by Mei and Hitoshi, the Force ghosts, Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Yoda, Luke Skywalker, and Leia Organa, watched from their ethereal realm. Their presence, though invisible, was deeply felt by Izuku through their telepathic connection. As Izuku took a break, panting slightly, he deactivated his lightsaber and turned toward the spectral figures. "Young Midoriya," Obi-Wan's voice resonated in Izuku's mind, tinged with approval, "you've achieved commendable proficiency in Shicho. Your command of the basics is impressive." Anakin, appearing with a rare paternal pride, nodded. You've grasped the fundamentals well. However, it seems you've hit a plateau. To advance, you'll need new challenges. The Padawan, catching his breath, closed his eyes. What should I do next? It feels like I've reached a limit with my current training. The Force ghosts exchanged thoughtful glances. Yoda, with his characteristic wisdom, spoke first. Observe duels through the Force, you should. Learn from the masters of old. Luke, ever optimistic, added, watching great duelists from the past could provide valuable insights into their techniques and strategies. Leia, pragmatic as ever, countered, but would mere observation be enough? Even if he spent years watching the best duelists, it might not translate into practical skills. There's a big difference between observation and actual practice. Anakin's eyes softened with a mix of pride and contemplation. Leia has a point. Observation offers context but doesn't replace the need for hands-on experience. He nudged Leia with a grin. I'm proud of you for suggesting that. Leia smiled warmly at her father's praise. Obi-Wan nodded, his expression thoughtful. Observing through the Force might offer strategic perspectives, but practical training is indispensable. Yoda's ears twitched thoughtfully. Train with others, he must. Give him a new perspective, this will. Izuku's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Others, I hadn't thought of that. It makes sense. He paused, considering the idea. It could provide a new perspective on my techniques, and I might learn Kenjutsu, gaining practical experience while improving my physical conditioning. While Izuku pondered, the ghosts continued discussing the merits of different approaches. Obi-Wan spoke about how traditional training had influenced his combat style, while Luke emphasized adapting various techniques to one's unique strengths. Anakin highlighted the importance of rigorous physical conditioning and mental discipline. Leia, enthusiastic, added, the discipline and focus required in traditional martial arts will help you hone your control and precision with the lightsaber. As Izuku stood in the middle of the warehouse, lost in thought, Mei, Hitoshi, and his mother Inko noticed he hadn't moved for several minutes. Mei looked up from her work, her eyebrows knitting together in concern. Hey, Aruka, are you all right? Mei called out, her voice laced with worry. Hitoshi wiped his hands on a rag and approached, his eyes sharp and observant. You've been standing there for a while. What's going on? Inko, sitting nearby and knitting, glanced up with a concerned expression. Izuku, dear, you seem distracted. Is everything okay? The Padawan turned to face them, a thoughtful look on his face. Actually, I've been thinking. I might have hit a wall with my training. I feel like I've reached a limit that I can't overcome on my own. Maybe I need to train with others to push past it. The pink-haired inventor's eyes widened in understanding. You're talking about real-world experience, aren't you? The brainwasher nodded thoughtfully. It makes sense. Sparring with others will expose you to different fighting styles and techniques. You'll learn things that you can't from just practicing on your own. Inko put down her knitting and stood up, her expression supportive. Izuku, you've always been determined and resourceful. If you think working with others will help, then you should definitely look into it. Maybe there are local martial arts clubs or training groups you could join. Mei's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. I can help you find some options. There are probably some great places around where you can practice with others and get some real combat experience. Hitoshi, ever the practical one, added, and if you're looking for variety, try reaching out to different training centers. They might have instructors who can offer a range of techniques and styles. The Padawan's face brightened at their suggestions. Inko reached out and gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. I'm proud of you for recognizing when you need to seek new challenges. You've always been so dedicated. Mei gave him a thumbs up and Hitoshi offered a rare smile. His eyes sparkled with gratitude and determination. The Force ghosts faded slightly as the warehouse buzzed with collaborative enthusiasm and support. The Force Awakens. After days of searching, Izuku Midoriya finally found a dojo that seemed to meet all his needs. It was located in Maigato, a city an hour away from Musudafu. Excitedly, he read the details of the dojo from the announcement he had found on his phone. The sign-up deadline was the next day, April 20th. His eyes widened in surprise and a touch of panic. He had barely a day to act on this opportunity. Feeling a sense of urgency, Izuku quickly sent a message to Hitoshi Shinso. "Hey, Shinso, I found a dojo that looks perfect for my training. It's in Migato, and the sign-up deadline is tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Moments later, Hitoshi's response came through. "I'm not sure if I can make it tomorrow. We still have 3 years before we need to be at our peak. Maybe we can check it out later. Good luck, though." Izuku smiled at his friend's reply, understanding the perspective but feeling the need to seize the opportunity. He quickly informed his mother of his plans. "Mom, I found a dojo in Migato that I want to check out. I'm leaving tomorrow morning." His mother, though slightly surprised, gave him her blessing. "Be careful, and make sure to keep me updated." He hastily prepared for his journey, packing essentials and making sure his lightsaber was secure in home. With a final glance at his modest apartment in Musudafu, Izuku stepped out and headed to the train station. The trip to Migato was about an hour, and he used the time to mentally review his goals and visualize the training ahead. Upon arriving in Migato, Izuku made his way to the dojo, navigating the bustling city streets with a mix of anticipation and nervousness. The dojo was located in a quieter part of the city, and as he approached, he was struck by the building's traditional Japanese architecture. The wooden exterior, with its intricate carvings and elegant design, stood in contrast to the modern buildings surrounding it. It was a testament to the rich history and respect for martial arts that the dojo embodied. He approached the sliding doors, which were adorned with a simple yet elegant sign reading, "Ojiro Dojo." Taking a deep breath, Izuku pushed the doors open and stepped inside. The interior was a serene and inviting space. The smell of fresh wood and a hint of incense created a calming atmosphere, setting the tone for his visit. As he walked in, he was greeted by a young man with a warm and friendly demeanor. Masharao Ojiro, the son of the dojo's owner, stood before him. Masharao was a tall and well-built individual, his physique honed from years of dedicated training. He had a calm, composed aura, with short dark blonde hair that was neatly styled. His eyes were sharp and focused, reflecting both his discipline and approachable nature. He wore a traditional dojo uniform specially tailored to fit his tail, which added to his authoritative yet approachable appearance. Izuku returned the bow and introduced himself. "Hello, Ojiro. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I'm here to learn more about your dojo and to see if it's the right place for my training. I'm particularly interested in martial arts and kenjutsu." Masharao's eyes lit up with interest. "You've come to the right place. Our dojo specializes in a variety of martial arts, including the one you seek. Let me give you a tour of the facilities." As they walked through the dojo, Masharao explained the various training areas. The main hall was spacious, with polished wooden floors and walls adorned with traditional calligraphy and photographs of past masters. The dojo had a sense of history and reverence, each corner reflecting the dedication and discipline that martial arts required. The tailed team led Izuku to the meditation room, a tranquil space with tatami mats and low wooden benches. This room is used for meditation and mental preparation. It's important to clear your mind and focus before you begin your physical training. The Padawan nodded, taking in the peaceful ambiance of the room. "It's a beautiful space. I can see how it would be helpful for focusing my thoughts and preparing mentally." Next, Masharao showed him the practice areas, including a section dedicated to traditional Japanese swords and practice dummies, which were neatly arranged. He's designed the area designed to facilitate both solo and partner training. "This is where we practice kenjutsu," he explained. "We have various training tools and techniques to help you master the art of the sword." Izuku's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "This is exactly what I've been looking for. I've been training by myself, but I think learning traditional swordplay will complement my skills and provide me with a new perspective." Masharao smiled, clearly pleased with the green-haired teen's enthusiasm. "I'm glad to hear that. We take pride in our training methods and the progress of our students. We'll be happy to help you achieve your goals." As the tour concluded, the tailed team proposed a friendly match to give Izuku a sense of the dojo's training environment. "How about a practice duel? A traditional hand-to-hand combat match. No quirks or special abilities, just a friendly spar to gauge each other's skills." The Padawan agreed eagerly, understanding the importance of testing his abilities. That sounds like a great idea. I'm ready. They moved to the practice area, where a set of tatami mats provided a safe surface for their duel. Both fighters assumed their stances, focusing on each other with determined expressions. The match began with a series of controlled strikes and blocks, each move calculated and precise. Izuku's physical training had given him a solid foundation, and he applied his techniques with skill and agility. Masaru, in turn, demonstrated a fluid and disciplined style, his movements reflecting years of dedicated practice. The duel was intense and engaging, showcasing their mutual respect and skill. Despite his best efforts, Masaru's superior experience and technique began to show. His strikes were more precise, his movements more fluid, and his timing impeccable. Izuku found himself struggling to keep up, each move being met with a counter from Masaru that left him off balance. The intensity of the fight left Izuku breathless, his body feeling the strain of the relentless pace. Masaru, while equally exerted, maintained a calm and composed demeanor. His experience allowed him to predict the Padawan's movements and counter them effectively. With a well-timed combination of strikes and blocks, the dojo heir managed to gain the upper hand. The match ended with Masaru executing a final, decisive move that left Izuku unable to continue. Both combatants stepped back, breathing heavily but with mutual respect. Izuku, though clearly tired, looked at Masaru with admiration. The teen extended a hand with a friendly grin. That was a great match, Midoriya. You've got some impressive moves, but you've still got a lot to learn. Your dedication is evident, though. Izuku accepted the handshake with a smile, his face flushed but filled with satisfaction. Thanks, Ojiro. I really enjoyed the challenge. It was a great test of my skills. Masaru's demeanor softened, and he looked at the Padawan with genuine warmth. You know, I think you're a great person to train with. We should definitely be friends. How about it? Izuku's face brightened with a sense of relief and excitement. I'd like that. I'm looking forward to training here and getting to know you better. As Izuku left the dojo, the sun had begun to set, casting its warm glow over the city. The day's events had filled Izuku with a sense of accomplishment and hope. Finding a dojo that offered both traditional and modern techniques, and making a new friend in the process, was a promising start to this new chapter of his journey. The challenges and opportunities that lay ahead were exciting, and he was eager to embrace them. His heart swelled with anticipation and excitement. Despite losing the friendly match, he felt invigorated by the prospect of learning and growing in the dojo. The experience had been humbling but motivating, reinforcing his determination. With a determined stride, Izuku made his way back to the train station. The path ahead was filled with possibilities, and he was eager to make the most of every opportunity that came his way. As he boarded the train and watched the city of Megiddo fade into the distance, Izuku's thoughts were already focused on the upcoming training sessions and the new skills he would acquire. The summer sun blazed down on Musudafu as Izuku bounded down the stairs of his apartment building, his heart racing with excitement. The midday heat was oppressive, yet the 16-year-old barely noticed. It was the middle of July, and the first semester at Oradera High School had just ended. For Izuku, this meant one thing: the annual Hero Convention in Naruhata, Tokyo. The Padawan had been counting down the days to this event, eagerly awaiting the chance to immerse himself in the world of heroes. The convention was a massive gathering of pro-heroes, aspiring heroes, and enthusiasts from all over Japan. It was a place to learn, network, and be inspired. This year felt especially important, as Izuku had grown significantly both in skill and in spirit. His friends, Hitoshi Shinso and Mei Hatsume, shared in his enthusiasm. However, despite the excitement bubbling within him, a small cloud of sadness lingered over Izuku's heart. His new friend, Masaru Ojiro, wouldn't be able to join them due to obligations at his family's dojo. As Izuku made his way through the bustling streets towards the train station, the reality of how much had changed in the past few months settled in his mind. Masaru had quickly become an integral part of their group. Despite living an hour away, Masaru made the effort to visit Musudafu frequently, often joining them for study sessions and training. His calm demeanor and unwavering sense of justice had earned him a special place in their hearts. A smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he recalled one of their recent training sessions. Masharao had been patient, guiding them through various techniques with a level of expertise that spoke to years of disciplined practice. His dedication to mastering his martial arts and honing his quirk had a profound influence on all of them, pushing them to strive harder. For Izuku, these sessions had become more than just practice, they were moments of growth and camaraderie, where each of them contributed to the other's progress. The most significant change in their dynamic had been the improvement in Hitoshi's physical condition. Mei, ever the relentless engineer, had insisted that Hitoshi join him in training at Masharao's dojo. The brainwasher had initially resisted, preferring to focus on his mental training and quirk control. But the pink-haired inventor's persistence, combined with Ojiro's patient guidance, had paid off. Hitoshi was now noticeably fitter and more agile. Izuku had watched as his friend gradually transformed, his once slouched posture straightening, and his movements becoming more deliberate and confident. The quiet pride Hitoshi took in his progress was evident in the way he carried himself, and Izuku couldn't help but feel a swell of admiration for his friend. Izuku himself had made significant strides in his training as well. The rigorous kenjutsu sessions had greatly improved his lightsaber skills. The discipline and focus required in traditional martial arts had translated well into his Jedi training. His movements were becoming more fluid, his strikes more precise. Every time he ignited his lightsaber, the hum of the blade felt like an extension of his own will, a testament to the countless hours he had devoted to his craft. The combination of physical and mental training was shaping him into a formidable warrior. But beyond the physical, there was a deeper transformation taking place within him, a growing understanding of the balance between light and dark, and the delicate equilibrium he needed to maintain within himself. As he neared the station, the green-haired teen's thoughts shifted to the hero convention. It was more than just an event, it was an opportunity to learn and grow. Izuku's mind buzzed with anticipation, eager to attend the panels and workshops, hoping to gain insights from some of the greatest heroes of their time. There were also rumors of special exhibits showcasing new hero technology and gear, which he knew would be of great interest to Mei. The prospect of seeing All Might, the #1 hero, speak at one of the panels filled him with a mixture of excitement and reverence. Hitoshi had his own reasons for attending. The convention was the perfect place to observe and analyze various heroes and their quirks. Hitoshi's analytical mind thrived in such environments, where he could dissect strategies and abilities, learning from the best to refine his own techniques. Izuku couldn't help but notice how much Hitoshi had changed since they first met. He had come a long way from the quiet, reserved kid Izuku had initially known. Now, his determination to prove himself as a hero was evident in every step he took, and Izuku felt proud to witness his friend's evolution. As Izuku waited on the platform, the hum of the city around him faded into the background, his mind wandering to Masharao once again. He pulled out his phone and typed a quick message to his friend. "Hey Ojiro, we're going to miss you at the convention. Good luck with the dojo stuff. Let's hang out when you have some free time." He hit send and slipped his phone back into his pocket just as the train arrived. The doors slid open with a hiss, and he stepped inside, finding a seat by the window. The train was bustling with activity, filled with people heading to various destinations, their faces a mix of anticipation and fatigue. Moments later, Hitoshi and Mei joined him, both of them radiating excitement. "Can you believe it? The hero convention," the pink-haired inventor exclaimed, practically bouncing in her seat. Her eyes sparkled with an almost childlike glee, and her hands moved animatedly as she spoke. "I've got a whole list of booths and panels I want to check out. And did you hear about the new support gear they're showcasing this year? I can't wait to see it all." Hitoshi chuckled, shaking his head as he leaned back in his seat. "Of course you do, Hatsume. Just remember to pace yourself. We've got all week, and I don't think the vendors will appreciate you dismantling their prototypes on day one." Mei waved a hand dismissively, though a mischievous grin played on her lips. "Hey, I only dismantle things for educational purposes. Besides, this is a chance to learn from the best. Who knows what kind of innovations we might see." Izuku smiled at his friends, feeling a warm sense of camaraderie wash over him. This was what he cherished the most, These moments where they could share their passions, their hopes, and their dreams. It's going to be amazing. I can't wait to see what new gear and tech they'll have this year. And the panels, I really want to hear All Might's speech. I feel like every time I hear him speak, I learn something new about being a hero. As the train rolled on, the trio continued to chat, their excitement building with each passing mile. The cityscape outside the window gradually shifted from the familiar streets of Musudafu to the more densely packed urban sprawl of Tokyo. The towering skyscrapers and neon signs that defined Naruhata Ward came into view, a stark contrast to the quieter suburban neighborhood they had left behind. The Hero Convention awaited them, a place where dreams could be realized and where they could measure just how far they had come on their journey to becoming heroes. But as the train approached their destination, an unsettling feeling began to gnaw at the edges of Izuku's consciousness. He couldn't quite put his finger on it, but there was a sense of foreboding that lingered in the air. It was as if the bright hopes they carried with them were being shadowed by something dark, something hidden beneath the surface of the bustling district they were about to enter. Little did they know, Naruhata Ward held more than just otakus and hero enthusiasts. A dark presence was beginning to stir in the district, its plans years in the making finally starting to unfold. As the train pulled into the station, casting long shadows over their bright hopes, the stage was set for a confrontation that none of them could have anticipated, a test that would challenge not just their skills, but their very resolve as heroes. But for now, they were just three excited teens, eager to see what the convention had in store, unaware of the storm gathering on the horizon. The Force Awakens. The vibrant streets of Naruhata thrummed with energy as the annual Hero Convention drew thousands of enthusiasts, heroes, and hopefuls to the district. The atmosphere was electric, with the buzz of chatter, the hum of excitement, and the bursts of laughter mingling in the air. The towering banners of heroes in dynamic poses, the flashing lights of vendors, and the vivid displays of hero gear all combined to create a sensory overload that was both exhilarating and overwhelming. Among the throngs of excited convention-goers, two figures moved through the crowd with a different kind of energy, one born not of joy but of internal conflict and hidden agendas. Kazuho Hanyama, better known as Pop Step, was a young woman of 19 with a striking presence, even when she wasn't dressed in her usual flamboyant attire. Today, her bright pink hair, typically styled in playful, eye-catching designs, was tied back in a simple ponytail. She had chosen a plain hoodie and jeans for the occasion, but her outward simplicity did little to conceal the storm brewing within her. Her vibrant, expressive eyes, usually full of mischief and life, were now clouded with uncertainty and a deep, pervasive sadness. The crowds around her moved with purpose, eager to dive into the festivities, but Kazuho felt strangely disconnected from it all. The exuberance of the convention seemed almost mocking against the backdrop of her inner turmoil. Her heart was a whirlwind of emotions, fear, longing, confusion, all competing for dominance. She couldn't shake the gnawing anxiety that had settled in her chest, the sense that everything in her life was spiraling out of control. Beside her walked Rokuro Nomura, her manager, and a man whose very presence exuded a carefully crafted image of calm and control. To the casual observer, he seemed the epitome of a supportive, professional manager, guiding his charge through the chaotic sea of fans and vendors. But beneath the surface, Rokuro's mind was alight with anticipation and a dark satisfaction. His plans were unfolding perfectly, the pieces falling into place with a precision that both thrilled and satisfied him. Every step he took beside Kazuho was calculated, every word spoken with intent. "You're doing great, Pop," Rokuro said, his voice smooth and warm, laced with a practiced enthusiasm. He flashed her a smile that, to anyone else, would seem genuinely encouraging. "All of this will pay off soon. You just have to trust me." Kazuho forced a smile in return, but her gaze was distant, her mind a million miles away. She was barely listening to him, her thoughts too tangled up in her own anxieties. Her heart ached with a confusing mix of emotions, not least of which was her secret, unspoken love for Koichi Himawari, the crawler. She had admired him for so long, captivated by his quiet strength, his unwavering determination, and his inherent kindness. Her affection for him had grown into something deep and powerful, something she didn't know how to handle. But the fear of rejection loomed large, a shadow that darkened every hopeful thought. The image of Makoto Tsukauchi, always poised, always perfect, haunted her. Kazuho was terrified that if she confessed her feelings, Koichi would turn away from her, drawn instead to the seemingly perfect Makoto. The thought was almost unbearable, a suffocating dread that made her heart clench painfully in her chest. As they walked through the crowded streets, Kazuho found herself lost in a daydream, imagining a world where she was brave enough to tell Koichi how she felt. But even in her daydreams, the outcome was the same, Koichi turning away from her, his gaze shifting to Makoto, leaving Kazuho standing alone, her heart shattered. Rokuro, ever the opportunist, noticed her distraction. He had long since learned how to read her moods, how to pick up on the slightest change in her demeanor. He seized the opportunity to tighten his grip on her psyche, his voice taking on a soothing, almost hypnotic quality. "You know, Pop," he said, his tone gentle, as if he were offering her a lifeline, "all of this is just the beginning. I know how hard things have been for you, balancing your career, your feelings for Koichi, and the pressures of your public image. But don't worry, I'm here to help you through it." His words were like a comforting blanket, wrapping around her and momentarily easing the tight knot of anxiety in her chest. But beneath that comforting exterior lay something far more sinister. Rokuro had always been a master manipulator, adept at using Kazuho's insecurities to keep her under his control. He knew exactly how to exploit her fears, how to amplify her doubts, all while presenting himself as her greatest ally. As they continued walking, the lively sounds of the convention grew louder, the bright lights and colors intensifying as they approached the main event area. But Kazuho barely noticed any of it. She was too wrapped up in her own thoughts, in the suffocating fear that she was losing control of her life. Every step felt heavy, as if she were trudging through mud, each movement taking more effort than the last. The future seemed like a vast, dark void, and she was standing on the edge, teetering precariously. She couldn't shake the feeling that something momentous was about to happen, something that would change the course of her life forever. But whether it would be for better or worse, she couldn't say. Rokuro, on the other hand, was in his element. The chaos of the convention, the swirl of people, the excitement in the air, it all fueled his own excitement, his own anticipation. He could almost taste the success of his plans, could almost see the culmination of all his careful machinations. The thrill of it all was intoxicating, and he had to work hard to keep his composure, to maintain the mask of the calm, supportive manager. As they neared the convention's entrance, Rokuro leaned in closer to Kazuho, his voice low and conspiratorial. "Just remember, Pop," he murmured, "we're in this together. Trust me, and everything will work out. I've got everything under control." But as Kazuho glanced up at him, something in his words struck a chord of unease within her. She forced herself to smile, to nod in agreement, but deep down, the sense of dread only grew stronger. The cheerful atmosphere of the convention felt increasingly out of place, a veneer over the darkness that was creeping ever closer. The world was about to change, and Kazuho Hanyama wasn't sure if she was ready for what was coming. The Force Awakens. The sun was sinking lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over Naruhata as the streets buzzed with the energy of the hero convention. Izuku moved through the lively crowd, his senses were heightened, alert to the myriads of Force signatures that flowed around him. He marveled at how each person seemed to have a unique aura, a reflection of their inner selves. The convention was more than just a spectacle, it was a rich tapestry of human emotions and aspirations woven together by the Force. His training had deepened his connection to these sensations, allowing him to discern the subtle fluctuations in the energy around him. The excitement of the event filled the air, but beneath the surface, Izuku could sense a darker undercurrent, a tension that prickled at the edges of his awareness. As he navigated through the throngs of people, Izuku's attention was drawn to a pair walking together a short distance ahead. The woman, with her vibrant pink hair tied back, stood out amidst the sea of faces. Beside her walked a man whose presence immediately set Izuku on edge. The Force seemed to recoil from him, as if rejecting his very existence. It was an anomaly, a void in the natural flow of energy that Izuku had never encountered before. The woman's emotional signature was a chaotic storm, swirling with fear, doubt, and an overwhelming sense of dread. Her inner turmoil was almost palpable to Izuku, as if she was carrying a burden too heavy to bear. It was as if her very presence was a magnetic force, pulling him into her emotional struggle. In discrepancy, the man beside her exuded a cold, calculated calm that was deeply unsettling. His aura was disturbingly void, like a black hole that consumed all light and warmth around him, lacking the usual resonance that marked living beings. It was as if he was an anomaly, an artificial creation in the natural flow of the Force. Izuku's instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. The contrast between the woman's vulnerability and the man's eerie composure sent a shiver down his spine. He decided to follow them, keeping a careful distance as they made their way towards a dilapidated building at the edge of the convention area. The structure was a stark difference to the vibrant energy of the surrounding streets. Its worn, crumbling facade suggested years of neglect, standing as a silent sentinel to whatever secrets it held within. Izuku's instincts told him that something important, and potentially dangerous, was about to unfold. The woman hesitated as they reached the entrance, her steps faltering as a wave of apprehension washed over her. But the man was unfazed, guiding her forward with a cold determination. The Padawan felt the force stirring within him, urging him to act. The sense of impending danger was growing stronger with each passing moment. Just as the man pushed the woman toward the darkened doorway, Izuku made his move. In an instant, he was there, placing himself between her and the entrance. "Stop!" His voice cut through the air, firm but calm, as he extended a hand towards the pair. The suddenness of his appearance startled them both, but it was the man who recovered first, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. "And who might you be?" the man asked, his voice dripping with cold disdain. Izuku met his gaze, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. The tension in the air was almost suffocating, but he stood his ground, refusing to be intimidated. "I'm just someone who likes to get involved where he's not wanted," he replied, his voice steady, yet laced with an undercurrent of challenge. Kazuho's eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the teenager. Her gaze seemed to waver for a moment, and for a fleeting moment, her vision betrayed her. The green-haired teen's figure seemed to merge with another. Koichi's face flickered in her sight, creating a disorienting blur between the two. Her heart raced, confusion battling with the terror bubbling within her. Who are you?" she whispered, her voice trembling as she took a step back. Rokuro's lips curled into a sinister grin. "How intriguing. It seems we have an unexpected guest. Unfortunately for you, your interference won't be tolerated." Without warning, the manager lunged at Izuku, his body a blur of motion. The air itself seemed to crackle with the speed of his attack, but Izuku, senses sharpened by the force, reacted instantly. His senses were on high alert as he faced off against Rokuro, who was now on the offensive. Each attack was executed with blistering speed. The air around them crackled with the intensity of their confrontation, and the Padawan's enhanced awareness allowed him to dodge Rokuro's rapid strikes. Yet, despite his skill, he could feel the pressure mounting. The fake manager's speed was unnatural, pushing him to his limits. He sidestepped another blow, narrowly avoiding a fist that would have shattered bone. His heart pounded in his chest. "Run, miss," he shouted, his voice cutting through the chaos. "Get out of here, I'll handle this." Kazuho hesitated, her eyes locked onto the battle. But fear won over, and she nodded shakily. With a swift leap, she used her quirk to propel herself onto a nearby rooftop, the adrenaline surging through her veins. As her feet touched the concrete, she fumbled for her phone, her hands shaking as she dialed Koichi's number. "Koichi, help, please," her voice was barely a whisper, panic lacing every word. Back on the ground, Izuku was momentarily distracted by Kazuho's plea. His focus shifted to her, giving Rokuro the perfect opportunity to exploit the lapse. With a flash of movement, Rokuro unleashed the full power of overclock, his speed accelerating to a nearly imperceptible blur. He struck the Padawan with a force that sent him staggering, a crushing blow that broke through his defenses. Izuku grunted in pain as he was hit, the impact jolting him back. He fought to regain his composure, his mind racing to process the situation. The pain from the hit was sharp, but his determination was sharper. He focused on Rokuro, who was now preparing for another attack, his eyes gleaming with a sinister edge. Above, Kazuho's voice trembled as she pleaded into the phone. "Koichi, Please, it's bad. I don't know what's happening, but Rokuro, he's trying to hurt me and this kid with green hair that came to help me. You have to come now." Her words were rushed, desperate, the fear choking her. "Pop, stay calm, I'm on my way." Koichi's voice was urgent, but it did little to soothe her frayed nerves. On the ground, Izuku's focus remained unbroken, but the strain was starting to show. Rokuro was unrelenting, his attacks coming in a frenzied flurry. Each strike seemed faster than the last, blurring into a cascade of lethal movements. The narrow alleyway reverberated with the sounds of their conflict, the heavy thud of fists cutting through the air, the sharp slap of flesh meeting flesh, and the constant scuffling of feet against the pavement as he maneuvered to dodge each blow. Sweat beaded on his brow, and his muscles ached from the effort of maintaining his defenses. Despite the searing pain from the earlier hit, his resolve did not falter. "Stay calm, focus," he reminded himself, breathing deeply to center his mind. He recalled the teachings of his masters, how they had stressed the importance of restraint. A lightsaber was not a toy to be brandished at every moment of danger, and it was not always the answer to conflict. He knew he had to find another way to subdue his opponent. Rokuro's speed was incredible, nearly overwhelming, and it was clear that the man had a far greater mastery of his quirk than Izuku had over his own abilities. Izuku's training as a Jedi Padawan had taught him to use the Force for defense, for understanding, to protect rather than destroy. Yet, as the fake manager pressed his advantage, Izuku found himself struggling just to stay in the fight. Seeing that his opponent was starting to recover, Rokuro's expression twisted into a predatory grin. "You're quick on your feet, kid, but you can't keep this up forever," he taunted, his voice a low growl. He surged forward again, overclock pushing his body to the brink as he lashed out with a series of rapid punches, each one faster and more precise than the last. To Izuku, the fake manager's movements were a blur, his limbs like streaks of light. He barely had time to react, relying on the Force to guide his instincts and keep him from being overwhelmed. The Padawan ducked under a vicious swing, his body moving in a fluid motion as he twisted away from a follow-up strike. He could feel the air rippling around him from the force of Rokuro's blows. The villain's speed was terrifying, his quirk making it seem as if he existed in a different time frame, a few seconds ahead of everyone else. Izuku's mind raced to keep up, his senses heightened by the Force, yet even with his training, he could feel the gap between them. Rokuro's experience in combat was evident in every move, every feint, and every calculated strike that sought to exploit his defenses. From above, Kazuho's heart clenched with anxiety as she watched the scene play out below her. The pace of the battle was staggering, a chaotic dance of life and death unfolding before her eyes. Her fingers tightened around her phone, desperately willing Koichi to arrive. Could the green-haired younger teen hold his own against an opponent like Rokuro? The sheer intensity of the fight filled her with dread, each passing moment amplifying her fear. Izuku gritted his teeth, his breath coming in controlled bursts as he focused on his breathing, trying to keep calm despite the frantic pace of the fight. He had to stay ahead of Rokuro, had to find a way to disrupt the man's rhythm and create an opening. He pushed the pain from his mind, channeling the Force to keep his reflexes sharp and his perception keen. The danger was mounting, and the stakes were higher than ever. He knew that if he lost focus for even a second, it could mean the end. Rokuro's strikes continued to come, a relentless barrage that left him little room to counter. The alley seemed to shrink around them, the walls closing in as the battle raged on. The Padawan could feel his muscles burning, fatigue starting to creep in, but he couldn't afford to slow down. He had to protect the pink-haired woman, had to buy time until a hero arrived. As he maneuvered through the onslaught, narrowly evading each strike from Rokuro, a memory from his training resurfaced. It was a conversation he once had with Master Anakin during one of their lessons about the intricacies of space travel. They had discussed the mechanics of hyperdrive, a subject that had fascinated Izuku with its blend of physics and mysticism. His master had explained that hyperdrives allowed ships to travel faster than light not by simply increasing speed, but by shifting the ship into an alternate dimension, a hyperspace lane, where the normal rules of time and space didn't apply. In this dimension, the passage of time was altered. To those inside the ship, time seemed to stretch and compress, allowing them to traverse vast distances in what felt like mere moments. Meanwhile, the external universe appeared almost frozen, like a photograph, as if the ship was a stone skipping across the surface of a still pond. The trick, Anakin had said, his voice echoing in Izuku's memory, is not just moving faster. It's about finding a path where the rules are different. In hyperspace, you aren't bound by the normal flow of time and space, you bend it to your will. Izuku's eyes widened as he sidestepped another of Rokuro's attacks, the villain's fist grazing his cheek with the force of a sledgehammer. It clicked into place. Rokuro's quirk wasn't merely about increasing his speed. No, it was more nuanced, more sophisticated. Rokuro was shifting his perception, operating on a plane where time flowed differently for him. Just like a ship in hyperspace, his mind moved so fast that the world around him seemed to slow to a crawl. Rokuro was effectively manipulating his own temporal perception, granting him the illusion of superhuman speed. In essence, he was dipping into a personal kind of dimension, where his thoughts, reflexes, and decisions were accelerated beyond the comprehension of his opponents. To everyone else, he was moving faster than the eye could follow, but to him, each moment stretched out, offering ample time to react and adapt. However, just like with a hyperdrive, there had to be limits. Even the best hyperdrive couldn't stay in hyperspace indefinitely without risk. It required precise navigation and immense energy. If Izuku could understand the rhythm of Rokuro's acceleration, his bursts of time manipulation, then maybe he could find a way to counter it. There would be a pattern, a pause, a moment when Rokuro had to realign his perception with the normal flow of time, even if only for a fraction of a second. Izuku took a deep breath, centering himself as Rokuro lunged again. This time, he focused not on matching Rokuro's speed but on sensing the changes in the force around him, attuning himself to the subtle shifts in Rokuro's presence. He could feel the pull and stretch of time, the way Rokuro dipped into his personal dimension, each movement punctuated by a slight ripple in the force. With newfound clarity, Izuku's movements became more deliberate. He dodged to the left, his body moving almost before Rokuro had decided to strike, catching the villain off guard. For the first time, Rokuro's confident grin faltered, replaced by a flicker of surprise. "Impressive," Rokuro snarled, his voice laced with pain and fury. "But how long can you keep up?" The Padawan's expression was calm, his mind racing with possibilities. He didn't need to be faster than Rokuro, he just needed to be smarter. He just needed to trust the guidance of the Force. Meanwhile, on the rooftop, Kazuho could only watch in horror as the fight below unfolded in a whirlwind of motion. The combatants seemed like blurs, their movements so fast that her eyes struggled to keep up. She saw only the aftermath, the chaotic collision of limbs, the explosive bursts of dust and debris, and the occasional flash of violence. It was as though the world had slowed down for them, while her own senses were trapped in a nightmarish struggle to process what was happening. Her heart raced with fear and helplessness. Each time the green-haired teen narrowly avoided a strike, her breath caught in her throat. The scene was both mesmerizing and terrifying, a dance of skill and power. Kazuho's emotions were a chaotic storm. Terror for the younger teen fighting so valiantly, guilt for her role in dragging him into this peril, and an ever-growing hope that Koichi would arrive before it was too late. Below, Izuku was locked in a relentless battle. Every fiber of his being was focused on dodging Rokuro's relentless onslaught. His body moved with the grace and precision honed through years of training, yet the attacks came with such speed and ferocity that each dodge felt like a heartbeat away from disaster. His mind raced, every second stretched as if time itself were mocking his efforts to keep up. The alleyway was alive with the sounds of their clash, the staccato rhythm of rapid strikes, the heavy thuds of impacts, and the Padawan's strained breaths. With each passing moment, Izuku's strategy became more evident. His movements, once frantic and purely reactive, had taken on a calculated rhythm. He began to time his dodges with impeccable accuracy, his enhanced senses, sharpened through years of rigorous training and his connection to the Force, granting him the clarity needed to anticipate Rokuro's next move. As he adjusted his approach, the dynamic of the battle shifted. His attacks, once sporadic and driven by instinct, now flowed with a deliberate intent. He moved with fluid grace, each strike purposefully aimed to exploit the brief openings left by Rokuro's relentless barrage. The transition was subtle but profound. Izuku's precise strikes began to land, each impact a testament to his growing understanding of Rokuro's quirk and his ability to counter it effectively. From her rooftop perch, Kazuho could see the tide of the battle turning. The previously unstoppable force of Rokuro's assault was being met with a new level of resistance. The green-haired teen's strikes were beginning to break through Rokuro's defenses, the villain's once unyielding form now showing signs of strain. Kazuho's emotions were a turbulent mix of relief and dread. Relief that Izuku was finding his footing in the fight, but dread at the sheer magnitude of the danger they were still facing. As Izuku pressed his advantage, his thoughts were a whirlwind of focus and determination. He was fighting not just for his own survival but for the safety of Kazuho. Each strike was a testament to his commitment to protect and defend. In the midst of this chaotic struggle, Rokuro's frustration was etched deeply into his face, his eyes gleaming with a sinister, almost predatory resolve. A malevolent smirk twisted his lips as he extended his arm, dark energy coalescing around it with a threatening intensity. The arm morphed into a menacing, pulsating bomb, its ominous glow casting a harsh, flickering light in the twilight of the alleyway. Izuku's heart raced, the threat of the bomb clear in his mind. He hesitated for a moment, his thoughts flashing back to the words of his masters. They had taught him to use his lightsaber with care, to wield it only when absolutely necessary. Up until now, Izuku had held back, relying on his agility and the force to evade Rokuro's relentless assaults. But the sight of Rokuro's deadly bomb arm forced a critical shift in his mindset. The imminent danger of a catastrophic explosion left him no room for hesitation. Izuku knew that the only way to prevent a disaster and protect those around him was to act decisively. With a steely resolve, he unsheathed his blue lightsaber, its blade igniting with a brilliant, reassuring glow. Without hesitation, the Padawan swung his lightsaber in a swift, decisive arc, the blade slicing cleanly through Rokuro's arm. The severed limb flew through the air, trailing a streak of malevolent energy before landing a couple of meters away. With a forceful wave of his hand, Izuku used the force to propel the dismembered arm even farther, minimizing the risk of a catastrophic explosion. The ensuing blast was deafening, a roar that reverberated through the alleyway and sent shockwaves cascading through the air. Debris was hurled into the sky, and the ground shook beneath the Padawan's feet. As the dust began to settle, his gaze remained locked on the fake manager. To his astonishment, Rokuro's severed arm was already regenerating with grotesque speed, reassembling itself in a sickening display of resilience. It was as if the villain was impervious to conventional attacks, his quirk defying the natural limits of combat. In the midst of this frenetic scene, Kazuho's mind was awash with a storm of realizations. The ruthless, unearthly nature of Rokuro's quirk was a horrifying revelation, fitting into the vague, ominous warnings Koichi had once shared. She recalled his words about a shadowy figure linked to a series of bombings at the Tokyo Sky Egg. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place with jarring clarity. Rokuro, the man she had trusted as her manager, was the mastermind behind the terror that had gripped Tokyo. The betrayal cut deep, leaving her with a profound sense of dread. Her closest ally had been a facade, a puppet master orchestrating chaos from behind the scenes. Realizing the gravity of the battle before him, Izuku adjusted his strategy. With the lightsaber now in hand, he attacked with relentless precision, his blade carving through the air with a series of rapid, calculated strikes. Each movement was deliberate, aimed at keeping Rokuro off balance and preventing him from mounting an effective counterattack. As the lightsaber clashed against Rokuro's defenses, Izuku noticed a crucial pattern. Rokuro seemed to react with heightened urgency whenever the blade approached his head. This observation granted the Padawan a tactical edge. He began to feint his attacks, making Rokuro believe that his head was the target. With a deft shift, he redirected his strikes toward other vulnerable areas, aiming to wear down the villain's defenses and force him into a corner. The battle transformed into a high-stakes game of wits and endurance, with Izuku leveraging his insights to press the attack while evading the explosive potential of Rokuro's other quirk. "You meddling fool," Rokuro roared, his voice laced with raw frustration. "Why do you have to get in my way?" Izuku, narrowly dodging Rokuro's next ferocious strike, shot back, you're a menace to everyone here. I'm not letting you get away with this." Kazuho watched in a mix of awe and terror as the green-haired teen's weapon sliced through the air, each movement a testament to his skill and determination. The sight was both mesmerizing and frightening, a vivid display of the battle's intensity. Her breath caught in her throat as Rokuro's eyes narrowed with a sudden shift of focus, his gaze momentarily darting toward her. The hostility in his eyes was chilling, a stark reminder that the danger was not confined to Izuku alone. As she grappled with the realization of Rokuro's intent, her phone rang abruptly. It was Koichi. Her fingers trembled as she answered, her voice shaking with urgency. "Koichi, I need your help. Rokuro is the one behind the bombings at the Tokyo Sky Egg." Koichi's voice came through, filled with alarm and determination. "Stay where you are, Pop. We're on our way. Keep yourself safe and stay alert." Kazuho ended the call and refocused on the battle below. Izuku's movements were a blur of agility and precision as he skillfully avoided Rokuro's explosive attacks. The villain's rage was palpable, his eyes burning with a fierce, dangerous light. As the fake manager's furious gaze locked once more on her, it was clear that the battle was reaching a critical juncture, with the fate of everyone involved hanging in the balance. "You have no idea what you've stumbled into," Rokuro sneered, his voice dripping with malevolence. "I had to cover my tracks, keep things under wraps. But now you've forced my hand. It's time to clean up loose ends." The Padawan's heart pounded as he heard Rokuro's sinister words. Desperately trying to keep the villain's attention fixed on him, he shouted, "Leave her out of this. I'm the one you want, so come at me." Fueled by a sudden surge of rage, the fake manager lunged toward Kazuho with a blinding speed, his form a menacing blur against the dim alleyway. Izuku's eyes widened in horror as he saw Rokuro's trajectory. The urgency of the moment ignited within him, and without a second thought, he leapt into action. His heart raced as he calculated the precise moment to strike, knowing that Kazuho's life hung in the balance. With a swift and practiced motion, Izuku swung his lightsaber with unerring precision. The blade blazed through the air, its blue light cutting through the darkness. In an instant, Rokuro's legs were severed in a flash of brilliant energy. The villain's lower limbs fell to the ground, a grotesque display of regenerating flesh. To the Padawan's astonishment, the severed limbs began to reassemble almost immediately, the regeneration process a nightmarish testament to the fake manager's unnatural quirk. Rokuro's growl of frustration echoed through the alley, mingling with the sounds of crumbling debris and distant sirens. Determined not to let Kazuho fall victim to the villain's rampage, the Padawan's resolve hardened. His focus was razor-sharp, and every instinct screamed at him to protect the woman who had unwittingly become a pawn in this deadly game. The panic in the pink-haired woman's eyes, as she desperately tried to maintain her distance from the chaos, fueled his urgency. Before Izuku could take further action, Rokuro, still seething with rage, redirected his focus toward the nearby building. His movement was a blur of efficiency, slipping inside with a predatory grace that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The rapid regeneration of his limbs gave him a formidable edge, and his escape into the building was executed with ruthless precision. Izuku stood frozen for a moment, the weight of the confrontation settling over him. He deactivated his lightsaber, the blade's brilliant light fading to darkness as he took a deep, steadying breath. His gaze shifted away from the now vanished villain and toward Kazuho, who was trembling and visibly shaken. The pavement around them was a battlefield of near destruction, and Izuku knew he needed to ensure her safety. Approaching her with a mix of concern and relief, he asked, "Are you all right?" Kazuho looked up, her eyes reflecting a storm of emotions, fear, gratitude, and a profound sense of vulnerability. Her voice trembled as she replied, I'm okay. Thank you for saving me. I didn't know what to do." The intensity of the moment melted away slightly as Izuku took in her gratitude. He offered a reassuring nod, the weight of their shared experience lingering in the air. Despite the chaos and danger, there was a fleeting moment of connection, a shared understanding of the harrowing reality they faced. Before Izuku could respond, a familiar voice cut through the cacophony of the battle. Koichi, having received Kazuho's distress call, arrived at the scene with an urgent stride. His expression was a blend of deep concern and resolute determination. He quickly moved towards Kazuho, his eyes scanning her for any signs of injury. "Pop, are you all right?" he asked, his voice edged with anxiety. The pink-haired woman managed a reassuring nod, her voice steadier as she replied, "Yes, I'm fine, Koichi." "But you should definitely thank him," she said, gesturing toward Izuku. "He's the one who stopped Rokuro." The man turned to Izuku, his gaze softening with genuine appreciation. "Thank you for your help," he said, a warm smile spreading across his face. "I'm Koichi Himawari. It's nice to finally meet you. I was able to get here quickly, thanks to you holding off Rokuro. If it weren't for you, things could have been much worse." The green-haired teen, still buzzing with adrenaline, couldn't help but express his excitement. "I'm Izuku Midoriya. Wow, your quirk is incredible. I saw you slide in and, wow. I'm so glad you arrived just in time." Koichi's smile widened, clearly pleased by the enthusiasm. "Thanks. I'm here to make sure Pop is safe, and your timing was perfect. I appreciate you keeping Rokuro at bay." Izuku's eyes then landed on the man's jacket, a rare collector's item adorned with All Might's signature. His excitement reached new heights. "Wait, is that an All Might jacket? And it's got an autograph?" Koichi's smile grew even more, a hint of pride in his eyes. "Yep, got it directly from the man himself. Want to see a photo?" He pulled out his phone and showed the teenager a picture of All Might signing the very jacket Koichi wore. The Padawan's eyes widened in awe. "This is amazing. I've read so much about All Might, and to see this jacket in person." Suddenly, Izuku's excitement got the best of him. He bowed deeply, almost in reverence. "Senpai, this is incredible. I can't believe I'm standing here with you." Kazuho, observing the interaction, felt a twinge of embarrassment. The fervor with which Izuku admired Koichi's memorabilia made her feel slightly out of place, as if she were an outsider in this hero-worshipping moment. The green-haired teen continued to enthusiastically discuss the jacket and All Might, his voice animated as he recounted the hero's achievements and trivia. Koichi, equally engaged, shared anecdotes about All Might that only fueled Izuku's excitement further. Meanwhile, back in the building, number 6, previously known as Rokuro, was engulfed in a tempest of fury. His plan, meticulously crafted over months, had been upended by the unexpected intervention of the meddlesome teen. The air was thick with acrid smoke, the stench of burning debris mixing with the palpable anger emanating from the villain. His eyes, once filled with calculated precision, now blazed with unrestrained madness. His rage was almost tangible, an almost visible storm of dark energy swirling around him. He paced furiously among the wreckage, his mind a turbulent maelstrom of shattered ambitions and vengeful schemes. Each step he took seemed to echo with the weight of his mounting desperation. The Queen Bee, once a critical component of his scheme and intended to be unleashed upon Kazuho, lay before him in a twisted heap. Number 6 had planned to use the living quirk to further his nefarious goals, but now it was useless. The villain's eyes narrowed into slits of cold fury as he threw it to the floor. With a snarl of frustration, he stomped over the living quirk. He couldn't afford any loose ends, and the Queen Bee's failure was an intolerable setback. He unleashed a burst of destructive energy, obliterating what remained of it with a final, violent explosion. The blast scattered debris and sent a cloud of acrid smoke billowing through the air. The flames that followed quickly consumed the device's remnants, reducing them to cinders. The basement was a macabre tableau of violence and despair. Bodies, twisted and contorted in their final moments, lay scattered across the floor. The once pristine space now resembled a battlefield of the damned, with pools of blood mingling with the wreckage of shattered lives. The cold, metallic scent of blood hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the horrors that had unfolded within these walls. With a sneer of derision, the villain began to manipulate his form, his body shifting grotesquely as he morphed into a perfect replica of one of the lifeless bodies sprawled in the basement. His eyes, once cold and calculating, now flickered with a malevolent satisfaction. This was more than just a tactical maneuver, it was a perverse display of his control over life and death, an assertion of his dominion over the chaos he had wrought. As he prepared to make his escape, Rokuro set fire to the building with a flick of his hand. The flames roared to life with a voracious hunger, spreading rapidly through the weakened structure. The fire licked at the walls and ceilings, painting the interior with a hellish glow. The heat intensified, warping the air and casting eerie, dancing shadows on the walls. The building, already battered and bruised from the earlier chaos, was now being consumed by the inferno. The crackling of flames and the groaning of collapsing beams created a cacophony of destruction. The once sturdy construction succumbed to the blaze, its structure crumbling under the relentless assault of the fire. Number 6, shrouded in the guise of his latest victim, slipped out through the back door. The thick smoke and billowing flames obscured his escape, the oppressive heat a testament to the intensity of his wrath. As he vanished into the night, the building continued to burn, the inferno erasing any trace of his presence. The destruction marked the end of his latest plot, but it was clear that this was only a chapter in a much larger, more sinister narrative. His actions left a trail of devastation, and the smoke and flames that obscured his departure were a grim reminder of the threat he posed. The true extent of his depravity and the scale of the danger he represented loomed ominously, casting a long, dark shadow over the future. Number 6, a new hideout was nothing more than an abandoned warehouse, tucked away in the industrial district of Naruhata. It was a place forgotten by time and the city's bustling life. The building's exterior was crumbling, with rusted metal beams protruding like skeletal fingers from the cracked concrete walls. Inside, it was a maze of darkened corridors, filled with the stench of mold and rot. Piles of discarded machinery littered the floor, their once shiny surfaces now corroded and covered in dust. The air was thick and heavy, almost suffocating, as if the walls themselves held the memories of all the illicit activities that had once taken place here. In the center of this decrepit labyrinth, Number 6 had set up his command post. Flickering fluorescent lights barely illuminated the small area he had cleared, casting long, eerie shadows. A makeshift table was covered with maps, stolen police reports, and photographs of his targets, Koichi, Kazuho, and the new annoyance, Izuku. On one wall, a crude map of Naruhata was marked with red X's, each one signifying a potential target or a site of past destruction. In the dim light, Number 6's eyes glinted with malevolence as he surveyed his plans. He was meticulous, obsessively going over every detail, every possible scenario. He moved with the precision of a predator, his footsteps barely audible against the concrete floor. In the corner of his hideout, the faint morning light filtering through the broken windows barely illuminated his face, twisted with a mix of anger and grim satisfaction. He stood in front of a shattered mirror, his reflection barely visible, and the illusion of his master, a clock, appeared beside him. The specter wore a perpetual frown, his eyes cold and unyielding. "Your initial plan has failed," the hallucination of a clock said, his voice echoing through the empty space, as cold as the winter wind that howled outside. "Now you must find another way to accomplish your mission. But first, you need to eliminate all evidence of your actions in the villain factory." Number 6's lips curled into a maniacal grin, his eyes narrowing with a dangerous glint. "A visit to the Naruhata police station should take care of that," he muttered, more to himself than to the phantom of his mind. His reflection in the broken glass twisted into a ghastly smile. Without another word, he morphed his appearance into that of a nondescript woman. His skin rippled and shifted, his features molding into something ordinary and forgettable. In this guise, he would be able to move through the city unseen, just another face in the crowd. He slipped out of his hideout, moving like a shadow through the alleyways, his heart pounding with the thrill of what he was about to do. The police station was a bustling center of activity, a hub for law enforcement that teemed with officers and staff. To Number 6, it was a den of complacency, filled with men and women who thought themselves untouchable behind their walls and badges. He stood outside for a moment, his eyes scanning the facade, noting the reinforced doors and the surveillance cameras. None of it mattered. He had prepared for this. With a deep breath, he stepped inside, assuming the guise of a tired woman in her mid-30s, her face lined with the stress of a long day. He blended into the throng of people moving through the entrance, his steps unremarkable, his presence unnoticed. Inside, the station was a hive of activity. Officers moved about, discussing cases, sipping coffee, and shuffling paperwork. The hum of chatter and the rustling of papers filled the air, a constant background noise that made the perfect cover for someone with ill intentions. Number 6 moved with purpose, his eyes scanning the room, cataloging every detail. He noted the positions of the security cameras, the locations of exits, and the flow of people. His target was the records room, tucked away at the back of the building. He made his way through the corridors, his footsteps quiet and measured. The station's design was familiar to him. He had studied it in detail, memorizing every turn, every doorway. He passed by the busy offices and interrogation rooms, his heart beating steadily in his chest. As he approached the records room, he adjusted his posture, adopting the weary stance of a clerical worker on a mundane errand. The door to the records room was ajar, and he slipped inside without hesitation. Rows upon rows of shelves stretched out before him, filled with files and folders, the accumulated knowledge of years of police work. The room was dimly lit, the only light coming from a single fluorescent bulb hanging from the ceiling. He moved quickly, his fingers brushing against the files as he scanned the labels. He found what he was looking for, the section dedicated to ongoing investigations. The files here were thick, filled with reports, witness statements, and evidence. He pulled out every document related to his operations, his movements swift and efficient. His fingers brushed against a particularly thick file, and he pulled it out, his eyes gleaming with triumph. This was the evidence that could link him to the villain factory, to the chaos he had sown in Naruhata. As he flipped through the pages, his eyes narrowed, taking in the details. They knew more than he had anticipated. There were photographs, names, even connections he hadn't realized had been traced back to him. Almost there, he whispered, his voice a hiss in the quiet room. His fingers moved deftly, pulling more files, stuffing them into a large satchel he had brought along. The evidence had to be destroyed, every last trace of it. As he continued his search, he noticed a lone document lying on an empty desk. His heart skipped a beat. This was it, the last piece of evidence. He reached for it, but a voice cut through the silence. "Can I help you?" Detective Eizo Tanuma stood in the doorway, his sharp eyes narrowing with suspicion. His hand hovered near his hip, where his service weapon was holstered. Number 6, maintaining his disguise, turned to face the detective. "I've been sent to collect this report," he said, his voice calm and feminine. "It's urgent." Eizo's gaze didn't waver, his eyes narrowing further. He took a step into the room, his hand now resting on the butt of his gun. "I don't recognize you. What department are you from?" The air in the room grew tense, the silence stretching like a taut wire. Number 6, a mind raced. His disguise had failed to fool the detective, and he needed to act quickly. He let out a derisive laugh, a sound that echoed through the room, chilling the air. Before the detective could react, Number 6 activated his overclock quirk. In an instant, everything around him slowed to a crawl. Eizo's eyes widened in surprise, his hand moving towards his weapon, but it was too late. Number 6 was already in motion. He moved with inhuman speed, crossing the room in the blink of an eye. His hand reached out, grabbing the detective by the throat, lifting him off the ground. The detective's eyes bulged with shock and fear as he struggled to breathe. "You should have stayed out of my way," Number 6 hissed, his voice dripping with malice. He tightened his grip, feeling the life drain from the detective's body. Eizo's struggles grew weaker, his eyes rolling back in his head. Satisfied that the detective was incapacitated, Number 6 released his grip, letting the detective's limp body drop to the floor. He turned his attention back to the documents, his fingers working quickly to gather them up. He knew he had only moments before someone would come looking for the detective. He had to move fast. As he finished gathering the files, he started planting a series of timed charges throughout the room. He set them to go off in a matter of seconds, just enough time for him to slip out unnoticed. The small devices blinked with a faint red light, their timers counting down. He slipped out of the records room, blending back into the throng of people moving through the station. He moved quickly, his eyes scanning the faces of the officers around him. None of them paid him any attention, their minds occupied with their own tasks. He made his way to the exit, his heart pounding with anticipation. The blast was like a thunderclap, deafening and catastrophic. Flames roared to life, hungrily devouring everything in their path. Papers were incinerated, walls crumbled, and bodies were thrown like ragdolls by the force of the explosion. Blood splattered against the remaining walls, and the air was filled with the acrid stench of smoke and burning flesh. The shockwave shattered windows, sending shards of glass raining down like deadly hail. The destruction was total, the once bustling station now a scene of carnage. As the dust settled, Number 6 glanced around, his eyes cold and calculating, ensuring that all the documents were obliterated. A satisfied smirk played on his lips as he surveyed the chaos he had unleashed. The evidence was gone, reduced to ash and twisted metal. He slipped into the shadows, his form blending seamlessly with the darkness. He made his way to a nearby alley, where he could regroup and plan his next move. The explosion had created the perfect distraction, drawing the attention of both heroes and civilians alike. Sirens wailed in the distance, growing louder as emergency responders rushed to the scene. In the safety of the shadows, the hallucination of a clock reappeared before him, its form flickering like a candle in the wind. The villain's eyes were wide with a manic, frenzied energy, his lips stretched into a grin that bordered on the deranged. The phantom hero's face was impassive, its voice echoing in the darkened alleyway. "You did well, Number 6, the hallucination said, its tone as cold as the grave. But this is only the beginning. You must remain vigilant and adaptable. Our enemies are cunning and resourceful." The villain nodded fervently, his movements sharp and jittery, like a marionette on a string. "This is just the first step, Master," he said, his voice trembling with excitement and malice. His eyes burned with malevolence, pupils dilated to pinpricks. "In 3 days, Koichi, Kazuho, and that annoying green-haired brat will be dead. This is my promise." "Good," the specter of a clock said, his voice fading like smoke, wrapping around Number 6 like a dark mist. "You've already destroyed all the evidence that could lead back to us, like those files on the Tokyo Sky Egg incident. Now, you must focus on sowing chaos, on breaking their spirits. They need to feel that they have no hope." Number 6 grinned, a twisted expression that revealed the depths of his insanity. "Yes, I have wiped my tracks clean. The files are gone, the witnesses silenced. There's nothing left to connect me to those events. Koichi and the others will never see what's coming." The hallucination's voice grew colder, more insistent. "Koichi is resourceful, but he has weaknesses. Exploit them. Use his connections against him. He cares for those around him. Use that to your advantage." "Koichi thinks he's safe," the villain sneered, his voice filled with venom. "He believes he's protected his little circle of friends. But I've been watching, waiting. I'll strike when he least expects it, and I'll bring his whole world crashing down around him." The hallucination of a clock seemed to nod approvingly, its presence growing fainter, yet its influence on Number 6's mind remained as strong as ever. "Forget using Pop Step directly. That might tip him off. You need to strike at their heart, the city itself. Break them physically, yes, but more importantly, break them spiritually. Make them question their purpose, their strength. Make them realize that they're not heroes, just powerless pretenders." Number 6's eyes lit up with a dark, sadistic idea. "Yes, I'll unleash hell upon the city. I'll cause so much chaos, so much pain, that the heroes will be paralyzed by their own despair. They'll have to watch, helpless, as innocent lives are snuffed out one by one. I'll make them feel the true weight of their own uselessness." He could already see it. Civilians fleeing in terror, their screams echoing off the burning buildings. The heroes would arrive, frantic and desperate, only to find themselves outmatched, overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the destruction. They would scramble to save lives, only to fail again and again, their confidence shattered. The villain's grin widened, his heart pounding with the thrill of his envisioned chaos. "This is just the beginning," he whispered to himself, his voice laced with a chilling resolve. "The city will burn, the heroes will break, and I will be the one standing over their ashes." As the night enveloped Naruhata, Number 6 faded into the darkness like a phantom, a harbinger of the chaos to come. The countdown had begun, and with it, the final act of his twisted plan to break the spirits of the heroes and leave the city in ruins. The Force Awakens. The festival grounds in Naruhata were a vibrant tapestry of excitement and activity, alive with the pulse of the annual hero convention. Stalls were adorned with colorful banners, food stands sizzled with mouthwatering aromas, and the air crackled with the sounds of laughter, chatter, and the occasional cheer. Children darted between attractions, their faces illuminated with pure joy, while adults meandered through booths displaying the latest in hero merchandise and support gear. In the heart of this bustling carnival, Izuku, Mei, and Hitoshi found themselves amidst the sea of festival-goers. The trio had managed to find each other near a booth showcasing the newest innovations in hero support equipment. Mei's pink hair bobbed animatedly as she scanned the crowd, her eyes catching sight of Izuku. She rushed over, her voice, full of exasperated cheerfulness, cutting through the festival's din with a blend of relief and annoyance. "Aruka," she called out, her face brightening with both excitement and frustration. "Where were you yesterday? I had a groundbreaking new invention to show you." Hitoshi, standing beside Mei with a casual but observant stance, had his hands in his pockets. He wore an unamused expression, his brows furrowed in concern. "You didn't answer any of our calls or messages. What happened?" His voice was calm, yet it carried a note of genuine worry. Izuku scratched the back of his head, a sheepish smile tugging at his lips. "I'm really sorry, guys. I got caught up in something unexpected." His expression grew serious as he began to recount the previous afternoon's events. "I had this weird feeling that something was off, so I followed it. I ended up trailing a suspicious figure to an abandoned building. It turns out the guy was a villain planning something big." Mei's eyes widened with curiosity. "So you were fighting to save someone?" Izuku nodded. The festival's vibrant colors seemed to dim slightly as he continued. "Yes, but it was a bit more complicated. The villain had a twisted plan involving a girl named Kazuho. I didn't know her name at the time, but he made it clear he wanted to use her as a means to an end. During our fight, he said he needed to silence her, and he tried to kill her. I managed to stop him from doing that, but he escaped into the building." Hitoshi's expression shifted from concern to intense interest. He was targeting her specifically. Izuku's eyes narrowed as he recalled the battle. "Yeah, I don't know what his full plan was with her, but he seemed intent on causing as much chaos and confusion as possible. After I stopped him from killing Kazuho, he fled, and I spent the rest of the night with the Crawler, a local vigilante, discussing the threat, and then we ended talking about All Might." Mei's eyes widened, her excitement and disbelief almost palpable. "Wait, you mean you were talking about All Might with a brawler? An actual brawler?" Hitoshi shook his head, a smirk tugging at his lips. "So you went from fighting a dangerous villain to discussing hero lore with a vigilante who's practically a fanboy. That's quite the detour." Izuku scratched the back of his head, chuckling nervously. "Yeah, it sounds kind of crazy when you put it that way. We started off serious, but talking with someone who's as passionate about heroes as he is, it kind of just shifted into a conversation about All Might." Mei raised an eyebrow, her voice tinged with disbelief. "You went from almost getting a girl killed to talking hero fan theories. What kind of conversation is that?" Hitoshi folded his arms, trying to suppress a grin. "So, you're telling me that in the middle of a high-stakes situation, you end up bonding over All Might with a guy who, let's be honest, sounds like a hero geek?" Izuku nodded, a sheepish smile on his face. "Pretty much. It was intense, but also kind of refreshing. The Crawler and I ended up discussing All Might's legacy and what it means to be a hero. It was like meeting another superfan who also wants to be a hero." Mei's expression softened, though she still looked skeptical. "And the girl, is she okay?" Izuku's tone became serious again. "Yeah, she's all right. I made sure she was safe before leaving. But the villain's actions have me worried. He's clearly planning something big, and I can't shake this suspicious feeling." Hitoshi nodded in agreement, a hint of concern in his voice. "We'll stay vigilant. Just try to keep us updated and don't let us get caught off guard again." Mei clapped her hands together, her face brightening with determination. "Exactly. And for now, let's enjoy the festival. We could use a bit of normalcy after all this." As they strolled deeper into the festival grounds, the vibrant atmosphere enveloped them, musical performances filled the air with upbeat tunes, game booths rang with the sounds of excitement, and the cheerful murmur of festival-goers created a lively backdrop. Unseen by the bustling crowd, the Force ghosts of Luke Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Anakin Skywalker, Leia Organa and Yoda floated gently through the scene, their ethereal forms casting faint glows. Luke's gaze swept over the colorful chaos, his expression a mix of nostalgia and bemusement. I still can't quite get used to this. Being here but not really being here, it's a strange feeling. Obi-Wan, arms crossed and brows furrowed in contemplation, glanced at his former Padawan with a hint of disapproval. It appears your reckless tendencies have influenced Izuku more than you realize. Anakin shrugged nonchalantly, a wry smile playing at the corner of his mouth. He saved the girl and managed to win the fight. Isn't that what truly matters? Leia, her presence exuding a blend of authority and compassion, added thoughtfully, sometimes the immediate victory isn't the only thing that counts. Leadership also involves guiding others through the aftermath and helping them learn from their experiences. Yoda, tapping his cane with thoughtful deliberation, offered his perspective with his characteristic wisdom. Innate, this quality is in young Midoriya. Even if another had trained him, the same he would act. Suppressing it, the worst we could do. The Jedi Order, bound by tedious procedures, was a reason for its fall, that was. Izuku, sensing their presence and the gravity of their discussion, paused momentarily. He sent a mental apology, his voice filled with sincerity. I'm sorry, Masters, I'll be more cautious. Luke's spectral form shimmered with a soft glow of understanding. It's not about erasing your instincts, Izuku. It's about balancing them with wisdom. Obi-Wan's gaze softened, though his tone remained firm. And ensuring that your actions don't lead to unnecessary risks. Being a hero means not only acting but also thinking ahead. Anakin, his demeanor a mix of encouragement and nonchalance, added, You've got the heart of a hero. Just remember, sometimes playing it smart can make all the difference. Leia's voice took on a tone of practical advice. Every action you take sends ripples through the world around you. It's important to recognize the impact of your decisions and to plan for both the expected and unexpected outcomes. Yoda's eyes, ancient and wise, locked onto Izuku with a profound intensity. Suppressing what you are, not wise it is. Each person, their path must walk, their nature embrace. Izuku, like the Force, a balance must find. Deny his true self, he could not. Strength and flaw, part of his journey they are. Suppress him, like stifling a flame it is. Only in embracing who you are, truly grow can you. Leia nodded in agreement, her presence carrying the weight of her leadership experience. Embrace your strengths and weaknesses. Learn from them, and use them to guide you. True leadership is about understanding and adapting, not just commanding or controlling. Izuku absorbed their guidance, the weight of their words mingling with the vibrant festival around him. As they continued their walk through the festival, the lively ambiance contrasted sharply with the profound lessons being imparted. The festival's energy, filled with laughter and celebration, served as a bright backdrop to the wisdom of the Force ghosts, highlighting the balance Izuku needed to find between action and contemplation in his journey. The scent of sizzling food mingled with the lively chatter and music that permeated the festival grounds, creating an atmosphere of pure joy. They stumbled upon Koichi and Kazuho near a bustling food stall. The vigilante's face lit up as he saw Izuku. Hey, Midoriya, fancy seeing you here. Izuku's face broke into a broad smile, feeling a surge of camaraderie. Koichi, hey Nyama, these are my friends Mei and Shinso. Mei gave a cheerful wave. Nice to meet you. Are you guys having fun? This place is amazing. Kazuho nodded, her eyes crinkling with a smile. Yeah, we were just about to try some of the takoyaki here. Want to join us? Absolutely, Izuku said, already feeling his stomach rumble at the delicious smells wafting from the stall. I've heard it's the best in the whole festival. The introductions were casual yet heartfelt, as the group naturally fell into an easy rhythm. There was something about the festival's atmosphere that stripped away formalities and allowed connections to form quickly. As they wandered together, trying their hand at various games, their laughter echoed through the lively streets. Come on, Koichi, I've seen you in action, you've got to be able to knock over those bottles. Kazuho teased, pointing at a booth with a pile of plushies as prizes. Koichi rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Hey, you'd think, right. Let's see what I can do. He threw the ball, only for it to bounce off the bottles without even wobbling them. The group burst into laughter, Koichi joining in with a shrug. Guess I'm better at hero work than carnival games. The joy of shared experiences was palpable, as they teased each other over failed attempts at winning plushies and sampled the diverse array of food stalls that lined the path. May marveled at the mechanical workings of some of the game booths, her eyes sparkling with ideas. These are so cool. I bet I could improve the shooting mechanisms to make them more precise, she mused aloud. Hitoshi chuckled. Leave it to Hatsume to find a way to make carnival games even more high-tech. May grinned, not one to deny her passion. Hey, everything can use a little upgrade. Imagine a plushy shooting game where the targets move in complex patterns, keeping everyone on their toes. Izuku, clearly enjoying himself, added, and you'd probably add some kind of laser tracking, right? To make sure the aim is perfect. Exactly. May clapped her hands together. You get me, Aruka. From their ethereal plane, Anakin Skywalker, who had been quietly observing, couldn't help but laugh. Modifying carnival games to be more challenging. Now that's my kind of thinking. She's got the right idea. Who wants things to be easy anyway? Obi-Wan Kenobi glanced at him, a mix of amusement and exasperation on his face. Anakin, not everything needs to be turned into a test of skill and reflex. Sometimes, simplicity and enjoyment are enough. Anakin shrugged with a smirk. Maybe, but where's the fun in that? I'd take on a challenge over a simple game any day. May's got the right spirit, always looking to make things more interesting. Koichi and Kazuho, comfortable in each other's presence, found themselves gradually opening up to their new friends, their barriers lowering with every shared joke and playful nudge. As dusk approached, the festival's vibrant lights bathed them in a warm, enchanting glow, heightening the magic of the evening. The sight of the festival under the setting sun, with lanterns beginning to flicker on and the sky awash in purples and oranges, was nothing short of mesmerizing. It was in this serene moment that Izuku's eyes caught a poster announcing that several heroes would be making an appearance on the 5th day of the festival. Look, guys, we should definitely be here for that. The idea sparked immediate interest. May's eyes gleamed with excitement. Absolutely, meeting some of them would be amazing, she exclaimed, practically bouncing on her toes. Maybe we could even get some tips, Koichi added, thinking about his own journey as a hero. Or at least some autographs, Kazuho said with a shy smile, her fingers tracing the edges of her camera. I'd love to get some photos. Izuku, always observant, couldn't help but notice the way Kazuho occasionally stole glances at Koichi. Her expression was a mix of longing and apprehension, as if she was wrestling with something deep inside. During a moment when they were slightly apart from the others, Izuku leaned in and whispered to her, "Have you told Koichi how you feel yet?" Kazuho's face flushed a deep red, and she lightly smacked him on the head. "Midoriya, that's none of your business," she hissed, her embarrassment all too evident. Izuku chuckled, not unkindly. "I'm just saying, he's a good guy, and you deserve to be happy." Leia, watching from her ethereal vantage, shook her head with a gentle smile. "You have much to learn about subtlety, young one," she murmured, her voice carrying wisdom and amusement. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden hue over the festival grounds, the group found a spot to sit and watch a live performance. The music was lively, and the performers dazzled the audience with their talents, their energy infectious. Izuku couldn't help but feel a profound sense of gratitude as he looked around at his friends. There was something deeply comforting about these moments, moments filled with laughter, shared excitement, and the simple joy of being together. It reminded him of why he fought so hard, not just for himself, but for the people he cared about and the world he wanted to protect. The festival lights began to twinkle as night fully descended, adding an extra touch of enchantment to the evening. Izuku, Mei, Hitoshi, Koichi, and Kazuho sat together, their earlier laughter giving way to a comfortable silence as they watched the performance. The shared experience of the day had forged a bond between them, one that felt natural and unforced, as if they had known each other far longer than just an evening. Izuku glanced at Kazuho, who was still blushing slightly from his earlier comment. He offered her an encouraging smile, hoping she would find the courage to speak her heart. Kazuho caught his supportive look and sighed softly, her resolve wavering but not yet broken. Maybe, just maybe, she would muster the nerve to talk to Koichi soon. For now, she was content to enjoy the moment, surrounded by friends and the joyous energy of the festival. As the performers took the stage for the final act, the group cheered and clapped, fully immersed in the festive spirit. Izuku couldn't shake the feeling that this was the calm before the storm, but he pushed the thought aside, determined to savor the time he had with his friends. The music and the collective cheer of the crowd created a moment of peace that felt both precious and fleeting. "Hey, we should do this more often," Koichi said suddenly, his voice carrying a note of sincerity. "Hanging out like this, it's nice. Reminds me that there's more to life than just fighting villains." "Agreed," Hitoshi said, his voice steady. "It's good to remember what we're training for." Mei nodded enthusiastically. "Next time, let's have a picnic. I'll bring gadgets and we can test out new hero tech." "Count me in," Kazuho said softly, glancing at Koichi, her earlier tension melting away in the warmth of the moment. Izuku smiled, feeling the weight of the Force Ghost's words. These bonds, the friendships they were building, would indeed be their strength. In this moment, surrounded by friends and the festive lights, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. In the ethereal plane, the Force Ghosts exchanged knowing glances. Yoda, with his infinite wisdom, sensed the turbulent times ahead. Enjoy these moments, they must. Strength from them, they will draw. Leia's gaze softened as she added, these bonds are more than they appear. They will be a beacon in the dark times to come. As the night wore on and the festival reached its peak, the group decided to head back, their spirits high and their hearts full. They made plans to meet again the next day, eager to continue their adventures together. The festival lights flickered softly behind them, casting a warm glow on the departing friends. Their laughter and chatter mingled with the fading echoes of the festival, marking the end of a day filled with joy and the promise of future challenges. In that shared moment, amidst the festive lights and the lively music, the foundation of a deep and enduring friendship was laid. The connections forged on this magical evening would stand strong against the trials that lay ahead, providing each of them with the strength and support they would need in the battle to come. The Force Awakens. The warehouse was a sprawling expanse of shadow and disarray, its dim lighting casting eerie shapes across the cluttered interior. The air was thick with the pungent smell of old oil and rust, mingling with the dust that danced in the rare beams of moonlight that penetrated the cracked, grimy windows. The metal shelves, bowed under the weight of forgotten tools and boxes, were coated in a layer of dust and grime, their surfaces marked with years of neglect. The walls were a chaotic canvas of scribbled maps and hastily drawn diagrams, the centerpiece being a large, tattered map of Naruhata. Pins and strings crisscrossed the map, tracing the erratic movements of Number 6 and documenting the upheaval that had gripped the city. It was a stark representation of the mounting chaos and danger. Soga Kugasaki leaned against a stack of crates, his amber eyes scanning the room with a mixture of curiosity and impatience. His tousled turquoise hair fell over his forehead, and the scar on his left cheek added a rugged edge to his otherwise youthful appearance. Dressed in a weathered leather jacket, Soga exuded both confidence and a weariness that suggested a long history of battles and struggles. Beside him stood Rapt and Mayuru, each contributing their own unique energy to the scene. Rapt Tokage, short and lean with a wiry build, was a figure with a quirk that gave him a reptilian appearance. His dark green skin and scaled texture resembled that of a lizard, and his sharp, yellow eyes gleamed with a predatory focus. Clad in a form-fitting combat suit that accommodated his quirk, Rapt worked with a high-tech gadget, his hands moving with practiced precision. His role as the tech specialist was crucial, and his ability to handle intricate devices made him a valuable asset to the team. Mayuru, on the other hand, was taller and sturdier, with a muscular build that complemented his quirk. His most distinctive feature was the flame that constantly flickered from the top of his head, casting a warm glow that contrasted with the cold, dusty surroundings. His dark hair was styled short, practical for his active role. Dressed in reinforced combat gear, Mayuru's presence was marked by his intense, focused expression and the controlled blaze that crowned his head. His quirk made him a formidable fighter, and his dedication to the team was evident in his unwavering readiness. As they worked, the sound of Mayuru's low chuckle cut through the silence. "You know, Soga," he said, his voice carrying a rough edge, "this place feels like it's straight out of a horror movie." Any second now, I expect a zombie to pop out from behind one of these shelves. Soga smirked, glancing over at his longtime friend. If a zombie did show up, I'm pretty sure you'd fry it before it got within 5 feet of us. I'd be more worried about Rapt, he might try to keep it as a pet. Rapt snorted, not looking up from the gadget he was tinkering with. Very funny, Soga, but in all seriousness, if there were zombies, they'd probably get bored and leave. Not much excitement going on in here, he said, casting a pointed look at the dusty surroundings. Besides, I'm more interested in things that don't want to eat my brains. Mayuru laughed, the flame on his head flickering with the motion. Well, whatever happens, at least we know we've got each other's backs. It's been a while since we've had a night off to just chill and talk. Feels normal, you know. The reptile-looking young adult nodded, his eyes still focused on his device but clearly listening. Yeah, sometimes it's good to just be. We're always on high alert, always fighting. But nights like these remind me why we do it. For these moments. Soga chuckled, a genuine warmth in his eyes. You're getting sentimental, Rapt. But I get it, we've been through a lot together. Sometimes, it's hard to believe we've made it this far. The silence that followed was comfortable, filled with the unspoken bond they shared. Despite the chaos outside and the threats that loomed over Naruhata, here, in this rundown warehouse, they found a sense of belonging. The heavy metal door creaked open, interrupting the silence, and Knuckleduster entered with an imposing presence. His combat-worn attire, a sleeveless vest and reinforced pants, highlighted his formidable frame. The missing eye covered by a patch and the numerous scars etched into his skin told the story of a past. Knuckleduster's limp was a tangible reminder of the injuries he sustained in a fierce battle with Number 6 years ago, following the tragic events at Tokyo Sky Egg. This confrontation had left him physically scarred, but his resolute stride and commanding aura spoke of his enduring strength and experience. Soga looked up, surprise and curiosity mixing in his gaze. You're back, he said, his voice steady. We thought you were done, old man. The grizzled vigilante grunted, a grim smile curling his lips. His good eye scanning the room before landing on the tattered map. Figured I'd check in. Make sure you kids aren't getting in over your heads. Mayuru extinguished the flame on his head with a thought, respecting the serious mood Knuckleduster brought with him. We've been careful, he said, crossing his arms. But it's getting harder to track the villain's movements. He's erratic. Rapt nodded in agreement, his reptilian eyes flickering over to the older man. We're doing what we can. But if you've got any insight, we're all ears. Knuckleduster grunted again, a sound that carried both approval and a subtle warning. I've been dealing with scum like him longer than you've been alive, he said, his voice carrying the weight of experience. He's not just erratic, he's desperate. Desperate men do dangerous things. There was a moment of silence as the weight of the grizzled vigilante's words settled over the room. The only sound was the distant hum of the city outside and the faint rustle of paper from the map on the wall. And by the way, I've got something for you. With a swift motion, Knuckleduster pulled out a photograph from his pocket and slid it across the table. The image showed a fierce battle between Izuku and Number 6, their figures locked in a high-stakes fight amidst the street's chaos. Izuku's determined face was a stark contrast to Number 6's menacing presence. His remaining eye was focused, showing a mix of admiration and intrigue. Impressive, isn't it? Knuckleduster said, his voice laced with admiration. A high school kid taking on that psycho and coming out on top. I'm curious how he managed to pull it off. Soga glanced at the photo, his eyes widening slightly. So, that bastard is back. And you've seen him in action. The grizzled vigilante nodded grimly. Yeah, and it's not just that. There's been an explosion at the police station. I've seen the aftermath on the news. The former villain's gaze shifted to his phone, his face contorted with concern. The screen displayed images of the devastation at the police station, shattered windows, smoke billowing from the wreckage, and emergency responders working frantically. The damage is extensive. This guy's really causing chaos. A dark grin spread across Knuckleduster's face, revealing a mix of grim satisfaction and anticipation. Perfect. It's time to bring the team back together. I'm not letting this slip through my fingers. We need to get the old gear out, rally the gang, and prepare for one final mission. He moved to a concealed corner of the warehouse where a heavy, dusty chest lay hidden. Covered in grime and showing signs of wear and tear from years of disuse, the chest was opened with a grunt. Inside lay several pieces of old combat gear and tactical equipment, each bearing the scars of previous battles. Knuckleduster picked up a battered helmet and reinforced gloves, their surfaces worn from years of use. Handling them with reverence, he reconnected with the tools of his past. Soga and his team exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of anticipation and resolve. The older vigilante's return was a clear signal that the threat they faced was imminent and severe. Soga had been managing Knuckleduster's responsibilities during his absence, including caring for his teenage daughter. This role had deepened the bond between Soga and his team, reinforcing his position as their leader. A shadow of a smile tugged at the grizzled man's lips, the closest thing to approval he ever showed. I know you've been watching out for Tamao, Soga. And I appreciate it, but you need to understand, that bastard isn't just another villain. He's a goddamn menace. He's the kind of threat that can tear this city apart if we don't stop him. The group nodded, their resolve firm. Rapt and Mayuru moved closer, setting aside their previous tasks to focus on the impending mission. Their solidarity was evident in the way they coordinated seamlessly with Soga, ready to follow his lead. Rapt cleared his throat, his voice steady. What's the plan then? Knuckleduster, now equipped with the helmet, looked at the assembled group. We're heading out. There's work to be done, and we need all hands on deck. Mayuru nodded, his eyes filled with determination. Let's get to it. As Knuckleduster, Soga, and his friends prepared to leave, Soga took a crumpled envelope from a nearby table. It was stained and battered, showing signs of age. The envelope was marked with the name, Koichi, scrawled in a hasty but deliberate hand. Soga's fingers brushed over the worn paper before handing it to Knuckleduster. Here, he said, his voice steady but firm. I think it's better if you give this to that idiot yourself. Whatever's inside, it's something he should hear from you in person. Knuckleduster took the envelope with a reluctant frown and sighed, tucking it into his jacket. All right, we'll focus on the threat for now. Maybe after all this is over, I'll have a chance to deliver it myself. With a final glance around the warehouse, the grizzled vigilante led the way out, followed closely by Soga, Rapt, and Mayuru. The door creaked ominously as they left the darkened space behind, stepping into the uncertainty of the night. The weight of their mission hung heavy, the promise of conflict and resolution ahead. As they disappeared into the darkness, the warehouse seemed to sigh with a sense of finality, a relic of a bygone era now left behind. The city outside waited, a battleground where the threads of fate and heroism would soon intertwine once more. The sun shone brightly over the rooftop of an abandoned apartment building in Naruhata Ward, where Koichi's makeshift residence was located. The expansive space, cluttered with various tools and equipment, offered a panoramic view of the bustling city below. A slight breeze carried a hint of dust, adding to the rugged charm of the place. Koichi, clad in his distinctive vigilante outfit, stood in a combat stance, his eyes sharp and determined. All right, Midoriya, watch closely, he said, a note of excitement in his voice. With remarkable agility, he maneuvered across the rooftop, weaving between obstacles with ease. If I had more space, I could show you how fast I can really go, like a speeding train, he explained, skidding to a stop beside the green-haired teen. Izuku, notebook in hand, was scribbling furiously, his eyes darting between Koichi and his page. His pen moved in tandem with his thoughts. Koichi's energy manipulation could be a game-changer, he murmured, his voice a mix of excitement and concentration. If he can harness and project energy from different points on his body, he could essentially turn his attacks into multi-directional bursts, like an energy fragmentation grenade. As Koichi prepared for his next move, he leapt into the air, seemingly defying gravity. With effortless grace, he performed a series of mid-air spins and flips. His quirk, known for its incredible speed and agility, allowed him to navigate the air with almost ethereal fluidity. The audience of friends, minus Pop, who was already familiar with Koichi's abilities, watched in awe as he demonstrated his control in the air. Whoa! Exclaimed Izuku, watching in fascination. So, he can really adjust his speed midair. That's incredible. Koichi, landing smoothly, picked up a few empty cans from a nearby crate. Holding them in one hand, he hurled them into the air and began firing repulsion bursts with pinpoint accuracy, sending the cans spinning in various directions. This is my KGD attack. It's pretty useful for targeting multiple enemies at once. Izuku's pen flew across his notebook as he jotted down notes, mumbling. His mind racing with possibilities. If Koichi can channel energy this way, could he create energy bursts from multiple points on his body? Like, if he could make energy burst from his arms, legs, or even his torso, it would increase his versatility in combat. Pop, who had been observing from the sidelines, raised an eyebrow at Izuku's enthusiasm. You've got a good idea there, Midoriya. Koichi, have you ever tried something like that? The crawler paused, looking thoughtful as he heard the suggestion. Actually, I haven't focused energy from multiple points at once. It's an interesting idea. I usually concentrate it where it's most effective, but maybe it's worth exploring. Hitoshi, leaning against a nearby wall, interjected. Midoriya, sometimes you overthink things. It's impressive, but you'll wear yourself out if you keep this up. Izuku looked up, his face flushed with excitement. Sorry, I just get so caught up in the possibilities. Mei, who had been tinkering with the modifications on Koichi's shoes, muttered to herself, this tech is so outdated. Why can't people use better materials? I'm always fixing these things. Koichi glanced at her, slightly amused. If you've got any suggestions for improvements, I'm all ears. The inventor shot him a look, rolling her eyes. Just leave it to me. I'll have you running circles around everyone in no time. The sun was beginning its descent, casting a warm golden hue over the rooftop of the abandoned apartment building. The group had wrapped up their training session for the moment, their breathing heavy but satisfied. Koichi, Izuku, and their friends took a well-deserved break, sitting on the edge of the rooftop and gazing out over the city of Naruhata. Pop leaned back, her eyes scanning the skyline. Good work today, everyone. We've made some real progress. Hitoshi stretched, his usual smirk softened into a relaxed grin. Yeah, not bad for a day's exhibition. Especially considering all the new ideas flying around. Izuku was still absorbed in his notes, jotting down observations and theories with a fervor that was both endearing and exhausting. Mei, meanwhile, was examining the various pieces of equipment scattered across the rooftop, her eyes gleaming with curiosity. Koichi looked around at his friends, his expression one of quiet satisfaction. You all did great today. I appreciate the feedback and the energy you're putting into this. As they relaxed, the conversation shifted to lighter topics. Izuku and Mei discussed potential upgrades for Koichi's gear, while Hitoshi and Pop exchanged jokes. The sense of camaraderie and growing friendship was palpable, each member of the group contributing to the bond that was forming among them. After a short break, it was time for Izuku and Hitoshi to demonstrate their skills. Izuku, wearing his training gear, faced off against Hitoshi, who now wielded a long, sleek baton. Mei had dubbed it the Problem Solver, a name that hinted at its formidable capabilities. The baton was a cylindrical rod, about a meter long, with a black metallic finish. Its surface was lined with intricate, glowing circuits that pulsed faintly with a purple light, hinting at its high-tech nature. As Hitoshi gripped it firmly, the rod emitted a soft hum, its energy core activated. He twirled it effortlessly in his hands, the baton's light catching the late afternoon sun. Izuku eyed the baton curiously. What's that thing? Hitoshi smirked. It's something Mei whipped up. Supposed to give me an edge. Let's see how well it works. Mei stepped forward, her eyes gleaming with excitement. This is something I've been working on for a while. I started with the idea of creating a device that could channel and control energy in a versatile way. I was inspired by the concept of focusing energy into a tool or weapon, which I thought could be incredibly useful. She continued, gesturing to the baton. The design started with a basic rod shape, but I wanted it to be more than just a physical weapon. So, I integrated a high-energy core inside it. This core generates a steady flow of energy that can be controlled and directed. Mei activated the baton, and the circuits glowed brighter. The energy core is what powers the staff. The circuits on the rod are conduits that help distribute the energy evenly. This allows the baton to deliver electrical bursts with precision, making it effective both for offense and defense. The glowing lines you see are not just for show, they're crucial for focusing the energy and making sure it's channeled effectively. Koichi's eyes widened with admiration. So, it's not just a weapon for attacking. It's also defensive, and you can adjust the energy output depending on what's needed. Exactly, Mei confirmed, nodding enthusiastically. The staff can adapt its energy output based on the situation, making it versatile for various combat scenarios. The design ensures that the energy is both powerful and controllable. Hitoshi demonstrated the staff's capabilities with a series of precise movements. It's incredibly balanced and versatile. I can see how this will give me an advantage in different situations. Kazuho, watching the demonstration, commented, "This is an amazing piece of tech. Combining energy manipulation with combat capabilities is a real game changer." After Mei's demonstration of the baton, Anakin and Obi-Wan, observing from their ethereal vantage, exchanged astonished glances. Anakin, his voice filled with disbelief, said, "No way. Master, did that crazy girl actually manage to build an electrostaff from scratch? Just from her own theories and observations? That's insane." Obi-Wan, initially stunned, nodded slowly. "It is quite extraordinary. We had to face those weapons in combat, and they were formidable. Seeing her create one on her own, well, it's both impressive and a bit alarming." The chosen one of the Force's initial shock gave way to admiration. "I have to give her credit. To invent something so complex without prior knowledge, it's remarkable. She's got real talent and determination." Obi-Wan's expression softened into a smile of respect. "Absolutely. It's a testament to her ingenuity. Let's just hope her creations are used for good. They have the potential to be both powerful and dangerous." "Well," Anakin said with a smirk, "at least she didn't create a Magnaguard to go with that electrostaff. That would have been a whole new level of trouble." His former master chuckled, nodding in agreement. "True, that would have been quite the sight, and quite a challenge for everyone involved." Luke and Leia exchanged impressed looks. The male twin's eyes wide with admiration, said, "Imagine if Mei had been with the Rebel Alliance. Her skills with tech like this could have made a huge difference." Leia, nodding in agreement, added, "Absolutely. With her ability to invent such advanced weaponry from scratch, she would have been a game changer for our cause. We could have used her ingenuity back then." Izuku and Hitoshi squared off, their stances reflecting their readiness. The brainwasher, gripping the sleek baton Mei had designed, eyed Izuku with a determined gaze. The baton, glowing faintly with a purple light, crackled softly as he prepared to test its capabilities. Izuku looked at him with an uncertain expression. His hand brushed the hilt of his lightsaber, but he hesitated. It stemmed from his belief that using the full power of his lightsaber might be excessive for a demonstration. Hitoshi, noticing Izuku's hesitation, frowned slightly. "Izuku, if we're going to do this, I want us both to show our skills fully. Holding back your abilities is disrespectful to the fight and to our training. If we're doing this, let's do it right." Master Yoda's voice echoed in Izuku's mind, carrying the weight of his wisdom. "Hesitate, you should not. Honor the duel, you must. All your strength, you should use." Feeling the encouragement from both Hitoshi and Yoda, Izuku took a deep breath. The weight of their words solidified his resolve. With a decisive motion, he ignited his lightsaber, the blade casting a brilliant, steady glow. The battle began. Hitoshi's baton moved with precision, each swing crackling with electric energy. Izuku, now fully committed, met each attack with the grace and skill of a trained Jedi. His lightsaber glowed brightly as he parried and deflected the baton's strikes, the electric discharges creating a dramatic contrast against the saber's light. Koichi's eyes widened with clear amazement and intrigue. "So that's what the weapon Pop mentioned looks like in action," he murmured, captivated by the sight. The weapon's elegance and power were unlike anything he had seen before. Mei stood beside Koichi, her eyes gleaming with fascination. "I've seen it before, but every time, I'm still blown away by it." Pop nodded, agreeing with Mei's description. Hitoshi's movements were sharp and practiced, showcasing his growing mastery with the baton. He wielded it with both agility and power, the electric arcs adding an extra layer of challenge. He swung the baton in wide arcs, sending electric pulses toward Izuku, who deftly used his lightsaber to deflect the energy with swift, precise strikes. The room buzzed with the energy of their combat. Each clash of lightsaber and baton resonated through the space, filling the air with a rhythmic symphony of hums and crackles. Hitoshi's attacks grew more rapid and unpredictable, his electric discharges intensifying as he sought to catch Izuku off guard. Izuku, in turn, responded with a fluid combination of lightsaber strikes and force-enhanced reflexes, matching Hitoshi's intensity with equal skill. Izuku, briefly pulling back to avoid a particularly fierce electric discharge, shouted, "Shinso, where did you learn to use that baton so well?" Hitoshi, keeping his focus on the fight, responded between strikes. "At Ojiro's dojo, while you were studying kenjutsu there, I developed an interest in various weapons. My quirk doesn't enhance my physical strength or give me special abilities, so I decided to train with weapons to compensate. The baton fascinated me for its versatility and the skill required to wield it effectively." Izuku nodded in understanding, admiring Hitoshi's dedication to mastering a martial discipline. "That makes sense. It's really impressive." As Hitoshi adapted his approach, he began using rapid, unpredictable strikes, aiming to catch Izuku off guard. The baton's electric discharges intensified, each crackle of energy adding urgency to the clash. Izuku used the force to sense and anticipate Hitoshi's movements, countering each electric strike with a deft maneuver of his lightsaber. The fight continued to escalate. Izuku and Hitoshi pushed their limits, their mutual respect evident in their focused and skillful exchanges. The dynamic interplay between the baton's electric energy and Izuku's lightsaber created a captivating spectacle of martial prowess. The electric arcs from Hitoshi's baton occasionally sizzled against Izuku's saber, producing a brilliant display of light and sound. Kazuho, observing the sparring, couldn't help but speak her mind. "Why don't you use your quirk, Shinso? It might give you an advantage." Hitoshi glanced at her, still focused on the fight, and shook his head. "Midoriya's quirk makes him immune to my mental manipulation. It wouldn't work on him." As the fight reached its peak, both combatants began to show signs of fatigue. Their movements became more deliberate, yet their skill remained sharp. Hitoshi's baton crackled with one final surge of energy, while Izuku's lightsaber glowed brightly. The respect between them was palpable as they exchanged a final series of strikes, each executed with precision and grace. Koichi, witnessing the intensity of the duel, marveled at the display of skill. "This is incredible. Izuku's technique is flawless, and Hitoshi's control over that baton is remarkable." Mei, her eyes tracking the combat with keen interest, added, "I'm amazed at how well they're handling this. Both of them are showing exceptional skill." Pop, equally fascinated, remarked, "This is a real display of talent. The way they're pushing their limits is impressive." With a decisive move, Izuku used the force to deflect a particularly powerful strike from Hitoshi's baton, sending the baton spinning out of his opponent's grasp. The room fell into a respectful silence as Izuku and Hitoshi stepped back, their breaths heavy but their expressions filled with mutual respect. "Well, that's enough for now," Izuku said, his voice a mix of exhaustion and exhilaration. He extended a hand toward Hitoshi, a gesture of camaraderie. "Great match. You really pushed me." Hitoshi, catching his breath, accepted the handshake with a nod. "You're pretty impressive yourself, Midoriya. I'm glad we had this chance to spar." Mei, still observing, added with a grin, "I'd say this was a success. You both showed a lot of skill. Besides, I got a lot of data for updating this baby." Koichi, processing the intensity of the duel, marveled further. "Seeing this in action was truly eye-opening. I had no idea what to expect, but both of you exceeded my expectations." The rooftop, still charged with the energy of their combat, slowly began to settle into a quieter hum. Izuku wiped his brow with the back of his hand and looked at Hitoshi with a grin. "That was incredible." Hitoshi, catching his breath, nodded in agreement. "You're not too shabby yourself. I've learned a lot from this." Their conversation was interrupted by the sound of the staircase door creaking open. The door revealed Knuckleduster, Soga, and their associates stepping into the rooftop, their entrance commanding attention. Knuckleduster's imposing figure and battle-scarred attire immediately drew everyone's gaze. His single remaining eye scanned the group with a penetrating intensity. "Looks like we missed quite the fight," Knuckleduster rumbled, his voice gravelly with age and experience. "Good work handling number 6. Heard you made quite an impression." The Padawan looked up, slightly surprised. "Huh, thank you, sir. I was just trying to do my best and protect Heinyama." Knuckleduster's gaze softened just a fraction, though his voice remained rough. "And what's your goal, kid? What do you see for your future?" Izuku, surprise fading as he met his gaze confidently, replied, "I want to be a hero who saves everyone with a smile, someone who doesn't shy away from intervening even when it's not my place." The grizzled vigilante's lips curled into a knowing grin. "I like that fire on you. How would you feel about me becoming your mentor? I could teach you a thing or two about dealing with villains." Koichi, overhearing this, sweat dropped at the thought of his mentor potentially taking on a new apprentice. He wiped his brow with a nervous chuckle, memories of the time when the old man took him under his wings flashing on his mind. "Looks like Master got plans for you, Midoriya. Hope you're ready for some tough lessons." Soga, who had been standing silently by Knuckleduster's side, stepped forward with a more serious expression. "Let's focus. Number 6 is gearing up for something big, and we need to regroup. The old man dragged us here for a reason." He handed Knuckleduster the steel knuckles with the defibrillator. The old vigilante took the items with a nod. Strapping on the new gear, he looked at the gathered group with a determined smile. "Get ready. There's much to prepare for, and we're about to dive into the thick of it." As Knuckleduster spoke, Izuku, Mei, and Hitoshi exchanged puzzled glances, feeling lost in the conversation. They had no idea what the old vigilante was talking about, sensing they were out of their depth. Noticing their confusion, Koichi leaned in and whispered, "Don't worry too much. My master's always like this. Just go with the flow, and you'll be fine." Hitoshi, however, frowned, his practical mind racing. Following him could put us at risk of being labeled vigilantes. That would ruin our chances of becoming heroes, he pointed out, concern evident in his tone. Koichi stepped forward, his usually cheerful demeanor turning serious for a moment. "Shinso, I get what you're saying, but trust me, we won't let it get that far. I've been doing this long enough to know where the lines are." Knuckleduster, overhearing the conversation, grunted with a heavy sigh. "You're already in deep, kid. The moment your friend tangled with that psycho, a big target was slapped on your back." He hated to be blunt, but he pressed on. "As I see it, you've got two options. Help us take that bastard down, or sit back and watch him pick us off, one by one." Hitoshi's jaw clenched, his hands balling into fists at his sides. The gravity of Knuckleduster's words weighed heavily on him, his eyes narrowing as he processed the implications. His frustration simmered just beneath the surface, his posture tense and unyielding. Koichi's stance remained firm, yet there was a subtle shift as he placed a reassuring hand on Hitoshi's shoulder. The gesture was small, almost imperceptible, but it carried a promise, an unspoken vow to keep them all safe. The brainwasher turned his gaze toward Izuku, a silent question in his eyes, seeking his friend's direction. Izuku, ever the optimist, met Hitoshi's eyes with a determined nod. His expression was resolute, filled with conviction. He didn't need to say much, the look in his eyes spoke volumes. "We have to help them. What kind of heroes would we be if we let fear dictate our actions? We're in this together, Shinso, Mei." The pink-haired inventor, who had been tinkering with a device in her hands, paused. Her usually animated expression had softened into something more thoughtful. She glanced at both of her friends and nodded, her mind already racing with ideas on how to fortify their gear, her resolve clear in her eyes. Knuckleduster, his gaze hardening, looked at the trio. "You've got guts, I'll give you that. But guts alone won't keep you alive out there." His voice softened, the rough edge giving way to something more protective. "We'll keep an eye on you. I've been around long enough to know how to handle this kind of mess, and I won't let some damn psycho take down the next generation." Soga, leaning casually against a wall, offered a wry smile. "Not every day you see a bunch of rookies stepping up like this." Makes me a bit nostalgic. Izuku managed a grin, still processing everything. Looks like we've got a lot to learn from each other. Soga chuckled, his eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief. Oh, definitely, and if you're lucky, you might just survive the experience. The tension in Hitoshi's shoulders eased slightly. He exchanged a look with Koichi, the silent understanding passing between them. No more words were needed, they had made their decision. They would face the danger together, cautiously, but with unwavering resolve. The Force Awakens. The dimly lit conference room at Tokyo City Hall was a stark contrast to the chaotic events it was about to address. The white walls and polished floor reflected the cold light from the digital display, which flickered with haunting images of the recent attack. Detective Naomasa Tsukauchi stood at the head of the long, glossy table, his grave expression accentuated by the fatigue etched into his neatly combed hair. His tailored suit, though impeccable, seemed to highlight the weariness in his eyes as he adjusted his glasses. Tsukauchi was known for his meticulous nature and no-nonsense approach, and tonight, the gravity of the situation was palpable. His usual composure was marred by the urgency of the crisis at hand. At the table sat three of Tokyo's most esteemed heroes, Best Jeanist, Edgeshot, and Ingenium. Best Jeanist, with his impeccable, flowing denim costume, radiated calm authority. His eyes, sharp and vigilant, betrayed a deep concern as he took in the gravity of the situation. Edgeshot, a master of stealth, was a shadow among shadows, his sleek black costume blending seamlessly with the dim room. His expression remained stoic, reflecting his unyielding focus. Ingenium, the embodiment of speed and enthusiasm, exuded an infectious energy despite the somber mood, his bright costume standing in stark contrast to the room's dark atmosphere. On a large screen at the front of the room, a video call was in progress at UA High School. Eraserhead, Midnight, and Present Mike were tuned into the meeting from the faculty lounge. The room was dim, the only light coming from the screen projecting the meeting's feed. Eraserhead's eyes were narrowed, his expression inscrutable, but his fingers tapped rhythmically against the arm of his chair. The familiarity of the territory struck a chord with him. Memories of patrolling the dimly lit streets, dealing with low-level thugs, and maintaining order flashed through his mind. Next to him, Midnight leaned forward, her usual playful demeanor replaced by a furrowed brow. She had a personal connection to Naruhata, one that went beyond her professional duties. Kazuho, known to the public as Pop Step, had been a close friend and ally in her earlier days. The thought of anyone bringing chaos to a place where her friend lived and worked sparked a deep anger within her. Midnight's fingers gripped the edge of the table tightly, her knuckles turning white as she thought of Kazuho's safety. Present Mike sat slightly apart, his usual energetic aura muted. His relationship with Naruhata was less direct, but his concern was no less genuine. He had lost a good friend to violence in the city years ago, and the prospect of more loss in the place he once called home weighed heavily on him. He ran a hand through his blonde hair, his usual exuberant expression replaced by a thoughtful frown. 2 seats remained conspicuously empty, endeavors and all mights. The symbol of peace, despite his enduring commitment to justice, his time as a hero was severely limited due to the outcome of his battle with All for 1 year before. The hero was now constrained. His remaining time in the field was dedicated to urgent rescues and aiding those in immediate danger, which left him unable to attend the meeting in person. Although he remained engaged remotely, his physical presence was focused on ensuring that every moment of his remaining hero time was used effectively to help those in need. Endeavor, the current number 2 hero known for his relentless pursuit of perfection and his drive to surpass all might, was absent due to his single-minded focus on this goal. His prioritization of what he considered a crucial case over the meeting led him to view the meeting as secondary. His refusal to delegate responsibilities meant that no one from his agency was present to coordinate with the team. Clearing his throat, Tsukauchi drew the room's attention with a note of urgency. Thank you all for coming on such short notice, whether in person or virtually. We're here to discuss the recent attack on the Naruhata police station. He tapped a button on the remote in his hand, and the large screen behind him flickered to life, revealing the extent of the destruction, a once formidable structure now reduced to a smoldering ruin, its remnants scattered across the street. Yesterday morning, Tsukauchi began, his voice steady but edged with tension, an individual launched a devastating assault on the Naruhata police station. The building was nearly leveled, and numerous officers are injured or missing. Best Jeanist leaned forward, his composed demeanor cracking slightly with concern. Have we identified this individual? Do we have any leads on who might be behind such a brazen attack? Tsukauchi shook his head. Unfortunately, no concrete leads on the attacker's identity. The assault was highly coordinated, suggesting it was the work of a single, exceptionally skilled individual. They left no clear evidence behind. Edgeshot's gaze sharpened, his voice low and deliberate. What about the attacker's methods? Any unusual tactics or patterns? Tsukauchi nodded, his expression grave. The attacker used a combination of explosive devices and close-quarters combat. Their precision and strategy suggest a high level of training. We also found traces of an unknown substance, not matching any known explosives or chemicals. Ingenium, his fingers drumming impatiently on the table, couldn't hide his agitation. Unknown substances complicate our efforts. Do we know why they targeted the police station? Tsukauchi sighed, the weight of his words heavy. It seems they were searching for something specific, confidential documents or information related to a high-profile case. Eraserhead's voice came through the speakers, calm but firm. Naruhata was my patrol area before I joined UA. This isn't the first time we've seen violence in that district, but this attack feels different. More calculated. Whoever did this knew exactly what they were looking for and how to get it. Present Mike, visible on another screen, chimed in, his usual exuberance replaced by a tone of seriousness. And it's not just about the police station. We need to look at the bigger picture. If this attacker is collecting information, they could be planning something much larger. We need to be ready for that. The room fell into a heavy silence as the heroes absorbed the gravity of the situation. The flickering images on the screen seemed to pulse with the weight of their realization. Best Jeanist exchanged a concerned glance with Edgeshot. The silence deepened, filled with unspoken theories and mounting anxiety. Edgeshot finally broke the silence, his voice low but tinged with urgency. This attack, it reminds me of the Tokyo Sky Egg incident from years ago. The mention of the Tokyo Sky Egg incident brought a collective shiver through the room. That attack had been one of the most mysterious events in recent history, an incident shrouded in unanswered questions and lingering fears. The gravity of the comparison was not lost on anyone. Best Jeanist's usually calm demeanor gave way to deep concern. If this is indeed connected, it implies we are dealing with an individual who has been operating in the shadows for a long time, someone with a long-term plan. Eraserhead's eyes narrowed, processing the implications. If they've been active for this long, their objectives could be far-reaching and more dangerous than we initially thought. We need to anticipate their next move. Ingenium stood, his face set with fierce determination. We must act swiftly. If this attack is a precursor to something larger, we need to strengthen our defenses and gather more intelligence. The heroes exchanged resolute glances, their expressions steeled with purpose. The weight of the situation was clear, and each knew that their actions in the coming hours could mean the difference between disaster and safety for the city. Best Jeanist's voice cut through the tension with firm resolve. We need to prepare for the worst. If this attacker is as dangerous as we suspect, they might strike again soon. We must be ready to respond quickly. Edgeshot nodded in agreement, his grip on the edge of the table tightening. I'll coordinate with my network to gather any additional information. We should also increase surveillance and security around potential targets. Ingenium, his eyes filled with determination, addressed the group. I'll alert my team and ensure that all vulnerable locations, especially those connected to the annual convention, are secured. Tsukauchi closed the meeting with a firm nod, his gaze sweeping over the heroes. Thank you. We must act swiftly and decisively. If this attacker is targeting key locations and covering their tracks, they might be planning another strike soon. Let's stay sharp and ensure we protect the city from any further harm. With the meeting ended, the three UA looked at each other, sharing concerned gazes and the same silent concern. Eraserhead, typically known for his stoic detachment, couldn't help but feel a rising tension in his chest. His thoughts strayed to his students, to the young heroes under his care, and the world they were about to inherit. As the heroes departed, the room's atmosphere transformed from tension to focused determination. The silence left in the wake of their departure was a stark reminder of the looming threat, echoing with the promise of impending action. The Force Awakens. The laboratory sprawled out like a concealed realm beneath the crumbling remnants of an abandoned industrial district. The entrance was obscured by a maze of dilapidated structures, their facades sagging under the weight of neglect and time. Once grand edifices now leaned precariously, their surfaces encrusted with grime and decay, casting long, eerie shadows against the dimly lit sky. Only a faint, otherworldly glow seeped through the cracks in the walls, an insidious light guiding the brave, or the foolish, deeper into the darkness. Navigating through the narrow, dimly lit corridors, one would eventually find themselves in a cavernous chamber swallowed by darkness. Harsh, flickering fluorescent lights fought valiantly against the oppressive gloom, casting eerie, staccato beams that barely pierced the thick shroud. The air was dense with the acrid tang of antiseptic mingled with a more unsettling, pungent odor that seemed to cling to every surface. The low, relentless hum of machinery filled the silence, a disquieting drone that pulsated through the room like the heartbeat of some unseen beast. As the winding passages finally opened into a vast chamber, the ceiling was swallowed by an impenetrable darkness. The room was dimly illuminated by harsh, flickering lights, their feeble glow barely cutting through the oppressive shadow. The atmosphere was suffused with a sense of foreboding. Metallic shelves lined the walls, cluttered with a bewildering array of scientific apparatus and vials containing substances of dubious origin. The centerpiece of the room was a series of enormous cylindrical tanks, their glass surfaces obscured by a viscous fluid swirling in unnatural hues. Within these tanks, humanoid figures floated, their distorted forms marked by patches of unnatural color. Their eyes, reflecting the dim light, followed any movement with an unsettling, almost sentient awareness. Number 6 stood at the center of a complex web of technological apparatus. The room was cluttered with a tangle of wires, screens, and equipment, each part contributing to the dark symphony of his plan. The air was thick with the hum of machinery, punctuated by the occasional spark from overloaded circuits. The centerpiece of his operations was a massive digital map displayed on a series of interconnected monitors arranged in a semicircle. The screens flickered with real-time data, maps, and surveillance feeds, all meticulously organized. The villain's gaunt face was illuminated by the harsh, flickering light of the screens. His eyes, filled with a manic gleam, tracked every movement on the monitors with obsessive precision. His fingers, nimble and precise, danced over a keyboard and control panel, adjusting various settings and commands. His face twisted into a cruel smile as he reviewed the details of his plan. He leaned in closer to the monitors, his breath fogging the glass briefly before dissipating. "Naruhata," he murmured, his voice a chilling whisper, a city on the brink of its own destruction. 3 sections, each a crucial piece of the puzzle. His fingers tapped on the keyboard, bringing up a detailed map of Naruhata divided into 3 sections on the central screen. He pointed to the northern part of the city, where major transport routes and infrastructure were concentrated. "North," he said with a cold, calculated tone. "The veins of the city. I'll disrupt the flow of transportation, sever the routes that keep the city running smoothly. Panic will ensue, and the chaos will spread." The screen transitioned to the southern section, densely populated with residential areas and bustling markets. Number 6's eyes gleamed with malevolent satisfaction as he detailed his plans. "South," he continued, "the heart of the city. Here, I'll unleash the most destructive forces. The crowded streets and neighborhoods will serve as a canvas for the carnage. The scale of the devastation will be monumental, a testament to my power." Finally, he shifted his focus to the central section of the map, where a large icon marked the location of the Hero Convention. "And here," he said, his voice dripping with disdain, "the center. The Hero Convention. This is where I'll make my statement. The heroes will gather, believing they are the saviors of the city. I'll show them their arrogance, their incompetence, by turning their grand event into a massacre. The public's faith in these false idols will crumble." His fingers moved with practiced ease, programming sequences into a series of digital control panels. The monitors flickered with details of explosive creatures, strategic points for attack, and schedules for simultaneous strikes. "Timing is crucial," he muttered, adjusting the schedules for his creatures. "I'll strike swiftly and simultaneously, ensuring that no part of the city is left untouched. The heroes won't know where to turn. Their attempts to save the city will only make the chaos worse." His laughter, cold and unhinged, echoed through the laboratory, mingling with the electronic beeps and whirs of his equipment. "Heroes," he said with a sneer, "they think they can protect this city. They think they can make a difference. In 2 days, I'll show them just how fragile their world is. I'll expose them as the charlatans they truly are." As the final preparations were made, the monitors displayed a countdown, a grim reminder of the impending catastrophe. Number 6's eyes burned with a feverish intensity as he observed the last few adjustments. The city is about to be engulfed in a tidal wave of destruction. I will prove that heroes are nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Their very existence will be questioned, their role in society rendered meaningless. With one final, maniacal laugh, Number 6 leaned back in his chair, watching the countdown tick away with grim satisfaction. The room was alive with the crackle of electricity and the low hum of machinery, a testament to the chaos that was about to unfold. Then, the atmosphere in the lab shifted, a sudden crackling energy filled the room, causing the hum of machinery to falter momentarily. The air grew dense with anticipation as a dark portal materialized, its edges shimmering with an unsettling, almost malevolent glow. The very fabric of reality seemed to warp and ripple around the portal. Through this swirling abyss emerged 2 figures. The first was a gaunt man, his lab coat hanging loosely from his thin frame. His hair was a stark white, adding to his disheveled appearance, and his eyes were concealed behind thick, opaque glasses. His pockets bulged with various instruments and vials, and his face bore a permanent, inscrutable frown. This was Dr. Kyber Garaki, whose presence was marked by a quiet, unsettling calmness. Beside him, the second figure emerged with an air of dark majesty. His presence was palpable, a malevolent aura that seemed to warp the very air around him. His dark robes flowed like liquid shadows over the cold steel floor. His face was obscured by a mask, a cruel parody of a human visage, with eyes glowing like embers of cold malice. This was All for One, the symbol of evil. Number 6 turned to face them, his expression a mixture of reverence and derision, his tall frame and angular features accentuated by the dim light. His eyes, cold and calculating, locked onto All for One with a mixture of reverence and anticipation. The respect was not merely for his current position but rooted deeply in Number 6's past. His history with the symbol of evil was a dark and personal tale, a tale that began with him being a desperate and disillusioned child, lost and without direction. His life was at a crossroads, burdened by a society that had cast him aside. It was during his most desperate hours, when All for One had pulled him from the brink of ruin and molded him into a weapon of chaos. Recognizing the potential in the young boy, the symbol of evil had offered him not only a quirk but a purpose. This transformation from a lost child to a pivotal player in his master's grand design had bound Number 6 with unwavering gratitude and loyalty. All for One's gaze swept over the monitors, his eyes gleaming with dark satisfaction as he took in the full scope of the plan. "Impressive," he said in a voice that resonated with deep, cold power. "The city will be torn asunder. The heroes will be exposed for the frauds they are." Dr. Garaki's face remained inscrutable behind his glasses, but his eyes betrayed a flicker of curiosity and interest as he observed the intricacies of Number 6's setup. "Master," the villain began, his voice a low murmur of respect. "The time has come to test the creatures. They are ready for their trial. My plan to strike against the city's defenders is set to unfold." All for One stepped closer to Number 6, his presence a looming shadow over the room. His gaze was unyielding. His voice, a deep, resonant baritone, rumbled through the chamber, reverberating with an unsettling authority. "Indeed," he intoned, "I trust you have ensured that everything is in place for the demonstration." The deranged villain nodded eagerly, his face glowing with fervent excitement. "Everything is prepared. The creatures have been conditioned and trained to follow my commands. They are ready to execute the plan I've designed. I intend to test their capabilities in 2 days and ensure that our enemies are eliminated." A sinister smile curled on All for One's lips, his eyes gleaming with a predatory satisfaction. "Excellent. You have my full support. Take as many as you require to ensure the success of our plan. I will be present at the demonstration in 2 days to oversee the results." Dr. Garaki, who had been silently observing the exchange, stepped forward with a look of concern etched on his face. "But, Master," he began tentatively, "are we certain that—" Before he could complete his sentence, All for One's piercing gaze cut him off. The intensity of his stare was a tangible force, and the oppressive silence that followed was laden with dread. The doctor's eyes darted away, and he took a step back, his shoulders slumping in resignation. All for One's ability to silence even the slightest hint of dissent was a testament to his unyielding dominance. Number 6's excitement was palpable as he dropped to one knee before All for One. His posture was the embodiment of unwavering devotion and respect. "Thank you, Master. I will not disappoint you. Should I use the full force of the creatures to ensure that All Might does not interfere?" All for One's eyes gleamed with cold satisfaction. "Yes, unleash them without hesitation. You don't have to worry. I have arranged to keep All Might occupied for the next 2 days. By the time he is free, our plan will be well underway." As Number 6 rose, his expression was one of fierce determination. "Understood, Master. I will proceed immediately." The laboratory, now a hive of restless energy, seemed to come alive with dark anticipation. Number 6 began issuing commands with a fervor that echoed through the chamber. The creatures within the tanks responded with increasing agitation, their movements becoming erratic and frenzied. The fluid inside the tanks swirled violently, reflecting the charged atmosphere. The once static environment was now pulsating with a sense of impending chaos. They seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, their eyes glowing brighter as their muscles tensed in preparation. One creature in particular emitted a low, rumbling growl that resonated through the chamber. Its eyes, a piercing red, locked onto Number 6 with an unsettling focus. The creature's hands pressed against the glass of its tank, leaving dark smudges on the surface as it strained against its confinement. The other creatures followed suit, their agitation growing as the realization of their imminent release became palpable. All for One watched with a detached, cold interest as the creatures reacted to the rising tension. His gaze flickered with approval as he observed the meticulously planned orchestration of chaos. The lab, now vibrating with the restless energy of the creatures, seemed to pulse with a dark promise of the upheaval to come. Finally, All for One's attention shifted to one of the tanks at the far end of the room. With a commanding gesture, he raised his hand, causing the glass to tremble and crack as if an invisible force was pressing on it. The intricate web of fractures spread rapidly across the surface. With a final, decisive motion, the symbol of evil instinctively clenched his fist, and the tank shattered completely. The glass exploded outward, and the viscous fluid spilled across the floor in a dark, glistening pool. The creature within the tank tumbled out, its eyes wide with a mix of confusion and fury. The creature, now free from its confinement, stood upright and looked around with a predatory gleam in its eyes. Its skin, marked with unnatural patterns, glistened in the harsh light of the laboratory. It let out a guttural roar, a sound that resonated with raw power and menace. Number 6, his face a mask of eager anticipation, observed the demonstration with rapt attention. "The creatures are ready, Master," he said, his voice filled with a mix of pride and excitement. "They will be unleashed as planned." It was at this moment, as All for One's gaze swept over the lab and the creatures within it, that the true extent of his power became horrifyingly clear. He did not merely command, he was a conduit for an unfathomable force. His presence alone, his ability to manipulate the very essence of darkness and chaos, was a chilling reminder of the depth of his malevolence. As the laboratory thrummed with the restless energy of the creatures and the dark promise of impending chaos, the symbol of evil's commanding presence cast a long, ominous shadow. His authority was absolute, his power inscrutable. In this dark enclave, the threat was not just of chaos but of a force so grand, so malignant, that it could reshape the world itself. A new portal opened, and the two figures began to take their leave. The vortex crackled and faded, leaving Number 6 alone once more amidst the whirring machinery and flickering screens. The countdown to disaster had begun, and the world outside remained blissfully unaware of the storm that was about to be unleashed. The ethereal plane was a realm of serene luminescence, a tranquil expanse where the boundaries of time and space seemed to blur into a harmonious flow of existence. This dimension, existing beyond the tangible world, was suffused with a soft, radiant glow that seemed to pulse in gentle rhythms, synchronized with the heartbeat of the universe itself. The light here was neither harsh nor dazzling. Instead, it was a calming luminescence, akin to the first light of dawn breaking through a tranquil morning mist. The very essence of this place exuded peace, a place where the spirits found solace and reflection from the turmoil of the physical realm. In this sacred space, Anakin Skywalker, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Luke Skywalker, Leia Organa, and Yoda hovered in a circle of spectral light. Their forms, ethereal and translucent, cast a gentle, harmonious light that mirrored the serenity of the plane. Each spirit's glow was a reflection of their wisdom, compassion, and the enduring hope they represented. The vast expanse around them was adorned with a shimmering veil of cosmic light, casting an almost dreamlike quality over the scene. The air was filled with a soothing hum, a resonant harmony that spoke of an age-old balance maintained with delicate precision. Yet, this tranquility was abruptly shattered by a sudden, violent disruption, a wound in the very fabric of the Force. It was as if an unseen force had torn through the serene veil of this realm, creating a jagged tear that disrupted the harmonious flow of light and energy. The disturbance was not a mere ripple, it was a profound, unsettling fracture that resonated through the ethereal plane with a haunting intensity. The once smooth and soothing light of the plane now flickered and faltered, as though struggling to maintain its former grace against the encroaching darkness. Anakin Skywalker's ghostly visage, usually a symbol of serene wisdom, now flickered with an intensity that spoke volumes of the turmoil within him. His eyes, once calm and reflective, burned with an urgent intensity as he turned to face his fellow spirits. The disturbance had left a profound mark on him, and his normally composed demeanor was now etched with lines of deep concern and agitation. "The darkness has returned." Anakin's voice, usually calm and measured, resonated with a weighty urgency that cut through the ethereal gloom. "This All for One is capable of wielding the Force. His presence, it is beyond anything we anticipated." Obi-Wan, his spectral form now wavering in response to the disturbance, turned to face his former Padawan. The weight of his past failures and the burden of responsibility were evident in his eyes. "We felt the imbalance before, but this is a wound in the Force itself. It's as though the very core of existence is being tainted." Leia's serene light had been overshadowed by the dark ripple. Her usual calm demeanor was replaced by a look of profound concern. "The Force has been corrupted. We can't ignore this. If All for One manages to harness such power, the implications will be grave. We need to act." Master Yoda, his ancient form trembling slightly as if physically affected by the disturbance, nodded gravely. "Deep and malignant, this wound is. The balance of the Force, disrupted it is. Intervene directly, we cannot. Face this darkness ourselves, we cannot. Face it, Izuku must." Luke's usually hopeful gaze now shadowed with concern. He looked at the growing darkness with a mix of dread and determination. "Izuku must confront this darkness alone. We can guide him, but he will be the one to face All for One. This burden is his to bear." The Force ghosts exchanged uneasy glances, their faces reflecting a deep conflict. The harsh reality that they could not directly confront the darkness or intervene in the physical world weighed heavily on them. They knew the path before Izuku was fraught with immense danger, and their inability to act was a source of profound frustration and sorrow. Leia's voice, clear but tinged with sorrow, cut through the tense silence. "It's a bitter reality we face. We cannot fight this battle for him. He must find his own strength and confront All for One with the knowledge and power he has. It's not what we hoped for." Obi-Wan's eyes met Leia's with a deep, empathetic understanding. "We have seen Izuku's growth, his struggles, and his potential. But this challenge is beyond anything he has faced. To face such darkness alone, it is a daunting task. We have to accept that." Anakin's gaze, intense and burdened with unspoken apprehension and the weight of their collective responsibility, was fixed on his fellow spirits. "Izuku's strength is great, but this darkness is overwhelming. We must prepare him." Yoda, his ancient eyes sharp with an unwavering determination, added, "A heavy burden, this is. The Force will guide him, but face the darkness alone, he must. The balance of this world depends on him. And, so much uncertainty there is. A difficult path he must walk. The spirits were deeply conflicted. Their concern for Izuku was palpable, their affection for him creating an emotional turmoil that was almost as painful as the dark disturbance itself. They could perceive the gravity of the situation but were unable to shield him from the overwhelming challenge he faced. Leia's voice, filled with both resolve and sorrow, rang out with a final declaration. We must ensure he understands the gravity of this situation. We must prepare him, but we also have to accept that he will have to confront this darkness on his own. The truth, no matter how harsh, must be revealed. Obi-Wan, his spectral form steady despite the emotional strain, nodded in agreement. We will provide him with the truth and the guidance he needs. But the final confrontation is his alone. We must accept that and support him as best we can. As the spirits concluded their discussion, the ethereal plane seemed to resonate with a renewed sense of determination. The disturbance in the Force, though still present, was now accompanied by a resolve to support Izuku in the best way they could. Their decision to reveal the truth to him, despite the harshness of the reality, was a testament to their commitment and deep connection with him. The realm, though still marked by the dark rift, now felt imbued with a sense of quiet resolve. The spirits' final act was a solemn reminder of their role in guiding and supporting Izuku, even as they acknowledged the limitations of their influence. The Force, in all its grandeur and mystery, awaited the unfolding events with a profound sense of anticipation. As the last traces of their presence faded from the ethereal plane, the spirits left behind a lingering sense of foreboding and hope. The path ahead for Izuku was fraught with challenges, but with the truth and guidance they had provided, he was better prepared to face the darkness that lay ahead. The stage was set for the confrontation that would define the fate of their universe, and the spirits' decision was a poignant reminder of the sacrifices and commitments that shaped their legacy. The ethereal plane, now marked by their decision, returned to a semblance of its former peace. The disturbance in the Force, though still a haunting presence, was now a catalyst for the trials that Izuku would face. The spirits' final act was a testament to their unwavering support and their profound connection with the young hero who would determine the fate of his world. In their final moments together, the spirits shared a silent, profound acknowledgement of the task that lay ahead. The Force, in all its complexity, awaited the outcome of the path that Izuku was destined to walk. The realm, now suffused with a mixture of hope and apprehension, held its breath for the unfolding resolution. The Force Awakens. The atmosphere in Koichi's living room was thick with the weight of impending conflict. The tension crackled in the air as everyone gathered around the central table. Spread across its surface were a city map, blueprints of key buildings, and various documents, all meticulously arranged to plan their mission. Knuckleduster, the grizzled retired hero and veteran vigilante, took command. His gravelly voice cut through the air, authoritative and commanding as he outlined the details of their strategy. His expression was stern, his eyes sharp as they flicked over the group. "We don't have time for pleasantries, so I'm getting straight to the point," he began, his tone brooking no argument. "Number 6 is planning something big, something that could turn this city into a war zone if we don't stop it." He paused, glancing around the room, making sure he had everyone's attention. "Let me fill you in on what we know. Number 6 is a villain with a quirk called Overclock. A quirk that once used to be mine." The room fell silent as Knuckleduster spoke, the weight of his words settling over them. The veteran vigilante's expression darkened, his voice low as he continued. "Overclock is a quirk that allows the user to accelerate their perception of time. It's like moving in a world where everyone else is standing still. Your brain processes everything faster, your body reacts quicker, and you can anticipate movements before they even happen. But it's more than just speed. With Overclock, you can push your body to its absolute limits and beyond, until it breaks." He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in before adding. "Number 6 has pushed this quirk to its absolute limits, taking it far beyond what I ever could. He's completely erased his handicap. But that's not all. He also has a regenerative ability that makes him nearly impossible to kill. And then there's his most dangerous trick. He can modify his cells to create explosive parts of his body." Kazuho frowned, Her arms crossed as she processed the information. Wait, are you saying he has more than one quirk? How is that even possible? Knuckleduster's eyes narrowed. That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? He hesitated for a moment before continuing. The fact that he has more than one quirk is a mystery to me too. I never saw anything like it when I had overclock. But whatever is giving him that power, it's not something natural. The gravity of the situation settled over them like a heavy fog. The grizzled vigilante turned his attention to the screens set up around the room. With a few taps, he brought up video footage of Izuku's previous encounter with number 6, captured from various angles. The room dimmed slightly as the footage played, showing Izuku's fierce battle against the villain. I was watching, Knuckleduster said, his voice cutting through the silence. I saw what happened when you faced him, Midoriya. You held your own, and that's not something many can say. You fought bravely, but you didn't win. Not completely. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on the screen, his jaw clenched as he watched the replay of the fight. The ferocity of number 6, the relentless assault, the way he'd pushed him, it was all laid bare before them. Kazuho's voice broke through the tension, her tone sharp with anger. If you were watching, why didn't you step in? You could have helped. You could have stopped him. Knuckleduster didn't flinch, his gaze still on the screen. I didn't intervene because I needed to show you what we're dealing with. You needed to understand just how dangerous he is. And I needed to see if Midoriya could handle himself. This fight wasn't just about stopping number 6, it was about assessing our strengths and weaknesses. Kazuho's eyes flashed with anger, but she held her tongue, clearly still frustrated but understanding the logic behind his decision. Koichi's curiosity got the better of him. He turned to Knuckleduster, his expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. I have a question, Master. What if Midoriya hadn't been able to hold his own against number 6? What would you have done? The grizzled vigilante's eyes met Koichi's, his gaze steady. If Midoriya had faltered, I would have stepped in. It was a calculated risk. But I would never let someone face that bastard alone if they were truly in danger. I was prepared to intervene if it became necessary. Koichi nodded, a sense of relief washing over him. I see. That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying. As the footage ended, Knuckleduster turned back to the group, his expression hard. We're up against an enemy who's faster, stronger, and damn near unkillable. But we're not going into this blind. We've got a plan. He gestured to the map on the wall, which displayed a detailed layout of Naruhata. We're splitting into teams. The first team will be Izuku, Rapt, and Mayuru. You'll cover the southern zone, the most populated area. If number 6 shows up there, your priority is evacuation and containment. Rapt, you're strong and fast. Mayuru, you've got the firepower, literally. And Midoriya, you're the wild card. Izuku nodded, understanding the gravity of his role. The southern zone was crucial, and he would need to be at his best to protect the civilians. Knuckleduster continued, the second team will be me, Soga, and Hatsume. We'll be stationed on a rooftop near the convention center in the central zone. That's where I expect number 6 to strike first. Soga, you'll be our sniper, providing cover and making sure the bastard can't use overclock at full capacity. Hatsume, you're not a fighter, and I won't risk your safety, but you're the best support we have. Your job is to give us the tech we need to survive this. Stay out of sight and don't engage directly. Mei nodded, her usual enthusiasm tempered by the seriousness of the situation. I'll make sure you have everything you need. I've been working on new gear, and I'll have it ready before we move out. Hitoshi leaned forward, his expression thoughtful. And the third team? Knuckleduster pointed to the northern part of the map, near the destroyed station. Koichi, you, Shinso, and Pop will cover the northern zone. That area is closest to the station that was hit before. If number 6 tries to use the station's ruins to his advantage, you'll be in the best position to stop him. Koichi, you're fast and versatile. Hitoshi, you're a strategist. And Pop, you've got the experience to get the civilians out of there. The brainwasher's eyes narrowed as he studied the map. I agree with the placements. The southern zone is densely populated, so having Izuku there makes sense. He can protect the civilians while still engaging the enemy. The central zone is a prime target, so having you there, with your knowledge of overclock, gives us the best chance of predicting number 6's moves. And the northern zone, it's the closest to the station and the least populated, which makes it a potential fallback point for number 6 if he's cornered. He paused, glancing at the others. We'll need to be ready to move if the situation changes. We can't afford to stay static. If one team gets overwhelmed, the others will need to provide backup immediately. Knuckleduster nodded in agreement. Exactly. Flexibility is key. We have to be ready for anything. Hitoshi then turned his attention to Mei. We also need to protect our identities. Can you create some kind of communication system for us? Something portable that won't give us away. The inventor's eyes lit up with excitement. Absolutely. I can rig up some earpieces with encrypted comms. You'll be able to communicate without anyone else listening in. And they'll be small enough to be discreet. Izuku, inspired by the tactical planning, spoke up. We should use code names to keep our identities hidden. It's not just about secrecy, it's also a way to minimize the risk of retaliation. If number 6 isn't working alone, his allies could find out who we are. They might target our loved ones or use that knowledge against us. Using code names helps protect our personal identities and adds an extra layer of security to this operation. Knuckleduster nodded, acknowledging Izuku's point. That's a solid argument. Do you have any code names in mind for the team? Izuku thought for a moment before beginning. Yes, I do. For Rapt, I suggest Boga. He's quick and agile, and his ability to cling to walls reminds me of a powerful lizard I saw in a cartoon once. Izuku smiled, keeping the reference to Master Obi-Wan's Mount on Utapau to himself. The aforementioned lizard-looking man raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. Boga. Huh, I like it. Makes me sound like a badass creature. He gave Izuku a thumbs up, clearly pleased with his new code name. Izuku moved on. For Mayuru, I'd go with Lamp. His quirk is like a beacon that lights up the darkness, guiding people to safety, Izuku continued. The burly man chuckled, scratching his head sheepishly. Lamp. It's simple, but it works. I can live with that. As long as it's not torch or candle, I'm good. He laughed, clearly amused by the practicality of his code name. Next, Izuku continued, for Hitoshi, Echo fits perfectly. It relates to how his quirk activates when his voice echoes in the minds of those he controls. The brainwasher's lips curved into a small, approving smile. Echo. I like it. It's fitting and has a nice ring to it. Good choice, Midoriya. He nodded in acknowledgement, appreciating the thought behind his code name. Izuku turned to Mei, a slight smile on his face. And for Mei, Tech seems appropriate. She's a genius when it comes to building and enhancing technology. It reflects her role perfectly. Mei's eyes lit up, practically bouncing in her seat with excitement. Tech. Oh, I love it. It's straight to the point and says exactly what I do. Plus, it sounds super cool. She clapped her hands together, already brainstorming all the gadgets she'd put under her new alias. Koichi furrowed his brow and spoke up. Wait a second, Midoriya. Why don't Master, Hop, and I get code names? You're giving everyone else one, so what about us? Izuku blinked, realizing the oversight. Oh, well, that's because your identities as vigilantes are already pretty well known. But if we need to keep things extra secure, we can use aliases for you too. He smiled, feeling a bit more confident. For Koichi, I was thinking, Hunter, because of your agility and how you always seem to be on the trail of justice. Koichi grinned, appreciating the nod to his skills. Hunter. Huh, I like it. It's got a nice ring to it. Izuku continued, turning to Kazuho. For you, Kazuho, I thought Omega would be fitting. You've been through a lot, and you're still standing strong. Plus, it sounds cool and mysterious. Kazuho raised an eyebrow but then chuckled. Omega. Huh, I can live with that. Better than some of the other names have been called. Izuku then looked at Knuckleduster. And for you, sir, how about Wrecker? It suits your style, direct and devastating. Knuckleduster let out a low chuckle. Wrecker. Huh, sounds about right, kid. I can live with that. The grizzled vigilante noticed that the green-haired teen hadn't given himself a codename and raised an eyebrow, looking at him. "And what about you? What's your code name?" Izuku paused for a moment, reflecting on the teachings and legends of the Jedi he had learned about from his masters. He recalled how the Jedi were seen as rare and mythical figures in the galaxy, often shrouded in mystery and revered for their wisdom and power. In his own world, he was the only one training to be a Jedi, a figure from a distant galaxy's ancient religion, a concept almost as elusive and enigmatic as the Jedi themselves. This led him to think of a name that would capture the elusive, legendary nature he aspired to embody. Finally, with quiet resolve, he answered, "Spectre." Knuckleduster nodded, satisfied. "Spectre it is. Now, everyone knows their role. Get your gear ready, get your head straight, and be prepared for anything. We move out at sunset in 2 days. The Force Awakens." Hours had passed since the intense strategy discussion at Koichi's home. In the muted tranquility of his small hotel room in Naruhata, Izuku sat cross-legged on the tatami mat, the faint sounds of the city's hustle filtering through the closed window. The room was modest, adorned only with the essentials: a bed, a small desk, and a low table, but it was a sanctuary for him amidst the chaos. The air was still, carrying the subtle scent of incense from a stick he had burned earlier to help focus his mind. He breathed deeply, allowing the calm to settle over him as he centered himself in the Force. As Izuku closed his eyes, the sensation of the Force enveloped him. He could feel everything around him: the faint hum of electricity in the walls, the creak of the wooden floorboards expanding in the summer heat, the distant murmur of voices from the street below. These sensations washed over him, a gentle reminder of the world outside, but he let them pass without disrupting his focus. Meditation had become a daily practice, a way to still his mind and strengthen his connection to the Force, especially with the storm he knew was approaching. In this meditative state, Izuku experienced a profound sense of calm and balance. His breath was steady and rhythmic, each inhalation and exhalation merging seamlessly with the flow of the Force. The quietude of the room created a cocoon of serenity, a stark contrast to the turmoil that churned beyond its walls. It was here, in the stillness, that Izuku sought clarity and insight, allowing the Force to guide him. But as he delved deeper into his meditation, a subtle disturbance began to tug at his awareness. The normally harmonious currents of the Force were disrupted by a sudden, dark ripple, a shadow that seemed to encroach upon his peace. His eyes snapped open, his breath quickening as he felt a chill run down his spine. He focused inward, reaching out with his senses to try and understand what had caused the sudden shift. The Force was alive with energy, pulsing and swirling around him in ways that it hadn't before. It was as if something dark, something malevolent, had awakened. "What's happening?" Izuku whispered to himself, his voice barely audible in the stillness. "Why do I feel this way?" Izuku's thoughts raced as he tried to pinpoint the source of this disturbance. What had changed? Why did the peaceful rhythm of his meditation now feel so fragile and threatened? The awareness of this dark presence was unsettling, but it was also a call to action, urging him to confront whatever was looming in the shadows. Before he could delve deeper, his breath hitched as the temperature in the room plummeted, a coldness seeping into his very bones. The soft, ethereal light began to coalesce in the corners of the room, gradually taking form. He knew this sensation well. He had felt it many times before. His Force masters were materializing around him. Yet, this time, it felt different, more urgent, as if the Force itself was charged with a heightened sense of immediacy. One by one, the spectral figures materialized, their presence both comforting and foreboding. The first to appear was Mater Anakin, his form bathed in a pale, blue glow, his expression serious yet filled with a hint of compassion. Master Obi-Wan followed, standing tall and resolute, his eyes filled with the wisdom of countless battles. Then came Master Yoda, his small form radiating an ancient strength, followed by Master Luke, his demeanor serene but with an undercurrent of determination. Finally, Master Leia appeared, her presence was calming yet authoritative. The room seemed to shift, the walls of the hotel fading away to be replaced by a swirling mist that danced around the assembled group. The world outside felt distant and irrelevant, as if they were now in a realm that existed between reality and the Force itself. Izuku rose to his feet, his heart pounding in his chest. The sight of his masters before him, their expressions grave, filled him with apprehension. He knew they would not appear like this without reason. Something was very wrong. "Izuku," Anakin began, his voice resonating with a gravity that made Izuku's stomach churn. "There is something you need to know, something we have only just discovered." The young Padawan felt a knot of fear tighten in his chest. The Force had warned him of darkness, but hearing it from the Force ghosts themselves made it all the more real, all the more terrifying. Izuku's reaction was not one of fear, but of recognition. The disturbance in the Force he had felt was now confirmed by his masters. "Does this have to do with the disturbance I sensed?" he asked, his voice steady despite the gravity of the situation. Leia glanced at the other ghosts, seeking their silent approval before nodding, as she continued the revelation. "A powerful being has made his presence known. His influence is spreading, corrupting everything it touches." Obi-Wan stepped forward, his wise eyes reflecting deep regret. "This being is known as All for One. He is a master of malevolence, a manipulator of both people and situations. His strength is not merely in raw power, but in his ability to twist and control those around him. His presence is felt like a shadow stretching over everything, a dark stain that resists light and hope." Izuku's heart raced as he tried to process their words. A dark side user, a being more powerful than any enemy he had faced. The reality of it was daunting, but he forced himself to stay focused. Why is he so dangerous? What does he want? Anakin's gaze hardened, a shadow of past anguish passing over his face. All for One is not just a threat in the conventional sense. He has orchestrated countless evils, manipulating society from behind the scenes. His power is vast, his control over others nearly absolute. His goal is dominance over all, to impose his will on the world and subjugate everyone to his desires. His darkness is a consuming force, capable of corrupting even the purest of hearts. Luke nodded solemnly, adding, "What's more, All for One is unaware of his connection to the Force. He wields his power without understanding its true nature. He's driven by ambition and cruelty, using his abilities to manipulate and dominate. This makes him all the more dangerous, for he is blind to the full extent of his darkness." The green-haired Padawan felt a shiver run down his spine. All for One's nature was already unnerving, but the way the ghosts described him, his manipulation, his vast influence, was deeply unsettling. Why hasn't he been known before? How could someone like that stay hidden? "It is his nature to remain in the shadows," Obi-Wan explained, his voice heavy with the burden of knowledge. "He operates through deception and fear, always working from the dark. His plans unfold slowly, carefully, and he rarely reveals himself until his grip is nearly unbreakable. The disturbance you felt, that was his doing. He has used his power to sow chaos." Izuku's breath quickened, his mind racing to keep up with the gravity of the situation. The dark side was one thing, but a being like All for One, who thrived on control and manipulation, was an entirely different level of threat. How could he possibly stand against such a force? Why now? Why would he reveal himself now? He asked, his voice barely more than a whisper. Yoda, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke, his voice a calm yet stern whisper. "Revealed, he has chosen to be. Confidence in his power, he has. Fear, he wishes to spread. The time, he believes, has come. But we cannot allow him to succeed," Anakin said, his voice firm. "Izuku, you must understand the gravity of this situation. All for One's influence poses a severe threat not just to Japan but to your entire world. His reach is extensive, and his dark influence could bring about widespread chaos and destruction. You have a crucial role in stopping him." The green-haired Padawan felt his chest tighten as the weight of their words settled on him. He had been preparing for battles, for challenges, but this was something else entirely. A force of darkness unlike any other, a being who had stayed hidden for so long, now ready to strike. How could he possibly stand against someone like that? I don't know if I'm ready," Izuku admitted, his voice trembling despite his effort to remain steady. "How can I fight something like this? What if I fail?" Leia stepped closer, his gaze gentle but firm. "Izuku, doubt and fear are natural. But you must not let them consume you. The path of a Jedi is not an easy one, but it is one that you have chosen. And it is one that you can walk, with our guidance. Luke placed a reassuring hand on Izuku's shoulder, his eyes reflecting a deep understanding. I know what it's like to face something that seems insurmountable. I've been where you are, feeling the same fear. But you must trust in the Force, in yourself. You are stronger than you realize. He looked into his brotherly figure's eyes and saw the sincerity there, the hard-earned wisdom of someone who had fought a being of pure evil. It gave him a small measure of comfort, but the fear still lingered, gnawing at the edges of his resolve. What should I do? Izuku asked, his voice steadier now, but still tinged with uncertainty. Prepare yourself, Obi-Wan said, his tone decisive. There is little time, but you must use it wisely. Focus on your training, strengthen your connection to the Force. When the time comes, you will need every ounce of strength and skill you possess. Yoda nodded in agreement. Guidance, we will offer. But your path, only you can walk. Trust in the Force, you must. Izuku took a deep breath, trying to steady his racing heart. The task ahead of him felt monumental, overwhelming, but he knew he couldn't turn away. This was his destiny, his responsibility. He had to face it, no matter the cost. As if sensing his internal struggle, Anakin spoke again, his voice softer now, almost fatherly. Izuku, we're not asking you to do this alone. We'll be with you, in spirit and in guidance. But you must be the one to face him, to confront this darkness. He felt a shiver as the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his shoulders. His clenched fists mirrored the turmoil in his heart, the enormity of the challenge ahead almost too great to bear. As he struggled to absorb the gravity of his master's warnings, the room around him grew colder. A swirling mist of Force energy began to coalesce, pulling him into a vision that dissolved his surroundings into an otherworldly landscape. He found himself on the desolate expanse of Malachor, a planet scarred by ages of conflict and decay. The landscape stretched out before him in a breathtaking yet haunting panorama. Dark, swirling clouds roiled in the sky, intermittently pierced by jagged streaks of crimson lightning that cast eerie, erratic shadows over the broken surface. The air hummed with a palpable sense of darkness, and the atmosphere was thick with oppressive energy. The planet's surface was littered with the remnants of ancient, colossal structures, their spires and monoliths weathered and broken. These ruins were relics of a forgotten era, silent witnesses to the atrocities that had unfolded on this forsaken world. Amidst this ruinous landscape stood a towering Sith temple, its dark spires reaching ominously towards the tumultuous sky. Grotesque symbols and runes adorned the temple, glowing faintly with a sinister red hue, pulsing rhythmically as if alive. In this desolate wasteland, two figures were locked in a dramatic and fierce duel. The first was a figure cloaked in darkness, wielding a red lightsaber with a precision and intensity that seemed to crackle through the air. This was Darth Vader. His imposing figure was clad in black, armor that was both menacing and functional, its surface reflecting the harsh light of the crimson streaks in the sky. His helmet, a smooth, featureless mask with a sharply angular design, concealed the face of the man within, leaving only the haunting, mechanical breathing and glowing eye lenses visible. His movements were powerful and relentless, each swing of his saber accompanied by bursts of dark energy. The second figure was strikingly different. Ahsoka Tano, a warrior whose grace and skill defied the oppressive environment. She wore her signature white and blue leku and montrals, which extended from her head in a pair of intricate, curved tendrils. Her facial markings, a series of red and white patterns, highlighted her determined expression. Her attire was a combination of a fitted, dark bodysuit and armored elements, with the shoulders and forearms protected by blue and silver plating. She wielded two brilliant white lightsabers, which she moved with remarkable agility and precision. Each strike was a blur of light and shadow, a testament to her exceptional combat abilities. As the battle raged on, the vision was illuminated by the ethereal presence of the Force ghosts. Anakin's voice, tinged with sorrow, broke through the ambient noise. "This was Ahsoka Tano," he said, his tone heavy with respect and melancholy. "She was once my Padawan, a warrior of incredible skill and unwavering resolve." The two combatants clashed, the ground beneath them trembled, and the air was filled with the deafening hum of lightsabers and the explosive force of their attacks. Vader's strikes were powerful and unyielding, each swing of his saber accompanied by a burst of dark energy. Ahsoka, however, matched him with remarkable agility and precision, her movements a seamless dance, a blur of light and shadow as she parried and countered his every assault. The vision captured a moment of intense conflict. The cyborg's lightsaber, with its deep crimson blade, cut through the air with a series of crushing blows aimed at overwhelming Ahsoka. His attacks were not only physically devastating but also infused with the dark side of the Force, each strike echoing with malevolent energy. He advanced relentlessly, his form a towering presence of dark power. His master's first Padawan, undeterred, showcased her remarkable skill and resilience. She countered Vader's aggressive onslaught with a series of fluid, precise maneuvers. Her dual white sabers moved in a synchronized rhythm, slicing through the darkness with pinpoint accuracy. Her strikes were swift and decisive, aimed at finding chinks in her former master defenses. The sheer speed and grace of her movements contrasted sharply with the cyborg's brute force, creating a dynamic interplay of light and shadow. At one pivotal moment, Vader unleashed a powerful wave of dark energy. He called upon the dark side to augment his attack, sending a torrent of destructive Force lightning cascading towards Ahsoka. The lightning crackled with an ominous intensity, its dark tendrils reaching out to envelop her. The ground trembled under the onslaught, and Ahsoka was momentarily pushed back, her form silhouetted against the harsh, pulsing light. Obi-Wan's voice followed, carrying a weight of reflection. She fought bravely against the darkness, even when faced with the horrors of the dark side. Despite the overwhelming odds, Ahsoka's resolve remained unshaken. She used her agility and the Force to dodge the lightning, her white lightsabers cutting through the dark energy with a fierce determination. The battle continued with an intensity that seemed to warp the very fabric of the surrounding reality. The Sith Temple's ruins bore the scars of their conflict, the ground shattered and scarred by their relentless struggle. As the duel continued, a critical moment unfolded. His master's first Padawan, amid her fierce fighting, landed a blow that caused Vader's helmet to crack. In that fleeting instant, she glimpsed the face of the man beneath the mask. Her expression shifted from fierce determination to a mix of shock and profound sorrow. The recognition was clear in her eyes as she uttered the name, her voice a strained whisper amidst the chaos. Anakin. The revelation hit like a storm, and the intensity of the battle momentarily stopped. Ahsoka's realization that her former master, the man she once revered, had become the dark force she was fighting against, added a deep emotional layer to the conflict. After tense moments, the conflict resumed and her strikes became more desperate, more personal, as she grappled with the betrayal and heartbreak of confronting the man she once called a mentor. Izuku's voice, trembling with a mixture of sadness and profound awe, cut through the weight of the vision as he spoke to the spectral figure of Anakin. She recognized you, Master. Even after seeing the truth of who you had become, she continued to fight with unwavering resolve. How could she endure such a revelation and still stand against you? The spectral form of Anakin, his eyes reflecting a deep mixture of regret and sorrow, met Izuku's gaze with somber intensity. Leia's voice, laden with reflection, intertwined with her father's presence. Ahsoka's struggle against Vader was a profound testament to her strength and unwavering commitment to the light, she said softly. Even in the face of such personal betrayal, she continued to fight. Her courage and resolve in confronting the darkness embodied the very spirit of a Jedi. Her battle was not just against the physical threat but against the overwhelming shadow of what she had once known. As the vision began to fade, the impact of Ahsoka's battle imprinted deeply on Izuku's mind. The sight of her fierce struggle and the heartbreaking revelation about Vader resonated with his own fears and uncertainties. Her duel was not merely a clash of lightsabers but a profound confrontation with both personal and external darkness. The parallels between her fight and his own impending challenge against All for One were striking. Just as his master's first Padawan had to face the haunting reality of her former master, Izuku now faced the daunting truth of his destiny. Both battles were not just against physical foes but against the shadows that threatened to consume their very essence. The courage and resolve that Ahsoka demonstrated in her darkest hours served as a stark reminder of the strength Izuku would need to muster in his own struggle against the encroaching darkness. Just as he was grappling with the gravity of the Togruta's fight, the scene shifted dramatically. The desolate landscape of Malachor dissolved into the tumultuous battleground of the Jedi Civil War. Starships burned in the sky, and the debris of war littered the ground. Jedi Revan stood at the heart of this turmoil, locked in a fierce duel against his former apprentice, Darth Malak. The scene was a maelstrom of flashing lightsabers, blaster fire, and the roaring energy of the dark side. The Revanchist, dressed in dark robes that contrasted starkly with his azure and crimson lightsabers, engaged Malak with a blend of fierce aggression and calculated precision. His strikes were powerful yet measured. Each movement was charged with emotion, a mix of anger, regret, and resolve. The former apprentice, imposing and menacing with his cybernetic jaw and double-bladed red lightsaber, countered with strength and relentless aggression. His strikes were wild and unyielding, a manifestation of his complete embrace of the dark side. The clash between them was not merely physical but symbolic of a greater internal conflict. The duel between Revan and Malak was more than just a physical confrontation. It was a dynamic interplay of contrasting ideologies. The Revanchist's every move was infused with a sense of measured resolve, his efforts to overcome his own past struggles and forge a path forward. The Sith's relentless assault was a testament to his complete immersion in the dark side, his attacks driven by anger and a thirst for power. The intensity of their battle was mirrored by the surrounding chaos. Explosions rocked the ground, sending tremors through the battlefield. The sky was lit up with fiery streaks, the debris from shattered starships and blaster fire adding to the chaotic ambiance of the fight. As both clashed, the voices of the Force ghosts emerged, offering profound insights. Yoda's voice carried ancient wisdom. Revan's fight, a reflection it is, of the struggle within. Against overwhelming odds, he battled, not only his foe but the shadows within. Strength, patience, and resolve, important they are. Leia's voice added a layer of depth. Revan's struggle was not solely against Malak but against the darkness within himself. His battle demonstrates that even when faced with monumental challenges, one's inner strength and perseverance are crucial in the fight against overwhelming darkness. Obi-Wan's voice followed, emphasizing the broader lesson. Revan's conflict shows the importance of confronting not just external adversaries but the internal struggles that come with them. His determination and commitment to the light, despite his past, highlight the necessity of maintaining resolve in the face of adversity. Revan's final, decisive blow against Malak echoed the culmination of their battle, and as the vision started to melt, Izuku felt a surge of determination. The lessons from the Revanchist struggle and the wisdom imparted by the Force ghosts strengthened his resolve. He knew that the path ahead would be fraught with challenges, but the insights gained from this vision would guide him in confronting his own trials. The scene began to transition. The fiery tumult of the ancient battlefield faded, replaced by the stark, cold, metallic expanse of the Death Star. Amidst the void of space, rebel starships darted with agile precision, weaving between the deadly barrages of Imperial lasers. Explosions punctuated the darkness with fiery streaks, each burst of light a testament to the high-stakes conflict raging in the frigid expanse of the cosmos. Izuku's focus was drawn to a more intimate confrontation unfolding within the station's control room. The chamber was a stark, mechanical environment, its angular lines and harsh lighting casting a clinical, oppressive atmosphere. In the center of this grim setting stood Luke Skywalker and Darth Vader, engaged in a fierce and intense duel. Luke, with his striking appearance, wielded a brilliant green lightsaber that cut through the oppressive shadows of the room. Clad in his black outfit with a simple tunic and utility belt, his demeanor was a blend of determination and anguish. His face, marked by a blend of youthful resolve and pain, was etched with the intense concentration required to combat the formidable Vader. Luke represented hope, the light side of the Force, and the enduring spirit of resistance against overwhelming darkness. In stark contrast, Vader loomed as a dark, imposing figure. His crimson lightsaber moved with relentless precision, embodying the raw power and unyielding nature of the dark side. He represented fear, control, and the crushing weight of inner and outer darkness. The Emperor, seated on his dark throne, was the embodiment of malevolence. Cloaked in tattered black robes, his face was a twisted visage of corruption and cruelty, with pale, mottled skin and yellowing eyes that glinted with sadistic pleasure. Sidious dark influence seemed to seep into every corner of the chamber, amplifying the conflict and adding a sinister edge to the duel. His presence was a stark reminder of the ever-present threat of corruption and the seduction of absolute power. The vision zoomed in on the intensity of their struggle, capturing Luke's desperate agility against Vader's overwhelming force. This was more than a physical confrontation, it was a clash of ideologies, a battle for the soul of the galaxy. Despite the overwhelming odds and the knowledge that he would have to confront the most powerful users of the dark side, Luke accepted his role in this epic struggle. The duel was a dramatic dance of light and shadow, a fierce exchange of blows and counterattacks. Luke's movements were characterized by raw determination and agility. He leapt and spun with acrobatic grace, his green lightsaber a blur of controlled fury. Each swing of his blade was precise and deliberate, aimed to strike with both skill and emotion. Vader, in contrast, moved with a dark, oppressive authority. His strikes were heavy and unrelenting, his presence a constant pressure that sought to overwhelm his son. The dark side's influence was palpable in every powerful blow he landed, his saber cutting through the air with a cold, measured force. The cyborg's movements were methodical, a testament to his mastery of the dark side, designed to dominate and subdue. The sound of their combat was a cacophony of clashing sabers, the hum of energy, and the occasional shattering impact as their weapons met. The chamber's harsh, angular lighting cast deep shadows, accentuating the stark contrasts between Luke's light and Vader's darkness. As their battle raged on, the Emperor's laughter grew more menacing, reverberating through the chamber and amplifying the tension between father and son. His dark influence seemed to heighten the conflict, with the chamber's harsh lighting casting deep shadows that highlighted the stark contrasts between Luke's light and Vader's darkness. The turning point in their battle came when the younger Skywalker, driven by a combination of desperation and determination, launched a fierce counterattack. In a critical moment, he managed to disarm his father, severing his right hand and sending his lightsaber spinning away. Vader fell to his knees, his black mask reflecting a moment of vulnerability. The room fell into a tense silence, the intensity of the duel giving way to a profound pause. With Vader disarmed, Sidious's sinister laughter filled the room, echoing with a cruel sense of triumph. From his throne, cloaked in dark robes, Sidious watched with a malevolent gleam in his eyes. He commanded Luke to give in to his anger and hatred, taunting him with the promise of ultimate power. As the younger Skywalker's resolve remained firm, the Emperor seized the moment to unleash his own dark power. Sidious raised his hands, and a torrent of blue Force lightning erupted from his fingertips. The lightning crackled and arced through the air, striking Luke with a searing intensity. His body convulsed under the assault, his screams of pain cutting through the chamber. The Emperor's glee latent, reveling in the sight of Luke's suffering. Vader, witnessing the attack on his son, was overcome by a surge of internal conflict. The sight of Luke's agony sparked a fierce struggle within him, breaking through his dark resolve. In a dramatic turn, his inner conflict reached a climax. With a burst of defiance, he turned on Sidious, lifting him high and casting him down the reactor shaft. The Emperor's last screams echoed as he was consumed by the shaft's depths, ending his reign of terror. As Darth Sidious fell, Vader lay defeated, his presence a shadow of the dark power he once wielded. Luke, though weakened and battered, stood with a glimmer of hope. The chamber's atmosphere shifted dramatically from the chaos of battle to a profound silence. Anakin's voice, filled with regret and sorrow, broke through the vision's echoes. "Sparky, you've witnessed the scale of this conflict between light and dark." Luke faced his destiny with courage, knowing it meant confronting the dark side's most formidable enforcers. His struggle is a testament to the enduring strength of the light. Yoda's voice emerged, filled with ancient wisdom. Accept his destiny, Luke and Anakin did, even against such overwhelming odds. Reflects the eternal battle between light and dark, it does. Their courage and resolve, in the face of darkness, show the light's power to endure and overcome, even the most daunting challenges. Obi-Wan's voice followed, carrying a note of somber reflection. The battles you have witnessed are a testament to the sacrifices and struggles faced by those who fight for the light. Remember the courage and resolve shown by those who came before you, and draw strength from their example as you confront your own darkness. Luke stepped forward, his expression a blend of compassion and resolve. The light is always present, even in the darkest moments. Let the courage and hope from these visions inspire you as you face the challenges ahead. Leia's voice, firm and determined, reinforced the message. The threat you face is real and far-reaching, but you are not alone. The Force is with you, guiding and supporting you in this crucial fight. As the vision began to dissolve, leaving behind the spectral echoes of the past, Izuku stood amidst the fading light of the Force ghosts. The room's energy shifted, the lingering presence of the ancient spirits imbuing him with a newfound strength. The weight of their wisdom and the powerful images of the battles fought before him pressed heavily on his shoulders, yet their presence also ignited a deep, unwavering resolve within him. Izuku felt the Force surging through him, a sensation that both connected him to the heroes of the past and guided him toward his own path. The fears and doubts that had clouded his heart seemed to melt away like the last ashes of a dying fire. He understood now, with clarity and purpose, the profound nature of his destiny. The struggle was not merely his to bear, it was part of a larger, eternal fight between light and darkness. The courage displayed by Ahsoka, Revan, and Luke resonated within him, a testament to the strength that lay in accepting one's fate, maintaining his resolve in the face of internal challenges, and fighting against overwhelming odds. Izuku's gaze hardened with determination. He recognized that his confrontation with All for One was not just a battle of physical might but a crucial part of this ongoing conflict. With the Force Ghost's final words echoing in his mind, Izuku embraced his role in this epic struggle. The doubts that had once haunted him were now replaced by a fierce resolve. He knew that he must face All for One with unwavering courage, just as those before him had faced their own dark trials. The room's atmosphere pulsed with an intense energy, mirroring his renewed determination. He was ready to step into the fray, to protect the world from the encroaching darkness with the strength and resolve he had gained from the profound revelations of the Force. No longer burdened by uncertainty, Izuku prepared himself for the battle ahead. He would fight against the darkness, driven by the legacy of those who had come before him and the unyielding spirit of a true hero. He was ready. The night was alive in Naruhata, with the convention center standing as a beacon of light and joy amidst the city. From the outside, it looked like a palace of glass and steel, illuminated by 1,000 colorful lights that cast a warm, welcoming glow into the evening sky. Banners bearing the images of iconic heroes fluttered gently in the night breeze, their colors vivid and bold, standing out against the darkness. The hum of the city outside seemed to fade as one stepped closer, replaced by the sounds of celebration and excitement that echoed from within the center. Inside, the convention hall was a sprawling expanse, a labyrinth of activity that stretched out as far as the eye could see. The air was filled with the buzz of conversation, laughter, and the occasional burst of applause or cheer. The ceiling soared high above, its vastness emphasized by the hanging banners, each one celebrating a different hero, some well-known, like All Might and Endeavor, while others were rising stars or local vigilantes who had made their mark in recent times. The banners swayed slightly, caught in the gentle currents of the air conditioning, their movement giving the impression of heroes in action, ever dynamic, ever vigilant. Giant screens were strategically placed around the hall, displaying highlights from past heroics. Clips of daring rescues, dramatic battles, and moments of heroism played in a continuous loop, drawing crowds who watched with rapt attention. One screen showed a particularly gripping moment of All Might in his Silver Age suit, facing off against a colossal villain, his figure illuminated by flashes of light from the battle. The crowd watching this screen cheered, some of them reenacting his iconic pose with wide grins on their faces. Children pointed excitedly, tugging at their parents' sleeves to make sure they saw the action. The heart of the convention was a marketplace of wonders. Rows upon rows of stalls stretched across the hall, each one a vibrant burst of color and creativity. Vendors called out, their voices blending into a symphony of pitches and accents, each trying to attract the attention of the passers-by. Some stalls were adorned with hero-themed merchandise, t-shirts, caps, and posters depicting popular heroes in dramatic poses. One stall had an impressive collection of action figures, each one a miniature replica of a hero, crafted with meticulous detail. The figures were posed in mid-action, their expressions captured as if they were about to spring to life at any moment. Nearby, a stall offered a selection of support gear, quirky gadgets and accessories that promised to make daily life easier or add a touch of hero flair to one's wardrobe. A young boy with bright eyes tried on a pair of gauntlets designed to look like those of his favorite hero, his face lighting up as they hummed with power. His father watched with a smile, shaking his head in mock dismay as the boy struck a heroic pose. The scent of food wafted through the air, a delicious blend of aromas that made mouths water. Food stalls were set up along the edges of the hall, each one offering a different delight. The savory smell of grilled meats mingled with the sweet scent of caramelized popcorn. A vendor flipped skewers over a small grill, the sizzling meat causing a cloud of fragrant smoke to rise. Nearby, another vendor ladled out bowls of steaming noodles, their rich, spicy aroma cutting through the air. A group of teenagers crowded around a cotton candy machine, watching in fascination as a vendor spun the sugar into fluffy clouds of pink and blue. Amidst the stalls, a small stage had been set up, where performers took turns entertaining the crowd. A group of street performers was currently on stage, one of them juggling flaming torches while another performed acrobatics. The crowd watched with bated breath, gasping as the performer flipped through the air, landing gracefully on her feet. As the jugglers concluded their act, a round of applause filled the air, children jumping up and down with excitement, begging their parents to take them closer to the stage. Families strolled through the aisles, their faces lit with joy. Parents carried young children on their shoulders, giving them a better view of the festivities. Groups of friends posed for selfies in front of the hero banners, capturing memories to cherish. Couples walked hand in hand, their expressions relaxed and content, sharing quiet conversations amidst the bustle. It was a scene of pure happiness, where the worries of the outside world seemed a distant memory. Clusters of cosplayers added splashes of color and creativity to the scene, each one a testament to the admiration and love they held for the heroes they emulated. A group dressed as the main pro heroes gathered for a photo, their costumes crafted with incredible attention to detail. One cosplayer, dressed as Fat Gum, with a padded belly to mimic his round, robust figure, struck a relaxed pose, holding a box of sweets. Beside him, another cosplayer wore the iconic red and white costume of Ingenium, complete with flashing engine exhausts on his calves. The two shared a laugh after the photo was taken, both cosplayers breaking character to shake hands and exchange compliments on their outfits. The entire hall thrummed with life, a vibrant pulse of energy that connected everyone. It was more than just a convention, it was a community, a celebration of a shared love and admiration for the heroes who protected them. There was a sense of unity, a feeling that they were all part of something larger, something that made them stronger together. Strangers exchanged smiles, conversations flowed easily, and laughter was shared. It was a night where the lines between reality and fantasy blurred, where dreams seemed possible, and where the spirit of heroism was more than just a concept, it was a living, breathing entity. Somewhere near the center of the hall, a group of students from a local hero academy chatted animatedly, comparing notes on the latest hero techniques and discussing their favorite pro heroes. Their voices were a mix of excitement and aspiration, each one dreaming of the day when they, too, could don their own hero costumes and stand as symbols of hope. "Did you see the footage of Endeavor's last fight? His flames were like an inferno," one student said, his eyes wide with admiration. "Yeah, but did you catch how Edgeshot swooped in at the last second? He's so fast," another replied, gesturing animatedly. Their conversation blended into the background, just one of many, as the night carried on. The joy and excitement of the convention were infectious, spreading through the crowd like a gentle breeze, lifting spirits and creating a shared sense of happiness. It was a night of celebration, a testament to the peace and safety that had been won, and a reminder of the heroes who made it all possible. For those inside the convention center, it felt like nothing could disrupt this night of joy. It was a sanctuary of hope and happiness, a place where fears were left at the door, and the light of heroism shone brightly for all to see. The future seemed bright, and in that moment, the people of Naruhata felt invincible, wrapped in the comforting embrace of the heroes they admired. Amidst the jubilant crowd, however, several figures moved with an eerie calm, like shadows slipping through the light. They were anonymous presences, clad in simple, nondescript clothing, their faces hidden under hoods. There was nothing in their appearance that drew attention, nothing that hinted at the danger they carried within. They moved with mechanical precision, their steps measured and deliberate, ignoring the colorful booths, the laughter of children in hero costumes, and the animated conversations of the adults. Their gazes never strayed toward the bright displays or the life-sized hero statues that captivated everyone else. The hooded figures moved slowly, deliberately, through this landscape of joy. They navigated the crowds with a precision that bordered on the mechanical, never bumping into anyone, never drawing attention to themselves. Their movements were smooth and calculated, as if each step was preordained, part of a carefully crafted plan. They showed no interest in the vibrant booths or the heroic displays. Their heads did not turn to watch the parade of costumed fans or the elaborate demonstrations of hero abilities. One of the figures lingered near a booth selling hero-themed gadgets, its hooded head tilting slightly, as if assessing its surroundings. The people around it remained oblivious, engrossed in haggling with the vendor or admiring the latest hero memorabilia. The figure's hand slipped into its pocket, and for a brief moment, there was a faint click, lost amidst the noise of the convention. The figure then moved on, seamlessly blending back into the crowd. Another figure approached a group of children gathered around a statue of a famous hero. The kids posed with grins, flashing peace signs at a camera held by a proud parent. The figure paused, just behind the group, and watched. It was still, its posture unnaturally rigid, as it waited. The parent snapped the photo, and the group moved on, laughing. The figure's head turned slightly, tracking the movement of the children, before it continued on its path toward one of the main structural columns. Each of these figures made their way towards different key points within the convention center. They moved with the same eerie calm, their focus unwavering. To the casual observer, they were just attendees, perhaps a bit more reserved, a bit more aloof, than the others. But there was something about the way they moved, the way they avoided eye contact, that might have raised a flicker of concern in those who looked closer. One approached the massive stage at the center of the venue, slowing, its head turning as if to scan the area. It seemed to hesitate for a fraction of a second, then continued on, slipping through the throng of people unnoticed. As these creatures neared their targets, the atmosphere within the convention center began to shift subtly. The joyful chatter and laughter still filled the air, but beneath it, an almost imperceptible sense of tension began to build. It was as if some primal instinct was sensing the impending danger, though no one could yet see the cause. The creatures continued their advance, each step bringing them closer to their intended points of destination. One figure moved toward a cluster of structural columns that supported the roof, its gait slowing as it neared the base. Another made its way to the center of the food court, weaving through the throng of people with unsettling precision. A third positioned itself near the stage, where a crowd had gathered to watch a performance by a popular hero. Each creature, now in place, seemed to pause as if awaiting some unseen signal. The creatures' eyes glinted with a cold, lifeless acceptance. There was no fear, no hesitation, only the programmed compulsion to fulfill their singular purpose. The moment had come. With a sudden and horrifying realization, the first one, positioned near the stage, activated its self-explosion quirk. The blast was instantaneous and catastrophic. A blinding flash of light erupted from the creature's cells, as if a contained sun had suddenly gone supernova. The force of the explosion was immense, obliterating everything in its radius. The stage disintegrated in an instant, reduced to splinters and burning debris. The blast wave surged outward, flinging people and objects alike with devastating force. The intense heat ignited everything it touched, turning the vibrant stage into a raging inferno. The Ingenium cosplayer, now near the stage, was engulfed in the heart of the blast. The explosion tore through his costume and body with terrifying efficiency. The impact sent him flying through the air, his body breaking apart upon hitting the floor. The vibrant blue and silver of his costume was obscured by a grim mix of blood and charred fabric, his life extinguished in the same instant as the explosion. At the same moment, the second creature detonated in the food court. The explosion was no less. The blast wave rippled through the area, tearing apart tables and chairs, sending them crashing through the air like deadly shrapnel. The rich, savory aroma of grilled meats was instantly replaced by the acrid smell of burning flesh and plastic. Flames erupted, engulfing food stalls and vendors, turning the food court into a hellish blaze. The screaming of the injured mingled with the roar of the fire, creating a horrific symphony of destruction. The fat gum cosplayer, still holding his precious box of sweets, was among the first to be caught in the blast's fury. The force of the explosion sent shrapnel tearing through his costume, ripping through the fabric and flesh beneath. The once comedic man was instantly transformed into a victim of horrific violence. The explosion shattered his body, leaving dismembered limbs and bloodied fragments strewn across the area. His once jovial figure reduced to a grotesque tableau of destruction. As the initial explosions rippled through the convention center, the false sense of security quickly evaporated. The sudden detonation of the first few creatures had left a gaping wound in the heart of the celebration, but it was only the beginning. Each subsequent explosion unleashed a wave of violence that tore through the venue, transforming the once jubilant atmosphere into a scene of utter devastation. The third creature, positioned near the structural columns, detonated with equal ferocity. The explosion brought down a section of the roof, causing a catastrophic collapse. The ceiling groaned and buckled under the force, large chunks of concrete and steel falling onto the crowd below. The sound of the collapse was deafening, a resounding crash followed by a cloud of dust and debris that choked the air. The once safe interior of the convention center was now a scene of utter devastation. The immediate aftermath was catastrophic. A cascade of debris struck down those unfortunate enough to be in its path. People who had been mere feet away from the explosion were crushed under the weight of fallen concrete slabs and steel beams. The once innocuous sounds of laughter and chatter were replaced by the horrific sounds of shattering bones and anguished cries. Limbs were severed, torsos crushed, and faces obliterated by the unrelenting force. Survivors, their clothes torn and bodies bloodied, stumbled through the choking dust, their eyes wide with terror as they searched for loved ones who had been lost in the chaos. The intense heat from the blast ignited nearby stalls and promotional displays, adding to the inferno that engulfed the area. Flames licked at the edges of the destroyed structures, causing even more suffering as those trapped within were scorched by the ever-growing fires. In another section of the convention center, a fourth creature positioned among the vendor stalls triggered its horrific cellular explosion. The blast obliterated the surrounding row of stalls in an instant. Wooden frames shattered into deadly splinters, while metal poles and display stands were propelled like missiles. The force of the explosion sent shards of glass and splinters into the crowd, inflicting deep cuts and gouges. The explosive shockwaves slammed people into nearby structures, causing bone-breaking impacts. The once bustling vendor area, filled with colorful displays and lively conversation, was reduced to a charred and smoldering wasteland. Fires rapidly consumed everything in their path, turning merchandise and people alike into blazing infernos. The screams of those trapped by the flames or buried under debris were a haunting symphony of agony. Bodies, some still writhing in pain, were silhouetted against the hellish glow of the fires, while others lay motionless, consumed by the flames. Further back in the tech demonstration area, the fifth creature awaited its moment of destruction. When it finally detonated, the explosion was apocalyptic. The blast obliterated cutting-edge tech displays and demo equipment with such force that glass and metal fragments were propelled outward, embedding themselves in the flesh of those nearby. The boy and his father were torn apart by the explosion, their bodies immediately struck by flying debris, left unrecognizable under the barrage of shrapnel. The once bustling exhibit space was turned into a scene of unimaginable carnage, with the remains of the family scattered across the wreckage. The explosion's sheer power collapsed a section of the ceiling, causing a secondary cascade of debris. The jagged remains of the ceiling fell upon the crowd, burying numerous attendees beneath a tomb of rubble. Those who survived the initial blast were left struggling to breathe amidst the thick smoke and intense heat, their clothes and skin scorched by the expanding fires. The once pristine tech area was now a smoldering ruin, filled with the burned-out shells of once innovative equipment and the charred remains of those caught in the inferno. In the central plaza, where a hero demonstration had been in full swing, the sixth creature unleashed its destructive force. The explosion created a massive crater where the stage and surrounding seating area had stood. The blast was so powerful that it obliterated the stage and its audience in an instant. People in the front rows were vaporized by the intensity of the explosion, their bodies disintegrated into a fine, bloody mist. The force of the blast sent debris flying across the plaza, scattering the remains of the stage and its audience in every direction. Survivors in the surrounding areas were hit by debris and shrapnel, their injuries ranging from deep lacerations to severed limbs. The ground was littered with the dismembered remains of those who had been seated too close to the explosion, their lives abruptly ended by the ity of the attack. The explosion had caused a massive wave of destruction that left a gaping hole in the plaza, filling it with the smoldering ruins of what had once been a bustling epicenter of heroism. The survivors who managed to escape the initial blasts were now faced with a scene of overwhelming devastation. The convention center, once a vibrant celebration of heroism, had become a grim landscape of destruction and death. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid stench of burning flesh. The heat from the fires made it nearly impossible to breathe, and the constant explosions continued to heighten the sense of terror and hopelessness. The festive atmosphere had been obliterated, replaced by a nightmarish tableau of charred bodies, wrecked structures, and the incessant cries of the wounded. The once joyful celebration had been transformed into a charred and shattered ruin, a harrowing testament to the unrelenting ferocity of the assault and the tragic fates of those who had been caught in its merciless path. The Force Awakens. As the initial shock of the explosions at the convention center began to wear off, a new sound emerged, an ominous and relentless sequence of explosions, echoing throughout the city. The once vibrant Naruhata was now a nightmarish landscape of destruction. One explosion followed another with terrifying frequency, tearing into the city's infrastructure with a ruthless efficiency. Bridges connecting Naruhata to the surrounding areas were pulverized into rubble. Their supports exploded in bursts of fire and debris, sending wreckage crashing down onto the streets below, where it mercilessly flattened vehicles and pedestrians alike. The tunnels, crucial arteries of the city's transport network, collapsed in thunderous crashes, trapping countless individuals in their suffocating embrace of twisted metal and shattered concrete. Roads that had once served as vital lifelines were shattered, massive craters forming where smooth asphalt had once been, effectively severing the city from the outside world. Inside the convention center, the earlier panic had morphed into an all-encompassing chaos. People fled in every direction, their faces painted with sheer terror as they scrambled to escape the crumbling structures and encroaching fires. Vehicles collided and skidded wildly through the streets as drivers abandoned them in their desperate bid to escape the inferno. The sounds of shattering glass, crumbling buildings, and the distant screams of the trapped and injured merged into a harrowing cacophony. A woman with a terrified expression clutched her child, her voice breaking with desperation. "We need to get out. Where's the way out? Someone help us." A man, frantically searching for his wife, shouted over the din. Akemi, where are you? We need to leave now." His cries were swallowed by the cacophony of screaming and shuffling feet. Amidst the chaos, the streets of Naruhata were a grisly spectacle. Abandoned vehicles were scattered across the roads, their wreckage strewn about in twisted heaps. Some were overturned, their contents, personal belongings, shattered glass, and pieces of metal, scattered in a grim testament to the violence of the explosions. The streets were littered with body parts, some barely recognizable, others completely mutilated. Pools of blood stained the asphalt, and the occasional wail of sirens cut through the cacophony, offering little comfort in the sea of despair. The scenes of destruction painted a grim picture. A car crash had left a mangled vehicle with a crushed roof, the driver's lifeless body partially ejected and draped over the wreckage. Nearby, a pedestrian had been thrown against a wall by the force of a blast, their body crumpled and motionless. In some places, the remains of people were trapped under collapsed debris, their last moments of terror frozen in twisted, anguished positions. The city's power grid, already strained by the escalating damage, failed catastrophically. The lights flickered once, twice, and then went out completely, plunging Naruhata into an oppressive darkness. The only illumination came from the raging fires that cast eerie, flickering shadows across the wreckage-strewn streets. The convention center, once a beacon of light and joy, was now cloaked in impenetrable blackness, broken only by the intermittent bursts of light from the explosions. People stumbled through the suffocating darkness, their cries of panic and confusion swallowed by the roar of the fires and the crumbling of structures around them. Amid the nightmare, heroes who had been attending the convention were thrust into action. Those closest to the explosion site raced toward the blast zone, their expressions grim as they prepared to confront the source of the devastation. Yet their courage was met with overwhelming odds. Despite their best efforts to maintain order, the situation spiraled beyond control. "Everyone, head towards the exits. Stay calm and follow the instructions," shouted one hero, their voice barely cutting through the din of destruction. But calm was a distant memory. The frantic rush towards the exits turned into a deadly stampede. People pushed and shoved, their desperation causing crushing waves of humanity that trampled anyone who fell. The floor was slick with blood and debris, and the occasional cry for help was swallowed by the cacophony of destruction. People were crushed against walls, their screams of agony muffled by the roaring fires and the collapse of the structure around them. Outside the convention center, the city's power outage only compounded the chaos. Traffic lights were dead, leading to gridlock as vehicles collided in chaotic crashes. The once orderly traffic had become a tangle of metal and fire, with drivers abandoning their cars in panic and fleeing on foot. The sight of burning vehicles and the sounds of explosions created a nightmarish tableau of destruction. Among the heroes, the reactions varied starkly. Some showed remarkable composure, using their quirks to create barriers, clear pathways, and shield the vulnerable. They helped the injured and guided the frightened towards safety, their faces etched with determination. One hero, known for his strength, used his abilities to lift fallen debris off trapped civilians, while another created protective barriers of light to shield people from the worst of the fires. Their resolve was palpable, their commitment to saving lives clear even amidst the overwhelming chaos. However, not all heroes responded with the same level of dedication and bravery. Some, caught off guard by the scale of the catastrophe, showed visible signs of panic. Their once confident demeanors faltered as they tried to assess the situation, their eyes darting nervously around as if searching for an escape. A few heroes, whose aspirations had once been fueled by a desire for fame and status, were now exposed in their true colors. Their initial bravado crumbled under the weight of the crisis, and they abandoned their posts, fleeing the scene with cowardice. Valor Strike, a hero known for his flashy combat moves but lacking in real-world experience, turned to his companions. "Look, this is beyond us. We should get out while we can. We can always find another city to protect." Nearby, Starflare, a hero with a talent for generating light-based energy attacks, nodded in agreement. "I didn't sign up for this level of chaos. We're just gonna be another casualty if we stick around. Let's head out before things get worse." Their nonchalance contrasted sharply with the urgency of the situation. As the city crumbled, their focus was on themselves rather than aiding those in need. A group of heroes, initially brimming with enthusiasm, were seen running away from the blast zone, their faces pale with fear. They had been more interested in the spectacle of heroism rather than the reality of it. Now, their desire for the limelight was replaced by a primal urge to escape the encroaching danger. Their flight was marked by a desperate urgency, their earlier aspirations of heroism dissolving into the shadows of their self-preservation instinct. Nova Shield, a hero with the power to manipulate energy fields, was equally overwhelmed. "There's too much happening all at once. We're not equipped for this level of destruction." He was doing his best to shield people from the explosions, but the strain was evident in his trembling hands. The remaining heroes on the ground worked tirelessly to evacuate the wounded, directing them towards makeshift shelters. Yet even these havens were at risk, their safety compromised by the continued explosions and the crumbling infrastructure. The coordinated attacks had effectively crippled the city, leaving it isolated and teetering on the brink of complete collapse. Amidst the smoldering ruins and the incessant wail of sirens, a hero known for his unique quirk, the ability to create small waves of water beneath his feet for swift movement, was desperately trying to direct the flow of panic-stricken people. His name was Aqua Glide, and though he was usually a figure of calm efficiency, tonight he was a beacon of urgency. "Everyone, listen up," his voice steady as it cut through the chaos with amplified clarity, despite the tremors of the ground beneath him. "We need to get to the Naruhata General Hospital. It's the only place with emergency power that can make a difference right now." Police officers, their uniforms smeared with grime and their faces lined with worry, worked alongside Aqua Glide. Officer Tatsuya, his face set in grim determination, shouted to his fellow officers. "Clear a path. Get these people to the hospital." Another officer, Shigeru, was directing traffic and trying to keep the streets clear of the wreckage. "Move it. We have to get everyone to safety. The hospital is our only hope." As Aqua glided through the wreckage, his water waves parting the debris, he saw the destruction unfold around him. Civilians, desperate and disoriented, were being guided towards makeshift evacuation routes, but the scale of the chaos made it a daunting task. "Keep moving. The hospital is this way," Aqua shouted, his voice breaking through the din of destruction. He pushed forward, his water waves creating a temporary path through the debris-strewn streets. The emergency response was being further complicated by the overwhelming scale of the disaster. Heroes and civilians alike were struggling against the tide of destruction, their efforts only partially effective against the scale of the devastation. At the epicenter of the chaos, perched high above the city on a rooftop, Number 6 observed the carnage below with an unsettling mix of satisfaction and madness. The infernos that raged through Naruhata cast an eerie, flickering light across his face, highlighting the deranged gleam in his eyes. His cruel satisfaction was palpable as he surveyed the destruction he had meticulously orchestrated. "Beautiful, isn't it?" he murmured to himself, his voice quivering with unrestrained excitement. "All that planning, all that waiting, and it's all coming together perfectly." His eyes were fixated on the cityscape, where the devastation unfolded in a nightmarish tableau. The once vibrant streets were now a chaotic mess of crumpled vehicles, shattered glass, and twisted metal. The air was thick with smoke, punctuated by the sounds of desperate cries and the relentless thud of explosions. Next to him, the spectral figure of Overclock materialized, an apparition only Number 6 could see. The hallucination form mirrored the madness in the villain's eyes, his face twisted into a cruel grin. The phantom's voice echoed eerily in the silence between explosions. "Impressive work," he whispered, his voice dripping with a cold, calculating tone. "You've outdone yourself this time. The timing, the precision, it's all flawless. You've turned this city into a death trap, and the heroes are powerless to stop it." Number 6 laughter erupted, starting as a low, sinister chuckle that quickly escalated into a maniacal cackle. The sound of his mirth was a stark contrast to the suffering below. The adrenaline surged through his veins, fueling his thrill as he watched his plan come to life. The ghostly Overclock continued to feed into his delusions, the words barely a whisper but heavy with menace. "Look at them," it hissed, scurrying like ants, trying to save themselves. "But it's too late. This city is ours now. They never stood a chance." As Number 6 gazed out over the burning city, his laughter resonated through the night, a chilling symphony of madness. The flames reflected in his eyes, casting an almost hypnotic glow. His gaze was unwavering, his satisfaction unyielding. He reveled in the chaos, the screams, and the destruction, an orchestra of misery that he had meticulously composed. Below, the situation continued to spiral into further chaos. The streets were littered with the wreckage of vehicles and the remains of those caught in the explosions. Abandoned cars were twisted into grotesque shapes, their occupants either crushed beneath the debris or flung violently into the surroundings. Pieces of shattered glass and torn clothing fluttered through the air, a grim testament to the destruction. The villain's gaze remained fixed on the devastation, his satisfaction unyielding. He knew that this was just the beginning. The night was still young, and there were more plans to unfold, more chaos to unleash. For him, the city's descent into madness was a testament to his own unassailable power, a proof of his victory in the grand game of terror and destruction he had set in motion. Amidst the chaos, Eraserhead moved through the darkened streets with a grim determination, his presence a beacon of resolve in the crumbling cityscape. The once bustling district was now an eerie wasteland, punctuated only by the distant thuds of explosions and the occasional wail of sirens. The acrid smell of smoke and burning debris permeated the air, mingling with the metallic tang of fear and adrenaline. His black scarf fluttered behind him like a dark banner as he navigated the treacherous terrain. Each step was calculated, every movement precise as he scanned the surroundings for any signs of the explosive creatures that had been unleashed. His eyes, sharp and vigilant, were focused on the flickers of movement in the shadows, searching for any hint of the next impending threat. Beside him, Edgeshot darted through the darkness, his figure a swift blur as he utilized his quirk to its fullest. His agility and precision allowed him to intercept the creatures attempting to blend into the rubble, his body twisting and contorting with a fluidity that was both mesmerizing and deadly. "We underestimated them," he said tersely, his voice strained with frustration. "These creatures were more prepared than we anticipated. We need to contain them before they cause more damage." Eraserhead grunted in agreement, his gaze fixed on a shadow that shifted with a sinister intent. "We're fighting against the clock here," he replied, his voice steady despite the chaos. "The city's fate is hanging in the balance." Each explosive creature they encountered was a ticking time bomb. Eraserhead's quirk, which nullified the powers of those within his line of sight, was crucial for neutralizing them before they could unleash further devastation. He focused intently, his quirk casting a protective shield over the immediate area as he moved. The quirk-erasing hero gritted his teeth as he took in the scale of the destruction around him. "We need to contain these creatures before they do more damage. We've got to keep the casualties to a minimum." Edgeshot's sharp eyes caught sight of a creature slithering towards a cluster of debris. With a fluid, practiced motion, he appeared beside it, his hands deftly restraining the creature before it could detonate. His quirk, combined with his remarkable speed, allowed him to act with pinpoint accuracy, minimizing the threat before it could escalate. The police, their faces smeared with grime and sweat, were working tirelessly to manage the crisis. Despite their heroic efforts, they struggled to keep up with the rapidly escalating situation. Their coordination was strained, and the chaos seemed to overwhelm their attempts to restore order. As Eraserhead continued his relentless pursuit, the city hall emerged into view, partially obscured by the billowing smoke and debris. The building stood as a somber reminder of the city's former resilience, now marred by the destruction that surrounded it. Amidst the devastation, Eraserhead and Edgeshot pressed on, their focus unwavering. The city's fate rested heavily on their shoulders, and they knew that every second counted. Their combined efforts were a crucial countermeasure against the chaos that sought to engulf Naruhata, each movement and decision critical in the fight to reclaim the city from the brink of total annihilation. The makeshift HQ at the city hall was a hive of frantic activity. The room buzzed with tension and urgency, filled with the shouts and cries of personnel working under the dim, flickering light of emergency lamps. The absence of modern technology forced them to rely on handwritten notes and shouted instructions, heightening the sense of chaos and desperation. The room's atmosphere was thick with the acrid smell of smoke and the palpable weight of fear. The sporadic crashes of falling debris and the distant roars of fires outside only served to amplify the sense of impending doom. Emergency responders scrambled to communicate through makeshift signals, their movements a frantic dance as they tried to piece together a coherent response amidst the blackout. Rescue Flame, a hero renowned for his ability to generate and manipulate flames for rescue operations, burst into the command center. His costume was smeared with grime and sweat, and his face was flushed with agitation. His eyes were wide with concern and desperation as he shouted, "Where are All Might and Endeavor? The city is in complete chaos, and we can't coordinate anything with the blackout." Detective Tsukauchi, the head of operations, looked up from a hastily assembled map sprawled across a cluttered table. His expression was a mix of worry and resolve, reflecting the gravity of the situation as he addressed the room full of anxious staff and heroes. "I've been trying to reach All Might and Endeavor," Tsukauchi said, his voice steady but strained. "All Might is currently engaged with other threats in Okinawa. His presence is crucial there, and he's facing challenges that prevent him from returning quickly. The situation is dire, but there's no estimated time for his return." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to sink in before continuing. "Endeavor and his agency are in Hakodate. We have lost direct contact with them due to the blackout. They're facing their own battles, and their location has made communication difficult. We're unable to ascertain their exact status or their ability to assist us in this crisis." The room fell into a heavy silence as the realization hit the assembled heroes and staff like a physical blow. The absence of Japan's most powerful heroes at such a critical moment was a crushing blow to their morale. The staff exchanged worried glances, their hope visibly waning as the enormity of the crisis became increasingly clear. Tsukauchi's shoulders tensed as he observed the growing despondency among the team. He knew that if they were to stand a chance, they needed to bolster their spirits and focus on what they could control. With a deep breath, he stepped forward, his voice carrying a tone of determined encouragement. I understand how overwhelming this situation is, Tsukauchi continued, his gaze sweeping over the room. But we cannot afford to surrender to despair. Despite the challenges, we have resources at our disposal that can help us navigate this crisis. He continued, I've been in contact with Takumi Yaoyorozu, Forge. He's on his way to assist us with the creation of communication equipment and other necessary tools. Although he is not here yet, his quirk will enable us to overcome some of the obstacles we face. Forge, known for his quirk that allows him to create any object by consuming the necessary material, was an invaluable asset. The detective's announcement brought a glimmer of hope to the beleaguered staff. His ability to generate practical items, from communication devices to other essential tools, would play a crucial role in mitigating the effects of the blackout and aiding in their defense efforts. The reality is, Tsukauchi said, his voice resolute, we need to focus on the immediate task at hand. We must coordinate our efforts with the resources we have and support the isolated zones to the best of our ability. Forge's assistance will be a key factor in our strategy, and we will adapt to the situation as it evolves. For now, let's mobilize our forces and ensure that we are ready to face whatever challenges come our way. The staff members, though still anxious, nodded in understanding. The detective's words provided a framework for action amidst the chaos, and his leadership offered a much-needed boost to their morale. The room's energy shifted slightly as hope flickered in the eyes of the staff, fueled by Tsukauchi's determination and the promise of Forge's assistance. Tsukauchi continued, for now, we'll need to rely on old-fashioned methods to coordinate our efforts. We'll establish defensive points and prioritize evacuations at key locations. We need to send teams to the north and south zones, even though we can't reach them by radio. The north and south zones were critical points of concern. The north zone, closest to the destroyed station, was crucial for its proximity to the city's main transport routes. The south zone, the most densely populated area, was a nightmare scenario for potential casualties. The blackout had severed all communications, leaving those areas isolated and vulnerable. Tsukauchi addressed the room with a firm resolve. We're setting up makeshift communication stations at key locations to coordinate with the heroes and emergency services on the ground. We'll need to dispatch teams to the north and south zones to help manage the chaos and ensure the safety of civilians. The room erupted into a flurry of activity as staff members scrambled to implement the plan. The urgency of the situation drove their actions, and every second counted. The hum of emergency generators and the occasional crackle of static from old-fashioned radios were the only sounds that punctuated the intense atmosphere. As the staff worked, Tsukauchi's thoughts were focused on minimizing the damage and coordinating efforts amidst the turmoil. Each decision carried weight, and the outcome of their efforts would determine the extent of the devastation. The Force Awakens. The night air was thick with tension as May sped through the narrow streets on her scooter, desperately trying to keep up with Knuckleduster's determined stride. The city's skyline was punctuated by occasional bursts of light and the distant wail of sirens. Soga swung from rooftop to rooftop, his silhouette cutting through the darkened sky as he monitored the situation from above. North Team is working to evacuate the injured and free those trapped under debris from the attacks on the roads. May shouted into her comms, her voice tinged with urgency. South Team is maintaining their position in the densely populated zone. They're doing everything they can to evacuate civilians, but the sheer number of people and the relentless assaults from the creatures are making their task nearly impossible. We need to coordinate and get those civilians out before it's too late. Knuckleduster's face, obscured by his mask, was a mask of grim determination. His fists clenched, not just in anger but in resolve. Damn that bastard, he muttered, underestimating us. He's going to pay for this. The street was a battlefield. As the grizzled vigilante dashed forward, he met creatures dispatched by number 6, grotesque figures that staggered and stumbled with a grotesque gait. He struck with precision, incapacitating them before they could cause further havoc. Each punch and kick was fueled by his fury, his movements a blur of efficiency. On the rooftops, Soga's voice crackled over the comms. Number 6 is around 200 meters from your location. He's reveling in the destruction. I can see him from here. Knuckleduster grunted in acknowledgement and veered towards a dark alley. We're taking the stairs up. Tech, Stay close but out of the immediate danger. Crosshair, get that rifle ready. We need to end this now. May maneuvered her scooter into the alley, her eyes darting nervously. She kept up as best as she could, her face set in a determined frown. The old vigilante bounded up the metal stairs, each step a testament to his urgency. At the top, he quickly assessed their vantage point and prepared for the imminent confrontation. He knew that Soga's role was critical, the distraction he provided would be vital. On the rooftop, Soga was a flurry of activity. He adjusted his rifle, the weapon a high-tech marvel of its own, enhanced with modifications that allowed it to fire with increased accuracy. May's voice came through the comms, filled with reassurance. You've got this, Shoga. The modifications will work. Trust in your equipment and yourself. Soga's face was hidden behind his mask, but he could feel the weight of the moment pressing on him. The inventor's misstep in calling him by the wrong name was almost endearing, but right now, there was no room for mistakes. He adjusted the scope on his rifle, aligning it with the target area. His hands were steady, but his mind was racing. He took a deep breath, aligning the rifle with his target. Do you think the mods will handle it? Soga asked, his voice tense. I'm not sure if I can compensate for the recoil. They'll hold, May said confidently. And remember, we're counting on you to create confusion. That's your main job. I've even modified the rifle so you can use your spikes as ammunition. Just focus and do your best. He nodded, mentally preparing for his role. He focused on the scope, waiting for the signal. His nerves were frayed, but his resolve was firm. Knuckleduster, now on the rooftop, spotted number 6 amidst the chaos below. The villain's twisted grin was visible even from this height. His laughter echoed through the night, a chilling sound that grated on Knuckleduster's nerves. Is Master watching? He cackled. The destruction, the pandemonium, all according to plan. The grizzled vigilante's rage ignited. Without hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop, crashing down on number 6 with a forceful impact. The villain staggered, momentarily stunned. Knuckleduster wasted no time, his smug expression momentarily replaced by shock and pain. I am here, you bastard. He roared, his fists pummeling the current holder of overclock. The villain scrambled to his feet, his eyes wild with fury. He snarled, recovering quickly and retaliating with a savage swipe. You think you can stop me? You're nothing but a fool. The fight was a ballet of violence. Knuckleduster's strikes were precise and powerful, each blow delivered with an intent to incapacitate. Number 6, despite his initial shock, fought back with a ferocity that matched his madness. His blows were wild but deadly and seemed to anticipate and counter every blow. Soga, from his vantage point, took aim from his vantage point, firing a few shots in rapid succession. The rifle's sharp cracks were accompanied by the hiss of bullets slicing through the air. Most of the shots missed, but that was the point. The erratic firing created confusion, disrupting the villain's heightened senses and creating openings for grizzled vigilante to exploit. Knuckleduster dodged a wild swing from number 6, using the villain's momentary disorientation to his advantage. Keep firing, Crosshair, he shouted. The more chaos, the better. The fight intensified with fierceness and Knuckleduster moved with precision, his attacks methodical and punishing. Despite the relentless assault, number 6 fought back with a ferocity that matched his twisted glee. The fight was a whirlwind of movement, with the grizzled vigilante landing heavy blows and the villain retaliating with his own savage strikes. Soga's distraction had its desired effect. The villain's enhanced senses struggled to keep up with the constant barrage of disorienting shots and noise. Knuckleduster capitalized on this, pressing his advantage and delivering powerful blows that left the villain staggering. You're nothing but a pathetic relic. Number 6 spat, his voice a mixture of anger and disbelief. But as the battle raged on, Knuckleduster's relentless assault began to turn the tide. The villain's defenses were crumbling under the relentless pressure. Knuckleduster pressed his advantage, his strikes growing more forceful and precise. The villain's once confident demeanor faltered, replaced by desperation. His initial arrogance was fading, replaced by frantic, erratic movements. He staggered backward, trying to shield himself from the onslaught, but his defenses were crumbling. With a guttural roar, number 6 lunged forward, a wild, uncoordinated attack fueled by his desperation. His movements were unpredictable, a last-ditch effort to turn the tide of the battle. He swung wildly, his attacks powered by sheer rage rather than skill. Knuckleduster dodged the erratic strikes with practiced ease. He saw the desperation in the villain's eyes, the flicker of uncertainty beneath the mask of rage. It was clear that the villain was grasping at straws, his earlier confidence replaced by a frantic need to regain control. "Is this all you've got?" Knuckleduster taunted, his voice carrying a mix of scorn and determination. "You're nothing but a scared animal, lashing out in the dark." Number 6's eyes flashed with fury at the insult. He let out a scream of frustration, his movements becoming even more wild and uncontrolled. He was no longer fighting with strategy but with a blind, frantic energy that made him dangerous in a different way. Each swing aimed with deadly precision. With every scream, every desperate swing, the villain seemed to draw more power, his muscles twitching as overclock pushed him beyond human limits. Knuckleduster ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding a devastating blow. His fists tightened as he countered with a quick, sharp jab to number 6's side. The impact made the villain stagger, but his wild, unpredictable movements quickly recovered. "Why, Koichi?" the villain snarled, his voice a twisted mix of anger and disbelief. The grizzled veteran, grappling with number 6's ferocity, kept his stance steady. Gritting his teeth, ducking another ferocious attack, he answered, "Because he had something you never will, a purpose beyond your own twisted desires. He wanted to protect others, to make a difference. You, on the other hand, were consumed by your own darkness." The villain's rage erupted, his hands crackling with energy. "Darkness. I was stronger than him, better in every way. You think you can judge me? You think you can control me?" With a guttural roar that shook the very air, number 6 unleashed a surge of overclock power, his form blurring into near invisibility. The ground beneath him cracked under the pressure of his energy, and with a speed that defied comprehension, he lunged at Knuckleduster. His movements were a violent storm of destruction, each step a blur, each strike a thunderclap. His muscles rippled, his veins bulging as he delivered a series of explosive blows. Knuckleduster barely had time to react, his instincts the only thing keeping him alive as he threw himself out of the way. The ground where he'd been standing erupted in a fiery explosion, debris flying in all directions, a testament to the sheer force of number 6's escalating power. He landed heavily on the ground, his heart pounding as he forced himself to stand, wincing in pain. Soga, perched on the rooftops, kept his aim steady despite the chaos unfolding below. He squeezed the trigger of his modified rifle, each shot strategically aimed to disrupt number 6's relentless assault. The bullets whizzed past, some striking the ground around the villain, others deflected by the raw energy crackling off his body. "Old man, he's losing control. His power's increasing too fast, he's getting more unstable. Keep it up, Crosshair." Knuckleduster shouted over the din of battle, his voice strained but determined. "Use that chaos to our advantage." Number 6's eyes, wide and bloodshot, darted around as he struggled to focus on the barrage of attacks. His movements grew more erratic, the overclock tearing at the seams of his sanity. His frustration and confusion only seemed to feed the wild energy coursing through him. With a manic laugh, he swung wildly at the air, his fists leaving trails of light as they narrowly missed Knuckleduster, the sheer force of his swings creating shockwaves that rattled nearby buildings. In a desperate maneuver, Knuckleduster gathered all his remaining strength and charged forward. He aimed a powerful punch at a vulnerable spot in number 6's defenses, hoping to break through the storm of energy. His fist connected with the villain's side, the impact reverberating through both of their bodies. Number 6 staggered, but instead of weakening, his eyes lit up with a terrifying rage. The blow seemed to ignite something deep within him, as if Knuckleduster had struck a match in a room full of gasoline. "Is this what you wanted to hear?" the grizzled vigilante shouted, trying to pierce through the villain's growing madness. Koichi had heart. He had the courage to protect others, even when he was scared. "You're just a puppet of your own madness." Number 6's body convulsed with power, his skin taking on a ghastly pallor. Veins bulged grotesquely across his arms as volatile energy crackled from his fingertips. He roared, his voice filled with a twisted blend of pain and fury. "You know nothing about me. You think you can defeat me with your weak ideals." With a ferocious yell, He gathered every ounce of overclock energy within him, the air around him distorting with the intensity. He unleashed a punch so fast and powerful that the very space around his fist seemed to ripple. The blow struck Knuckleduster with a force akin to a freight train, the crackling energy amplifying the impact to catastrophic levels. The grizzled vigilante was launched into the air like a ragdoll, his body tearing through several walls of a nearby building, each one crumbling like paper under the onslaught. He finally came to a rest amidst the debris, motionless and unconscious, a trail of destruction marking his path. Pathetic. Number 6 roared, his voice echoing with derision. His eyes, now wild and unhinged, scanned the battlefield as if daring anyone else to challenge him. You thought you could stand against me? He turned his wild gaze towards Soga, who was still perched on the rooftops, his hands trembling as he tried to process the sheer magnitude of Number 6's overwhelming power. His hands were trembling slightly as he gripped his weapon, trying to steady himself after witnessing the devastating attack. So, tell me, the villain sneered, his eyes gleaming with sadistic pleasure, do you really think that if I destroy the hospital where your precious civilians are being evacuated, the great Koichi Himawari will finally pay attention to me? The question hung in the air, charged with menace. Soga, stunned and unable to respond, could only watch as Number 6's eyes flared with manic energy. His laughter was no longer just a sound, but a tangible force, reverberating through the streets, filled with an intensity that made the air itself feel heavier. Still no answer, he mocked, his voice dripping with cruel amusement. Well, let me assure you, I'm not done yet. I won't kill you right away. No, I want to savor this moment. Number 6's gaze swept the area, his eyes narrowing as he realized the other one was nowhere to be found. His focus shifted entirely to Soga, the only remaining target. He advanced menacingly towards the hero on the rooftop, his aura radiating malevolent energy. I'm going to take that beloved heart of Koichi's, he said, his tone dark and foreboding. I'll rip it out and show it to him. He'll know the pain of watching everything he holds dear crumble into nothingness. Soga's face went pale, his eyes wide with fear. Despite the overwhelming dread, he clenched his teeth, trying to push through his shock and muster a response. You're insane, he finally said, his voice strained but determined. We won't let you do that. Number 6 chuckled, a low, menacing sound that vibrated through the night air, sending shivers down Soga's spine. Oh, you think you can stop me? You're in no position to make threats. I've only just begun. But don't worry, I'll make sure you get a front row seat to the destruction. As the villain prepared to leave, his gaze lingered on Soga. I'll be back for you later. Consider this your chance to say goodbye to your precious heroes and your precious city. With a final, deranged laugh, he vanished into the darkness, leaving Soga and Mei to deal with the aftermath of his rampage. The urgency of the situation was palpable as Soga scrambled to contact the remaining heroes and coordinate the evacuation of the hospital, knowing that every second counted. Amid the chaos, Mei's voice cut through the static of her communication device, urgent and trembling. Spectre, Crawler, can you hear me? The signal crackled, but the voices of Izuku and Koichi came through clearly, a beacon of hope amidst the turmoil. Tech, what's happening? Izuku's voice was laced with concern. We need you back at the city center immediately, she said, her voice strained but resolute. Number 6 is still wreaking havoc, and he's heading towards the hospital where the civilians are being evacuated. We're running out of time. Koichi's voice, filled with urgency, cut in. We're on our way. Tell us what you need. Mei took a deep breath, forcing herself to remain calm despite the panic gripping her. You're the only ones left to stop him. The evacuation is in chaos, and Number 6 is targeting the hospital to lure you out. We need you to return and help us contain the situation before it's too late. Izuku, steady and determined, responded with a sense of resolve. Understood. We'll be there as quickly as possible. Hang in there. As the communication ended, Mei turned her attention back to the fallen figure of Knuckleduster. The city's fate hung in the balance, and every moment was critical. She could only hope that Izuku and Koichi would arrive in time to make a difference, as Number 6 continued his reign of terror. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.